Her smile shines as bright as the stars at night. Her heart is as kind as can be. She has the patience of a saint, but if you push her, oh Lordy. A straight talker is smiley. She's the salt of the earth. Make no mistake, she matters. Catch Smiley's story on a live stream. Oh boy, that girl can matter. Go Smiley. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. Missing posters and stories of heartache and fear. She tells us all of the heartbreaking tears. She can sniff out the guilty from a mile away. If Smiley's on the case, then she's here to stay. She cares about these missing children. She cares deeply about them all. She speaks the truth with integrity. For the truth, she will seek it all. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. Smiley's questions are like a heat-seeking missile. She's going straight for the bullseye. Don't ever believe you can fool her. She's too wise, man, she won't comply. She values freedom like the 4th of July. She values respect even more. If you want to earn a place at Smiley's table, watch the clock, it takes time for sure. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. If you break her trust, you're done for. Trust don't grow back like grass. So don't give Smiley a reason to doubt you, or that friendship will shatter like glass. She's a damn good woman, that much we know. She puts in the hours to bring them kids home. If your child is missing, you want Smiley on the case. She is always willing and she gives so much grace. She's our Smiley, alright. She's our Smiley. Make no mistake why she's here. She's Smiley, alright. She's Smiley. If you're guilty, she'll smell out your fear. If you're guilty, you better feel fear.
She was born and bred in Nashville, but she walks the beaches down in Florida sand. A mother and wife, a daughter, a sister, trying hard to do the best she can. She found her voice with a heavy heart, looking for purpose with trembling hands. And giving this all a new start, moving ahead, speaking for ones who came. She says, I am who I am, I'll stand my ground. Even when the nights get long and rough, you'll hear my sound. She'll be speaking for the ones unheard, 'cause she's got a caring heart that won't be turned. Her mama fought cancer while she was searching, stories that needed a gentle voice. saw summer's name and felt the heart of week and tried to bring light where there was no choice. And when she heard us the best in a sadness rose, she prays for truth through the noise. She'll follow wherever the story goes, seeking their dignity, a child's joy. She says, I am who I am, I'll stand my ground. Even when the nights get long and rough, you'll hear my sound. She'll be speaking for the ones unheard, 'cause she's got a caring heart that won't be turned. She said, I am who I am, I'll stand my ground. Even when the nights get long and rough, you'll hear my sound. She'll be speaking for the ones unheard, and she's got a caring heart that won't be turned.
Well, good morning. Hello, everyone. Today is Sunday, January 4th, 2026. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. Let's see who we have here. We have Raymond. Good morning, Raymond. Thank you for being here. Hello. Hey, Jude. Hi, beautiful. Hello. Yep, welcome in, everyone. Thank you for being here. Look at your pretty baby. Look at that. Look. Hello. Thank you for coming in. Baby kisses. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up. That's right. Please hit those thumbs up. That is free. Please do. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Good to see you. Baby Kisses said, good morning. Hey, Jude. Daily Tab, good morning, honey. Look at your baby. I hope you had a wonderful holiday, Christmas, New Year's, all the things. I hope you're doing well. Hello. Hello to everybody coming in. Angel Wings, good morning. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Angel Wings. Hello. Come on in. Everybody come in. Everybody is welcome. Everybody's welcome. Selena, hello. Good morning. I hope your day is going good. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Make sure you got your coffee. Make sure you got everything you need. This will probably be a long one. I think I'm down at the bottom. And if I can't see you, if you're in the vertical, I don't know, but you're welcome. I hope you're here. I hope everybody's here. I hope everybody comes in. I love seeing you. I always go back and try to read the comments. If I miss them, I apologize. Hello, everyone coming in. Today, we're going to hear this smiley style. I know nobody's forgot this case. Lord have mercy, it's been in the news enough. It's old, but it's one we're going to talk about today, January 4th, 2026. Y'all tell me first, are y'all all warm? Have you had your breakfast? Have you had your coffee? Have you had your OJ? Have you had everything you need? Have you petted your pets? Have you loved your kids? Have you did all of the things? Because that's what I want you to do today. That's exactly what I want you to do today. We're 4 days in the new year. Woo! 4 days into this new year. I hope you're all doing well. I hope your family's been blessed so far. There's still in the news a lot of stuff happening. We'll get to that later. We'll get to all of that. But I wanted to do this. Hey, H. Davis, good morning to you. Good morning to you. It might be fast. We already 4 days into this year. Lord have mercy. It rained here, cats and dogs, last night. Yesterday, after I got off my live, it started raining, and then it started raining hard. It stormed like crazy last night. I just kind of went on to bed and kind of read a little bit and did a little bit and then watched a little bit of regular TV. And that's what I kind of did. I just kind of was chilling. I just hope your weather there, wherever you're at, is good. I hope you're safe if you go out, no matter if it's snow, cold, wind, rain, fog. I hope everything's good and everybody is safe today. I hope you all come in and spend some time with me today. I love you all. I thank you for being here, and I appreciate you all so much, more than you know. More than you know. Yep, prayers to everyone. Prayers to everyone. Absolutely. This morning, I'm going to talk about an old case, but one that is interesting. It's always been interesting. Smiley just ain't never talked about it. It's still being talked about, though, everywhere, all over every corner of the world. You can believe that. You can believe Smiley has her thoughts. You hear them today. And that's the Menendez case, the Menendez brothers, Lyle and Eric Menendez. So we might be here a little while. I know it's been spoke about. I know it's been talked about. I know some of you have read books. I know you have watched the movies, the series, all the things that's out there, because there's been plenty. There's no lack of talk about this case. But today, we're going to talk about it Smiley style. Y'all like Smiley style? You're going to get Smiley style today. So go get your coffee, your tea, your snacks, your breakfast, your rolls, your biscuits, your cinnamon rolls, your blankets, and just sit down and have a good conversation with me. Be respectful. Welcome in. Hit the thumbs up, share, like, subscribe. All the free things that you can do to help not only get this out, but to get all the stories that I put out or I tell out. And if you like this channel, be here. If you don't, keep it to yourself and keep strolling. Stroll. 2006 is going to be a little bit different here. It's going to be different. We're going to grow our channel. We're going to grow our family. We're going to branch out a little bit. And community matters to me. You all matter to me. And I love our community. Hey, Leslie, keep it real. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Also in 26, it's about goals. I'm going to start setting goals. I deserve goals just like anybody else. And I don't care to say it. I'll say it again. I deserve to set goals just like anybody else. I deserve to be here just like anybody else. And if you don't like it, stroll and roll. Stroll and roll. Hey, Cyber Warrior. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you help me meet my goals. I do. My main goal is the free goals. Thumbs up, share, subscribe, like. You all matter to me. let's 100% make sure you hit that thumbs up. Let's make sure you're all subscribed. Let's make sure you ring that bell so you don't miss anything. Because Smiley sometimes don't put out she's going live. I just go. I got to try to get better about that. But when I go, I go. You'll know it when I'm here. If you want to donate, please do. I have a Cash App, Smiley Story. But all donations are appreciated. They're not required. They're never expected. But I wanted to remind y'all that's not something I do or I get a lot of. So I wanted to remind you. But I wanted to talk about this today. Again, it's an old one, but it must still be talked about. It's true crime stories. And it is very interesting. I know, I even hate to ask this question. Is there anybody in here that's never heard about this story? If you've never heard this, put a 1. This happened over 35 years ago. Just wondering. I want to talk about it, and so I'm going to do so. I'm going to do me. We're going to talk about the Menendez brothers, Eric and Lyle Menendez, today. Smiley style. Again, I'm telling y'all, Smiley style. Smiley has her own style. I'm just me, and I stand my ground, and that's what it's about. That's what it's about. Woohoo! Hey Jude, gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Hey Jude. And whoever got that membership, please say thank you to our beautiful Hey Jude. And by the way, I appreciate all my mods. My mods are in blue. And if I don't see something, you let them know. They will get to me. They'll get to me one way or another. Again, if you want to email me, my email is smileystory@yahoo.com. Go ahead and email as well. I'm going to talk about several things today in this case, and we're going to show some video. Eric Menendez was convicted of murdering his parents, Jose and Mary Louise. They called her Kitty Menendez, in Beverly Hills, California, back in 1989. This case has become one of the most publicized true crime case trials ever, especially in the 1990s. And it remains very talked about today. Joseph Lyle Menendez, the child, was born January 10th, 1968. And if you didn't know, he was born in New York City. And he was convicted in 1996 of first-degree murder of his parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez. Later, it was turned over to 50 years to life when they were resentenced. And they got eligible for parole because it wasn't like that at first. But remember, that's not how it went at first for him or his brother. He's incarcerated at Richard J. Donovan Correctional Faculty over in California. And he got his parole denied back in August 2025. And the case, the notoriety, all the things that was endured, their documentation, dramatizations, TV shows, especially the one called Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story on Netflix. It got a lot of attention. Eric, he is the brother, and he was born November 27th, 1970. Man, they're just as old as some of us, you know. They were convicted in 1989 again for killing their parents in their Beverly Hills home in California. Now, Eric admitted everything to his therapist. Lyle wasn't too happy about that, but Eric admitted everything to his therapist. The confession, all the things he said, that was later reported to the police. All of it. So let's jump into it. I want to say this up front. This live is not about glamorizing, glorifying, or anything about violence. It's not about excusing murder, because Smiley don't do that. And it's not talking, I'm not going to tell anyone what to think. You think what you want, I will think no less of you. You believe what you want, I will still believe no less of you. Good morning, Rap. Hello, hello. Thank you all for being here. You all can have your own thoughts and opinions, because I sure do. I do. And that's just what they are. They are thoughts and opinions. Because what we say or do now don't matter, does it? It don't change anything. February 9th, good news. What does that mean? February 9th, good news? I don't know what you mean. Oh, February 9th. Hold on. February 9th is a very informative date, sweetheart. Well, I don't know what it is either. Tell us what it is, Daily. February 9th. I'm confused. What constitutes enough punishment? Food for thought. Yeah, food for thought. Listen, I am not going to care one bit, one iota, what either one of y'all, any of y'all in here think, or how you have your opinions on this case. I got my opinions. Some are soft, some are hard, and that's on all parts. Again, because I got to go back and I got to go forth. But I have beliefs on this case. I've just never spoke them, not publicly, but I'm going to. So you can have your own thoughts and your own opinions, because I sure do, and you can believe that. This live is about truth, context, and the parts of the story that people were never ready to hear. And if at any point this gets heavy for you, just step away from your computer, take a break. See, when people hear the name Eric Menendez, they usually hear it through one of these things. That rich kid, that greedy kid, the cold-blooded killer, the one, or in speaking of his brother, the ones that killed their parents in cold blood. I think probably all of that is true. I want to sit for just a second, and I want y'all to know labels are easy. Let that sink in. Truth is not easy. Labels can be easy. First, I want to also say child sexual abuse does not look the way that it does in movies. Not the way Hollywood tells us it looks. It don't look like that. And it don't come with warning labels. It doesn't always come with bruises. And it sure don't come with protection most of the time. Not from adults who should have stepped in. Do I believe this is what happened? I believe it's possible. I believe it very well could have happened, but I don't know. In this case right here, I have a lot of things and I don't know, and I will be upfront and I will tell you. It very well could have happened. In my opinion, though, in Smiley's thoughts and opinions, it don't excuse what they did years later. Let me get that clear. They were older. They overcome a lot. They didn't mind outspending money, living rich, doing the things. They was going on with their life. If true, I'm not saying it's not. And I sure don't want to accuse any victims of not telling the truth. And I'm not saying that they have lied or have not lied. I'm not saying that. I'm just telling the story Smiley's way. Now, Eric was a child when he says the abuse began, a child who he says was taught fear. And yes, that can happen. A child who was controlled. Yes, that can happen. That can even happen when you're grown. A child who learned early, he said, that the silence was just survival. And we all know that can happen. When you grow up like that, especially in money, it can happen. You don't dare talk, allegedly. But when you grow up like that, your brain wire is not the same. Your sense of danger, it doesn't work the same as ours. You're kind of in a fight or flight mode. It doesn't turn off just because of your age. But was he telling the truth? Is he still standing by his truth? I don't know. I have my doubts. But we all know Eric didn't confess to the police. He didn't confess for attention. He confessed through his therapist. That's where survivors are supposed to speak. But they still have an obligation when things like this happens, as far as unaliving and stuff like that. They have to tell it. They're obligated to. But was it guilt? Was it fear finally spilling over into that? In my opinion, I don't know. People say, if he was abused, then why didn't he leave? Well, let me tell you something on that. Good morning, Suzette and everybody coming in. Good morning. Good morning. I believe them and I believe them now. And that's good. I'm not saying I don't or I do, or, well, we're going to get into this because there's a lot of controversy about it. And I feel no different from nobody on their thoughts and opinions. And yes, I want you to put your thoughts and opinions in there. I feel no different. But I am going to explain some of the whys and ins and outs that nobody will get to. But people ask that. But let me tell you something, and I need you to hear it. I need you to hear it good. Abuse doesn't trap your body first. It traps your mind. And, you know, that sometimes feels undoable. Leaving feels impossible, even on the smallest of things as far as abuse. When your abuser controls your reality, That's not good. When they hold power over you, when they convinced you, and yet one thing I believe in is, yes, they can do that. And brainwashing, oh my God, I believe in that. Am I saying this is what happened? No, but we're going to get into everything. Smiley thanks today. But when they hold power over you and they convince you that no one will believe you, no one, that happens in this real world every single day, especially in a time when boys weren't allowed to be victims, and we're talking over 35 years ago. That was the problem. Nobody wanted to think boys was a victim. But it was true in this case, or something was brought in after that said control, in my opinion. But they were caught after, and they were locked up for life. But I have to wonder now, does abuse automatically justify murder? And I say hell to the no, 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 no. Like me, love me, or hate me. No, it don't, in my opinion. I've never said that on this case, but I'll say it now. I'll say it on every case, unless there is a unless, and we'll get to that. But please understand, I'm not saying that maybe in the moment, or in my opinion, in the moment, you shouldn't protect yourself, even if that means taking a life. I am saying that. But maybe in the moment of this, I'm thinking it was premeditated, and I'm not the only one. It was in the works, and not it was years later. And not dragging your brother into it also. When they were caught, they went on a spending free, I came talk this morning, a spending spree. I say, in my opinion, this shouldn't have happened. But this is just me. We all need to understand this. It's important, I think. I don't know that this is even understandable, to be honest with you. They can make the movies, they can put the books, they can do all the things. I'm not sure it's even understandable. But two things can be true at the same time. You better believe that. Two things can be true at the same time. For example, a crime can be horrific, but it can be committed, and the person who committed it can be deeply traumatized. Back then, people weren't ready to hear about incest either. Oh my God, that was so taboo. People were not ready for that. Yeah, they knew what they were doing. In my opinion, of course. They weren't ready to hear the world about incest and about people hurting their kids. So they would just shut it down and sweep it under the rug. But many questions still. And I will say, prison does not erase childhood trauma. Sometimes I think it makes it worse. Prison don't erase childhood trauma. Hear that again. Time does not erase. Punishment don't cure it. Me, Smiley, what I think about Eric, I think a lot of things we're going to get into. What do I think about Lau? I think a lot of things we're going to get into. But you want to know what I think about Eric? Well, here's my answer, and my answer alone, nobody else's. I think Eric was a broken child. I think he became a broken adult. I think the system failed him. I think it failed before any crime ever happened. But I also think they both, Eric and Lau, are right where they belong, in my opinion. That's what I think. Don't ask if you don't want to know. Don't listen if you don't want to know. I really honestly believe survivors need to be believed absolutely 1,000,000,000,000%, always and forever. And I believe they need help. But if this is true, then the parents should have been the one in prison, not them two. Can mistakes be made? Yeah. But in my opinion, it spilled on over into them being adults, getting grown. They didn't have to be around their parents. They could have cut their parents off. I don't think, in my opinion, it should have come to any of this. I'm not here to tell you who to support. I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm not here to tell you what verdict here you should have. I'm here to tell you every story deserves to be told. It deserves to be told fully, even the hardest parts. I ask questions just like you. And I know a lot of people ask, why is Lau in prison then if he wasn't abused? Well, what a lot of you don't know is, allegedly, Lau was abused. He was abused too, allegedly. But just differently. He was in prison because he is in prison because the law judged his actions, not because the court sorted out his trauma or what he is told his trauma was. Yet they're not the only ones who have been abused. You are 100% correct that. Many of us have been abused, and we don't do this. We don't pre-med, we don't pre-plan, we don't do these things, okay? So let me just kind of break it down. During the first trial, the testimony stated Lau experienced, now we're talking about Lau experienced sexual abuse at a young age, and that later stopped. They said he experienced severe physical abuse, emotional abuse, and control. He grew up in violence, in fear, in that kind of household. And so did Eric. I want you to know abuse don't have to be identical to be real. And I'm not saying there was no real abuse. I'm not saying that one at all. Abuse does not have to be continuous to be damaging to someone either. See, Eric's abuse continued longer, allegedly, and it was more explicit. Lau's abuse manifested differently, with the control, with the violence, with the fear, and with the sexual as he was younger, allegedly. All of that was alleged. But even if abuse is acknowledged, the legal system always asks different questions. The legal system did ask, did the defendant knowingly participate in the killing? That was asked, of course, and yes, Lau did. The jury came to that answer. They came to the conclusion that Lau actively, willingly participated. He reloaded the gun during the shootings. He reloaded, and that detail mattered. He also helped stage everything afterwards. And he did not act alone or under any immediate right then danger or threat at the time or the moment of these killings. His parents was watching TV. Their parents was watching TV. And that's my issue too. Nobody, in my opinion, was under immediate threat. This was premeditated. And I think in my opinion, as do the cops, it was for the money. Would this happen? Yeah. or any other broke as a joke ass am not sure that this would happen in any other case. Legally, that removes the intimate danger defense, regardless of the trauma. And these boys were able to leave. They didn't have to ever go around their parents. They could have cut them off out of their life, period. They didn't want to do that, honey, because then they would be, if they cut their parents off, they cut their money, their survival off, period. Yeah, it was an emotional threat, but they premeditated it. That's just my opinion. They premeditated it. They did overkill, for one. And they were not in immediate right then danger or emotional danger right then. The only emotions they had was to get rid of their parents. Now, that's just me. Yeah, again, y'all can think, say, have your own opinions, do what you want. I think no different of you. I love you all. This happened over 35, years ago, 35 years behind bars. Lau and Eric Menendez. Life without parole. For the killing of both their parents. Both. They were resentenced in May 2025 to 50 years to life, and they are now eligible for parole with the possibility of parole. Their parents, Jose and Kitty, they were the targets of their children. This happened in Beverly Hills, California. Val and Eric was said to be abused, but when they were arrested, Lyle and Eric, when they were arrested, at first, they both claimed that neither one of them, of course, didn't know anything. Of course. I don't call that lying to the cops in a crime. I call it, if you know you did something wrong, hell, you ain't about to admit it. You ain't trying to go to jail. They sure wasn't trying to go to jail. But it is a lie. It is false information, and they did lie to the cops. And they tried to blame it on everybody else. They claimed that it could have been a mob killing, y'all. A mob killing. That's what they tried to claim. They claimed it was, hey, let them, hello, good morning. They tried to claim it was intruders. It was everybody but them. But when police investigated and started investigating, Lyle and Eric became very, very suspicious. Usually the cops would go one way. They went both ways. Both these boys were very suspicious. They went out on this extravagant, huge shopping spree. Both of them. I mean, right after the deaths of their parents, the unaliving of their parents. They even hired a computer expert to delete their father's new will, because he made a new will, and controlling or not, it wasn't their money. No matter what they had been through, his father can do what they want to do. So, but they hired somebody to come in and change that will, a computer expert, to delete their father's new will. Recent updates. Well, Eric got Eric was the weakest link. He, in my opinion, he was the weakest link. He confessed to unaliving the parents. He did that. But he did that by appointments with his therapist, his psychologist. Because, see, he was already going through treatment. That didn't help him. And that's one of my points. He also told the doctor, the psychologist, that he wanted to be free. Well, honey, he ain't free now. He didn't make good decisions. He told that he wanted to be free of his parents. The especially controlling father, he told them. He told his doctor that his father had very high standards. And he told much, much, much more. And then the arrest came. I think he was remorseful. I do think that. I do. And remember, sometimes you do a lot of things in the blink of an eye, in a moment, in the heat of the moment, that you can't take back. But remember, this was premeditated. See, the things I don't understand also, why reload? And if his brother did that, well, and tell the truth. Just saying. But at that point, Lau and Eric was charged with first-degree murder with special circumstances, especially the special circumstances because they lay in wait. See, a lot of y'all don't know that. They lay in wait. That made them eligible for the death penalty at that time. And of course, the conspiracy to commit the murders. Then, all that was in the first trial. The defense team claimed and charged that the brothers did this because it was self-defense. That's what their defense did. They said there was years of alleged sexual abuse to them, mental and emotional abuse, physical abuse. But the prosecution, they were not hearing any of it. None of it. They didn't want to entertain any of that idea. So the prosecutor said it was premeditated, and the severe abuse he tried to say was a lie, and it was made up. I don't know if I would go that far, but that's what they said. They said the boys' motive was hate, pure hate, and they wanted their parents' money, especially their father's multi-million-dollar estate. I personally, this is me, Smiley, again, I personally never understood exactly why. And we're going to get into this because this is serious if you want to know Smiley's part. I never understood why they took their mom's life, because I know they loved her. Everybody knew they loved their mom. But I can think of several reasons personally, in my opinion, why they waited till their mom was there too, and they took her life. One, she never, if there was abuse, I'm not saying there wasn't, she never protected them. And they figured, they would go ahead and take her too. while they were at it, just to be blunt, just to be short and blunt. I have 3 reasons. 2, in my opinion, she was just there and they couldn't, as much as premeditate it, fix it any other way. They were together and they could not leave a witness, not even their mom. And here's my biggest one, maybe the most important one that I believe. I believe the main one in my thought was, well, they couldn't take a chance on killing the dad, leaving the mom. The mom is the wife, and her getting all of daddy's millions. Because I do believe money played a huge part in this, in my opinion. So I think they had to take mom, or felt they had to take mom. And they couldn't take a chance on any of those 3 things. Of course, I'm not in their head. I'm not in their thoughts. I don't know. In my opinion, it was because she knew what happened and she wouldn't help them children. Yeah. That was my first one I said. Absolutely. But I do believe it was money driven. And I believe they couldn't leave a witness. They couldn't leave his mom, their mom. You know, it's just my thoughts. Don't make it real. Don't make it true. It's just my thoughts. But at first, the jury was unable to reach a verdict. I mean, after all, everything that they heard and listened, who would think back then, 35 years ago, grown children especially, could take their parents' lives and vice versa? So back then, some of the jurors, they just was not in agreement. They couldn't come to a conclusion. They didn't want to make that choice. I don't know. Many thought if Dad did this, but, you know, some of them thought, what if he didn't? There was a mistrial. It ended up because of that, and nobody could be in agreement. The first trial ended in a mistrial. But then there was a second trial. Both brothers were convicted. Everybody was in agreement then. They were convicted and they were sentenced in prison with this, without, at the time, without the possibility of parole, and they got life at that time. Now, in 1998, Lau and Eric, they started working on many appeals. They wanted out. They started working on appeals for their convictions. I mean, after all, y'all, in prison, what else do you have to do? And what else do you have to lose when you got life in prison with no parole? There's a law library. There's plenty of law books. And hell, if you do get out, you're probably going to be smarter than any lawyer out on the damn street. I'm just saying. You don't have all the cases to juggle. You don't have all the being pulled here to there, to court, to this, to that. That's all they got is time to study the law. After all, time on your hands. And of course, you learn more in prison and more on prison cases for sure. That's not a lie. Ask anybody that's been in there. You learn more in there than you do out on the streets. But in October 2024, the judge rejected all that. You know, the judge rejected that. So that didn't happen. But after receiving the habeas Christi petition, well, that's a legal, a petition, you know, in that jurisdiction that they used. And a court, it means a court or any unlawful detention or imprisonment or any person or persons, usually it's a prison guard or official to bring a punisher to and from the court. They use that. It's usually when they detain a person or persons, you know, and the law is not correct. I mean, it's in a safeguard for a reason, but it's common. A lot of people use that. So anyway, in May 2025, a judge reinstated them, re-sentenced them, if you will. And they had a new DA at that time that they did the habeas petition. They had a new DA. But the judge gave them a new sentence of 50 years to life. And at that time, they became eligible for parole. Hey, Army vet. Hello. Good to see you, everybody. But then Eric and Lyle both, see, they couldn't keep it in the road. They were even denied parole at the parole board. And the latest one was August 2025, because in the court records and the documents, it showed that they were still breaking rules in prison. They had contraband. They did these things. If you're trying to get out and you're trying to be good and you're trying to win a new hearing, parole, not life in prison, you know better, but you're not walking that solid ground. All of this is in my opinion. It got media attention, meaning documents, post, the whole 9 yards, everything. See, in 1996, Lau, I want to tell you also this, we're going to get to it, but Lau married Anna Erickson. He married her by phone. I don't know what y'all think about getting married in prison, but anyway, that's what happened. He married her by phone. Judge Nancy Brown married them. Okay? Crazy, huh? Crazy. After this, the girl learned I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh during this, but you can't make this shit up. The girl learned that he was cheating with another girl in November of 2023. So she divorced him. First of all, let Smiley tell y'all something. First off, do you think these people in prison, men, women, do you think they don't talk to anyone just because they marry you by phone, just because they marry you in a prison lobby, just because you have a Twinkie? I'm just wondering. To me, it's hilarious. Of course, he was talking to other people. He was talking to anyone and everyone he could get, probably males and didn't even know it, females, old women, anybody. He didn't care. They don't care. And they'll tell them they love them. They'll promise them the world. Honey, you can get to my daddy's money anyway, my book, anything they got to tell them, because they're trying, one, for the male for entertainment. Two, they're trying to get somebody on the outside to help them get the hell out from behind bars. But the biggest reason, they want them romaine noodles, honey, and they will take money from the devil himself. They don't give a damn if you say you're married to them or the judge marries you over the phone. They're going to talk to anybody, everybody. And this case is huge and big and always was, always has been. And you don't think these people are still not talking to people and sending them money on their books so they can live the high life up in prison, stamps, and all the things? Just saying. There will never be a loyal prisoner in jail or prison to a wife. Get it right. They need to keep getting that money. They need to survive. They need to get their illegal shit that they get in jail. In prison, in this case. Stamps, commissary, more noodles, pay guards off, and yeah, that happens. Don't be foolish. Don't be foolish. Only a fool would believe otherwise. Think you're the only woman or man. Now, Smiley ain't ever told the truth. I told the truth just right now. And believe, these type of cases has all kinds of pen pals. I just said it, Carol. They got married. The Mary Brown judge married them over the phone, honey. But we're getting to the next one here in just a minute. Look, I done told y'all, where there's a will, there is a way. But don't these people have better sense than this? I guess not. Don't take my word for it. Go look it up. These people do time. They can do a lot of things, but stop being foolish. So then Lyle, they got divorced. He married Rebecca Sheed. He married her. He married in the actual visiting area in it during his visiting hours. There was a Mule Creek State Prison he was in, and he married her. Now, they say they knew each other for about 10 years prior, yada, yada, yada. But Lyle and her separated in 2024. Wonder why. And the question is, how are you going to be married to somebody in prison and expect them to be loyal when you know good and damn well what are you going to be celibate out here? I'm just asking. So in 1999, this gets me in November 1999, Eric, let's get to Eric. He marries Tammy. Hers is with I. He marries Tammy. He married Tammy. I think she's the dumbest of all. I'm sorry. I hope you're watching, Tammy, because she still advocates, she still pushes, she's still this and she's still that. I think Tammy is the dumbest of all. So Eric married Tammy in a waiting room in the Folsom State Prison, from my understanding. Tammy later told everyone, my wedding cake was a Twinkie. Oh. It was a Twinkie. I hope they got 2 Twinkies out of the machine that cost about $5 for a fucking Twinkie. Just saying. Well, I'm sure the guards didn't put no lit candle on it for them to blow out. But Tammy later told everyone that. She also, I guess you get what you get, honey. In life, you get what you get. You get what you deserve. So they married in the waiting room of the prison. And according to her, it was a wonderful ceremony. Just wonderful. I bet they had all them visitors and they're visiting people that day. So she probably felt like she got the marriage of her dreams, hook, line, and sinker. At least, she said, her words, not mine, at least it was wonderful, a wonderful ceremony, at least until I had to leave. Dumbass, what did you think? You gonna go behind bars and move in? Just saying. But during visiting hours got over for her and everybody else. She stated it was a very lonely night. Bitch, I wonder if she went home and used her vibrator. Oh, she was so tore up, she had to leave him. Who gets tore up for having to leave a prison? God, people are dumb. But Tammy said, oh, Eric was something that I just dreamed of all of my life, a long time. Honey, this is in real life. This is true what she said. I am not making this shit up. I say bullshit. She said, it's not easy not having sex in my life. It's not, but it's not a problem. It's not a problem for her, she said. She also said that, not me. She then said it was better for her to be emotionally attached, and that she was emotionally attached to him. What? She went on to say her family, smart family, her family don't understand. Well, smart family's all I got to say for your family. Her family, in my opinion, is very smart. She said some of them just threw up their hands. Some of them just threw up their hands. I reckon they did. I reckon they did. I bet they look at her at Christmas dinners, TV dinners in front of the TV, like she is dumb, 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 dumb. She has a daughter. She should be taking care of her daughter, but I guess she's going to say, I do. Okay. She lets her daughter call him Earth Dad. That's what her daughter calls him, Earth Dad. Now, Eric said Tammy is what gets him through the day. Tammy gets him through the day. Yeah, keep telling her that, honey. Keep telling her that. He said Tammy's what gets him through the day, not the sentence. Tammy, you better wake up. You better wake up. I promise you, all he thinks about is his sentence, dum-dum. Why do you think he's trying to get out? Why do you think he's trying to study the law? Why do you think he's trying these, all the things he's trying? It ain't because he thinks about you all the time. And I bet you're not the only one he's thinking about, in my opinion. All he's thinking about is his appeals and getting in them law books and getting the hell out of there. I'm sure he only thinks about you when he opens that kiosk or his little computer and reads your email. Get it right. And to be honest with you, he's probably so sick at nauseum, and I hate to say this, but it's the truth. We're speaking of a prison. He's probably so sick at nauseum of hearing about her daughter and what she's doing and calling him Earth Dad. Because first of all, Earth Dad or no Earth Dad, honey, he ain't thinking about that little girl and don't give a damn about her, in my opinion. But to each his own. Have at it. Each your own, I guess. So a new trial was denied in September 2025. The judge said because of sufficient grounds, despite new evidence that the attorneys say they had showing abuse and letters and testimony. But see, you got to go back. You don't forget they hired somebody to they hired somebody and did change the dad's will. So I don't believe nothing. Hey, everybody coming in. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Earth Dad is freaking weird. I'd rather call him Mr. Right? Just saying. They continue all of their legal efforts. These brothers do. And they have every intention to get free one day. And they're going to keep fighting with or without any woman. With or without any woman. With or without anybody, period. I mean, that's just the way it is. This is madness. But again, to each his own. This judge has said because of insufficient grounds, there will be no other trial. So they continue on. And these brothers have every intention of one day having freedom and being free. Now, in my opinion only, I don't think they should ever be set free. That's just me. So let's get it straight. I'm not saying they lied about the abuse. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying any of the control did not. I'm not saying they were not afraid. But they did not have to do what they did, when they did, how they did it. They lay in wait. They overkilled. They premeditated. They were grown. They were already getting help from a psychiatrist, psychologist, whatever. It don't excuse any of this. Many people think they should be free, and that's okay. That's your opinion. I'm not mad at you. I love you all. I don't care what you think or believe. But I have that same right to think and believe this, what I believe. And I don't believe they should ever set free. After 35 years, the family don't think so either. And obviously the judge don't think so. And obviously not very many people do. They don't even have an outstanding record in prison. They have been in trouble. You know, they've been through all that. Hit them thumbs up, subscribe, like, share, do all the things. I'm going to play some video for you now. Hold on.
This was a complete setup, and Eric never stood a chance. Adding a hashtag for injustice. Eric and Tammy tied the knot in 1999 with her husband behind bars. In the wake of his and brother Lyle's convictions for murdering their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez. The two initially set to serve out life sentences without parole until the brothers were resentenced in May, with the judge declaring they're now to serve 50 years to life in prison. Tammy adding in her tirade, Eric hasn't had any infractions since 2011, apart from a cell phone possession. To the media reporting otherwise, please get the facts straight. Before Eric's fate was revealed, a hopeful Tammy wrote, wishing my husband all the love and strength for his parole hearing tomorrow. I believe in you and can't wait for this new chapter together. The ruling on Eric coming a day before his brother will likewise face a parole board. Per NBC News, Eric's next window for early release won't come for another 3 years.
So, of course, Tammy thinks that they should be free. At least her man, right? Remember, like, share, absolutely like, share, and think about join in. Thank you, Hey Jude. Thank you. All right, let's watch some more.
name and spell your last name.
Joseph Lyle Menendez, Menendez.
Mr. Menendez, are you related to Eric Galen Menendez, who's seated here?
He's my brother.
And were your parents Mary Louise Menendez and Jose Menendez?
Yes.
And were you born January 10th, 1968?
I was.
If you look to the right, you will see various photographs of homes that you lived in. Do you recognize that chart as something you've seen before?
Yeah.
Do you remember the Wexford Terrace home in which you are pictured in the bassinet? The one
No,
in
I
New
don't.
York?
No, I don't.
No, that was the
And do you
other one.
remember Cedar Grove, New Jersey?
Tammy's still
The second
strong.
photograph.
No.
Is the first home you remember Hinsdale, Illinois?
Yes.
For the record, could we have the exhibit number, please?
Well, we'll get it later on. That's the exhibit that has photographs of various houses on it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you remember when you lived in Hinsdale, Illinois?
Yes.
And what do you remember from that point in time? Do you remember your father?
Yes.
What do you remember about your dad from that period?
I remember in the winter, and I remember lots of things. I mean,
Do you have any particular good memories of your dad at that point in time?
yes.
Could you tell us one?
I remember the little dog, Tristesse. I was a puppy at that time. I remember her and my dad playing in the snow, and me running out to my dad and jumping on him and playing in the snow. I remember riding my bike.
Did your Aunt Terry and Uncle Carlos live nearby?
They lived across the street.
And did you used to ride your bike over to their house?
Yes.
And do you remember your little brother living in that house with you?
Yes.
And do you remember anything with regard to your little brother and him going over to your aunt and uncle's house?
I remember going over to get him when my mom told me he was over there. He wasn't supposed to be. Go get him and bring him back.
And
I
do you have
do
good
believe
memories
he
of your mother
was.
also?
That's not what I'm saying at
Can you
all.
remember anything good about your mother?
Hey,
Yes.
Josie.
What do you remember that's good about your mother?
I remember in this house.
No, not necessarily.
Actually, vague and relevant.
I should try to focus a little bit.
Do you have something in particular that stands out in your mind that's a good memory of your mother?
And for those coming in, let's get this straight. If you didn't see the beginning, I tried to go all through it, but I'm not minimizing any abuse ever on anyone. I do not stand for that. Not no way, shape, or form. Let's get that straight. But I do have other thoughts. You just have to go to the beginning.
I remember Christmases. She was always up, it seemed, and she would be up when I got up, and then she would take us down to open the presents, even though my dad would sleep in. So we got to do that. That was usually a nice day. And I remember her taking care of the birds that would hit the window. Especially in Muncie, the birds would hit the window and be kind of like hurt or wounded in some way. And she would put them in a special cage she had for birds that did that. And she was just amazing with the birds. I remember watching.
Did you love your mom and dad?
Yes.
And on August 20th, 1989,
No doubt.
did you and your brother
I
kill your
loved
mother
her
and father? Did you kill them for money? Is that no?
No.
Did you kill them because you wanted to pay them back for the way they had treated you?
Okay, I reject that again, maybe.
Overall.
No.
Why did you kill your parents?
Because we were afraid.
Do you have a lot of nice memories from your...
That's what I have a problem with. That's the part I have a problem with. Were they afraid right then? Their parents were watching TV. Were they afraid hours before? They did not have to be there with their parents. They could have cut their parents completely out of their lives. They were already getting help. That's what I have a problem with. That part. Pre-med, reload, overkill, all those things is what I have a problem with. That's just me. Everybody else can talk, chat. You're welcome. You can have your own thoughts, your own opinions, and I will not and do not think of any different than you. But I do think this story is important to get out again, and I've been asked for it over and over in my thoughts. These are my thoughts, smiley style.
your childhood?
No.
Did you get to spend time at your grandparents' house?
Yes.
And was this your father's mother and father? Okay, yes.
Yes.
What was good about being at your grandparents' house?
Everything was good about it. My grandmother was wonderful. And we stayed in bed all day and watched TV. Just be like a never-ending stream of foods that we weren't supposed to eat. We watched my grandfather would come in whenever the Untouchables came on. We would watch that, and it would be a big deal. And then we'd go out, and the house was great. She had a magnolia tree outside. We'd climb up that, play with her in that. And there'd be a little patio that was enclosed, and the squirrels would be jumping from tree to tree, and my grandfather would laugh and tell a story.
And not only that, these boys, Eric and Lyle, they hired a computer expert to erase all that, to erase his new will. They sure did. Absolutely. You're right on that, 100%.
And we'd watch that. We'd go to garage sales with my grandmother. There's lots of things.
Was this different from the life you had in your own home?
It's like a different world from my house.
Lyle, as you were growing up, and I'm directing your attention now to when you were living in the Muncie house and then later in the Pennington house, were there pornographic films that were made available to you and your brother?
Yes.
And where did these films come from?
My dad brought them home with other videos.
And would you and your brother sneak and watch them, or how would you see them?
No, my dad we would just watch them together.
With your dad? And what's the earliest age that you remember being shown films like this?
I remember some films in Muncie at the end. Mostly I remember in Pennington House.
And what types of things would be portrayed in these films?
It was mostly violence, sexual violence. I remember a whole bunch of the films. There would be films with gang rapes. There was one film centered around a woman that was riding her bike and was abducted and brought to a forest and gang raped. And there was another different film where there was three females attacking another female, and the same in the men's locker room with three guys and another guy, violent sexual acts. And there was another film it was like a film within a film, where this filmmaker was making a lot of money selling these violent sexual pornography that he would take place in a red room. And then the premise of the film is they eventually find out that the killings and the sexual violence in the red room is real, and that's why the films are so good. And there were lots of them.
Did your father show these films to other people beside you and yourself and your mother?
Only as like just shock value.
How do you mean? Who would he show them to?
He showed them to that I remember Peter Goldsmith. He showed them to neighbors in the Pennington house when they would come over at times. It seemed like he would tell me in advance he was going to do this, and it was more to embarrass my mother than anything else. But he would just put on this video, and people would sort of settle in, and then he'd shock them. He showed them for some of my friends that would come over every once in a while. He'd just throw one on, and it really wasn't very bothered by him, and we would watch them together.
Do you ever take photographs of you and your brother?
Yes.
And what would the circumstances be in which you would take photographs?
He would take photographs of us, of our private parts.
And would he have you come in and pose for these photographs? Or how would that happen?
I would just, if we were in the showers or bathtub or changing, he would just use the same camera that my mother used, and then he would come in and take just a photograph or two, and he wouldn't say anything. And then he would leave.
Do you ever show you those photos?
No.
Excuse me. Here, I have some photographs. I have shown to the district attorney and King Martin. Thanks for permission.
How many are there? And just for the record, what are the markings that you put on there?
We have, may I do it from up here so I can show it to
Yeah.
you all at the same time?
Okay, please refer to, all right.
Mr. Menendez, I'm showing you a Kodak color prints envelope with the number 219 on it. Would you take a look at that? Do you recognize the handwriting on the front?
That's my mother's.
And what does it say?
Eric's birthday, November 1976.
And in November 1976, how old would you have been?
8. That's the Muncie house, 4 Harlow Lane, Muncie, New York.
Is there anything in that envelope at this
It's
time?
empty at
Okay.
this time, Your Honor.
All right.
The next would be,
Did you want to mark that envelope?
it's marked 219, Your Honor.
All right.
The next would be 220, which is a envelope containing negatives. Next is a series of small photographs. Which we marked 221A through G. A through H. And then we have enlargements of those photographs, which we have marked 222 through 233. And we have a proof sheet of the negatives, which we've marked as 220, which is marked as 234. Mr. Menendez, have you been shown this proof sheet already?
Yes.
Your Honor, I now have the enlargements which go in order off of the proof sheet off the negative. Mr. Menendez, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
And who are the people in that photograph?
Mom and Dad, myself, the Baralt family, children, and Aunt Terry and Uncle Carlos.
Could you just identify that for the record so that we don't have
222, Your Honor.
All right.
Showing you what we've marked as 223. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's me.
$224.
That's Eric.
$225.
What was the answer?
I don't know.
It's nothing, Your Honor. Nobody can recognize. It's just the next photo on the negative.
Please go sub up to Court TV. They are very generous and kind when it comes to this. And I do want to say again, copyright disclaimer, this content is to be shared for commentary, criticism, education, and public awareness. It's under the Fair Use 107 copyright law. And every video belongs to its owners, and there is no copyright infringement intended, especially not by me. I can tell you that. And this is for learning and educational, criticism, news reporting, and all of those things. And you are right. They unalived their parents, period. I think it was said they were away at college, and I've said it over and over again. They did not have to be even ever around them again. Just my opinion. But we're going to keep going. Y'all can believe everything you want to believe. Say whatever you want to say. This is a safe place, and I like your opinions. Thank you for being here, everybody. Please hit that like, share, thumbs up, all the things. I appreciate you.
$226.
That's Eric and myself and some other boys.
You have to
And-
speak up.
Some other boys and Eric and myself. Sorry.
And
Thank
you recognize
love you.
some mark on your brother?
The birthmark. The birthmark on his right wrist. It's a large brown birthmark.
$227.
That's my father and Eric at a birthday party.
$228.
That looks like the same party with Eric and myself.
229.
The same picture, I think, but darker.
230.
The same picture, basically.
231.
Looks like my mother in the background, lower half of her, and my brother with a donut.
232.
That's Eric.
How do you recognize him?
Birthmark on his right hand.
And 233.
That's the little dog I was talking about, Tristesse.
May I take a moment and put the photos up?
Yes.
Now, when you said that your dad would come in periodically and just take pictures of you, the two photographs here with Mark, one which you've identified as yourself and the other one as Eric, which are children without clothes, also appear to be children without heads. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when he would take photographs of you of this nature, would he seem to be directed at taking photos of your faces?
No.
What would he?
He would take photographs of your genital area, the lower half of your body, or you bending over, or just different parts of your positions is what I never really knew.
Because you never saw them afterward, or?
Which
Yes.
He would be focused on those areas, but I didn't see I've never seen these pictures.
Is today the first time you've seen these pictures? Is that yes?
Yes.
Did your dad used to have talks with you about sex between men?
Yes.
And what types of situations would he talk to you about?
He would talk about the bonding between men, going into battle or in competition.
Love you. Thank you for
mostly
being here,
with
honey.
regards to battle and history, and then sexual interaction and touching and hugging, but also sex was throughout history was something that men that had gone into battle had done together. Had me read passages about it.
What do you mean, had you read passages about it? What would he give you to read?
Excuse me, Your Honor, could we have a time period, please?
Yes.
What time are we talking about in your life?
Talking about when I was 6.
What would he have you read?
He had history books with passages outlined, various battles and strategy. But in terms of on this subject, there would be particular passages about Greeks, soldiers having had sex with each other before they went into battle as a way of bonding with each other so they have a stronger connection. And he would talk about the same thing with regards to sports and he and I.
Yeah, she absolutely believes them. I think his brother's sitting there taking it all in. Again, I don't want to say that if they were abused, that they're telling any stories about it, anything like that. Somebody asked a while ago where the pictures grows. Well, he's saying that the picture, not all the ones they just showed, because they did show some birthday parties, this, that, and other. But what he's saying is, he's saying that his dad come in and made a lot of photos just of their private areas and not their face and stuff like that.
And did he talk about fathers and their firstborn sons in this regard?
Not in this. Not that that's what. I'm not understanding the question.
Did he talk about, you said he talked about soldiers and having sex between them as a bonding mechanism.
Yes.
Did he talk about teachers and students?
No.
Did he?
Oh, yes, he did actually. Not teachers. He talked to me about, I don't know, they were like lecturers or traveling lecturers, professors, and they would have arrangements with very close special students, young boys. And they would have sex and they would touch each other.
And did he talk about it with regard to fathers and sons?
He talked about it with regard to our relationship as being very special and our family history with the firstborn and the father.
And what was special about the relationship of the firstborn and the father?
That it was special, and that that was really all that mattered, was the firstborn, and that the sons should do what the fathers say, and then they grow up and they become like the father, and the father teaches them, molds them, and someday me and my son do the same.
And between the ages of 6 and 8, did your father have sexual contact with you?
Yes.
And how did it start?
Just started with, after sports practices, he would massage me, and we would have these talks, and he would show me, and he would fondle me, and he would ask me to do the same with him, and I would touch him, and we would undress.
Where would this take place?
In my bedroom.
And how often would this happen?
Like 2 or 3 times a week.
And for how long did this happen?
Not too long. It began to change.
When did it begin to change?
I'm not sure exactly at what time, but almost close to when I was 7.
And how did it change?
Just became more involved.
What do you mean more involved?
We would be in the bathroom, and he would put me on my knees, and he would guide me, all my movements, and I would have oral sex with him.
Did you want to do this? At some point, Did he do some other things to you?
Yes.
What else did he do to you?
He used objects,
What kind of objects?
a toothbrush, and some sort of shaving utensil brush.
And what would he do with the toothbrush?
Well, in the bedroom, we'd have what we called object sessions, and just slide my pants down or take my pants off. Sometimes it'd be for a short period of time, sometimes longer. Just lay me on the bed and he'd have a tube of.
He said they would have the bathroom sessions. They're very sad, very heart-wrenching, bathroom time, tool time, whatever you want to call it. But I just want you to notice, and then he went straight to, he would be laid on the bed. So I don't know. He was pretty much in charge of all of this. Just saying. Again, I'm not minimizing anything. Just listen.
Vaseline, and he just played with me.
And was there some point in time when he decided to use something besides the toothbrush?
Yes.
And did he try to anally penetrate you with something else?
He did.
And what was it?
He raped me.
Did you cry?
Yes.
Did you bleed?
Yes.
Were you scared?
Very.
Did you ask him not to?
Yes.
How did you ask him not to?
I just told him, I don't. I just told him that I didn't want to do this and that it hurt me. And he said that he didn't mean to hurt me. And he loved me.
Was that important to you, that he loved you?
Yes, very. But I still didn't want to do it.
Did you tell your mom?
Yes.
What did you say to your mom?
I told her to tell Dad to leave me alone. And he keeps touching me.
What did your mom say?
She told me to stop it and that I was exaggerating and that my dad has to punish me when I do things wrong. And she told me that he loved me.
Did you ever tell anybody else?
When?
Did you ever tell anybody else when you were a child? You heard Diane Vandermolen testify. Do you
Yes.
remember telling her?
No.
Did you complain to your cousin Alan?
No, not about that.
Just about punishment. As a child, did you ever tell anybody else what had happened with your dad?
Yes. As a child, no.
Why not?
I was afraid, and my dad didn't want me to.
What did he tell you about telling people?
He just said that it was our secret, that bad things would happen to me if I told anybody. And I told him I never would.
How old were you when this stopped?
8.
But there you go. When that stopped, he was 8. Again, what I'm talking about is I'm not saying they were not victims. I'm not saying that at all. I don't minimize, I don't take away from, but I am saying, in my opinion, they had other choices after they got grown, and they could have cut the parents off, in my opinion only.
So during the time between 6 and 8, when this was going on, did you tell your brother? Did you do something to your brother?
Yes.
What did you do to your brother?
I took him out to the woods whenever I felt, I don't know.
A lot of
I
us
took him
are
out sometimes.
survivors, but we don't do what they did. Just saying.
I took a toothbrush also, and I played with Eric in the same way. And I'm sorry.
It stopped for you with your dad when you were 8. When you were about 13, did you think that it might be happening to someone else?
Yes,
And who did you think it was happening to?
Eric.
And did you do something about it?
Yes,
What did you do?
I talked to my dad.
What did you say to your dad?
I told him that I knew what was going on with him and Eric, and I heard noises, and that I wanted him to leave Eric alone.
And what did he say to you?
He told me that Eric was that Eric made things up sometimes, but that it would stop, and that we should keep it just between us, or he'd kill me.
Did you ever tell anybody what you thought was going on?
No, I told him I would never tell anybody. I just wanted to stop.
Did he tell you it would stop?
He did.
And that's as far as I have for today. That's all right.
All right, do you want to take a recess then at this
Yes.
point? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess until Monday at 9 o'clock. I want to remind all of you not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else Don't form any final opinions about this case. Don't permit yourself to be exposed to anything at all that relates to this case outside of the courtroom. As I've said many times, you must make your decision based only on the evidence presented to you in the courtroom and my instructions on the law. We'll be in recess until Monday at 9 o'clock. Everyone have a good weekend. We'll see you back here then.
Did your mother's looks, how she appeared to other people, seem to be important to her?
She didn't take very good care of herself, but it seemed to be important to her.
Would she ask you how she looked?
Yes.
And sometimes when she asked you how she looked, would she be inappropriately attired?
She would be topless. Usually just topless or like an open robe. And sometimes, with her clothes on.
And what ages are you talking about where she would expose herself to you this way?
Objection, the question is leading and mischaracterizing the testimony.
Overall.
I was about 11.
She help you with your baths?
Yes.
How would she help you with your baths?
She would come in after I'd been in there a while. She would help wash my hair and wash me with a sponge.
How old are you talking about?
Same, 11 to 13.
And when you say she would wash you with a sponge, would she just wash your back or?
No, she would wash me everywhere.
She would wash your genitals?
Yes.
You slept in bed with your mom a lot, didn't you, even when you were little?
Yes.
And did you continue to sleep in her bed around this time when you're 11 and 12?
Sometimes.
And sometimes, did you touch your mom?
Yes.
Would your dad be in bed?
Sometimes.
And where would you touch her?
Everywhere.
Did she touch your back?
She kissed me, but she didn't touch me.
And how long did these things go on for?
Until I was 13, a little bit farther than that.
And when this was going on with your mom, was she nicer to you than she used to be?
No. She was worse.
And did it stop at some point?
It stopped a few months after I was 13.
Who stopped it?
I did.
How did she react to that?
She was furious and, she couldn't be too much worse, but she harassed me and we just sort of had arguments and problems about that for a long time, a couple of years.
Was your
Really for my whole life, because it came out in other ways too.
Your relationship with your mother was never good before that, is that correct?
No.
Was it worse after that?
Oh yeah, she was just, she was pretty much zeroed in on me after that. Very, I don't know, she felt rejected. I don't know what she felt exactly, but it was a constant attacking. I
Were
just
you angry?
basically
Were you angry with her also?
was I angry? I was very angry. I thought that it was unfair.
Why was it unfair?
Because we were doing this and she was enjoying it. And was hoping that things were going to get better for our whole relationship and things might get better. And she got worse.
Did you think she was going to love you if you did these things?
I took it to be love. And that's what I wanted.
Did you always have problems with her after that about your girlfriends?
I always had problems with her with my girlfriends, yes.
And after all of this stopped with your mother, did she show you specifically that she was unhappy that it had stopped, or she was angry about it?
She harassed me.
What do you mean she harassed you?
She just kept exposing herself.
I will never know either, Raymond, how, why, the secrets, anything, none of it. You know, it's horrible. You know, these are things that you don't want to talk about, you don't want to pick up on. But it's important that they are told. What did his mom know? You know, what was the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You know, again, I'm not minimizing anything they ever went through. Did they go through stuff? I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did.
Picking me up at the clubs with, you know, in a robe, exposed, leaving her underwear around, calling me into the room when she knew that she was, you know, changing, asking me if she looked pretty, and call me a liar when I said yes. Sometimes she would be in a tantrum and then she would come over and she would touch my face real gentle, like she was going to kiss me, and then she would go back into a rage. And she was very upset. And I think I think maybe Diane being in the house later upset her more.
Do you have a scar by your left eye?
Yeah, from the coffee table.
And your attention.
The picture that's up on the board. $236, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Do you recognize this picture?
I recognize who's in it.
Who's in it?
That's myself and Tristesse.
And does something appear to be wrong with your left eye?
Yeah, that's the injury to my left eye. That's the injury to my left eye when I got thrown into the coffee table.
What happened that you got thrown into the coffee table?
I was roughhousing with my dad in the Muncie house, and I grabbed his genitals at one point, which he did to me a lot, but he just snapped. As soon as I did that, he yanked me up, and he said, something, but I don't remember, and threw me basically it was only a couple feet, but across the room into a coffee table. And I split my eye open and was just screaming. And he took me by the arm and he gave me to my mother. And we went to the hospital.
She comfort you?
No, she was very upset. She was upset that I was roughhousing with my dad, and that's what I get for roughhousing with my dad, and I should know better. And and I did get the sense that maybe, I always felt maybe she was sorry and she just wished it didn't happen or something, and so was attacking me in a response to not being able to say that. But she was very harsh.
Do you have another scar on your face below your lower lip?
Yes.
How old were you when you got that?
I was about 17, I think.
And how did that happen?
I was in a I was at a club with a coach of mine, and we were playing, and my coach got called off the.
Okay, go ahead.
Coach got called off the court for a phone call, and then he came back and said, "It's your dad. Father wants us to play outside," and it was raining. I said, "Well, it's raining," and he said, "Well, it's not raining. It basically almost stopped raining, and he wants us to go out," and he was very firm. We should go out and dry the courts off, because what am I doing practicing indoors when I've got a tournament outdoors that weekend? Go out, dry the courts, play out there. So a lot of times this coach would just, he won't know, we'll just stay indoors, but decided to go and do that. And we went out to the courts, in the public courts, and we brought a bunch of towels and we dried the courts, and we started playing. And we wouldn't play more than 5 minutes, and my dad pulled up in the limo, came around the side of the bushes, came to a stop. We were like, he must have called from the car. We thought he was at his office in New York, and he couldn't get there. So he pulled up and he got out and he was watching. So we were relieved that we had actually gone to the courts. And we were very nervous whenever my dad was around, especially my coach, because my dad was very aggressive. And I had sprained my ankle, and so I had an ankle problem still, and I was playing with it. And so I just wasn't running as fast, and my dad was ridiculing me and pushing me and saying, what a baby. Look, Brad, he can't run fast. Look at him. Look at him, oh, poor baby. Can't play tennis. Can't run. His ankle hurts. He was doing that over and over and over. And then finally, I was so embarrassed, and I just couldn't take it anymore. And I lost control, and I told my dad, "Why don't you just shut up?" And
had you ever said anything like that to your dad before?
No, never. And my coach was just like this, and I looked at him. My dad, you couldn't believe the transformation of my dad. He just turned red, and he didn't know what to do with himself. He grabbed the ball and he threw it at me, and the ball hit me.
Could you have stepped out of the way?
Yes.
Why didn't you?
I wanted the ball to hit me.
Why?
Because I had screwed up, and I was hoping. My dad he lost control there, and I wanted to dissipate, and maybe if he was going to throw a ball at me, I was going to make sure I got hit by the ball. So I got hit by the ball, and he told me to come over and I kind of walked up to him. He led me over to the back of the car.
How did he lead you over to the back of the car?
He just grabbed me by the arm and led me. Didn't drag me or anything, because my coach was right there. And put me in the back of the car. As soon as I got in the back of the car, he just punched me straight in the face.
Jada's 403. I don't know if you're talking to me or not. Nobody's victim blaming anybody. Nobody. Are you victim blaming? I'm not victim blaming anybody. Hey, Cinderella. Hello, hello, hello.
And I went back against the window, and he grabbed my neck. He said, "Don't ever embarrass me like that again, or I'll kill you."
What did you do?
Well, I didn't do anything. I just sat there. I had blood all over my shirt.
I can't hear you. Move up. What I asked you what you did.
I was in shock. I didn't do anything. I nodded my head, and he tightened his grip on my neck, and he says, "Is that perfectly clear?" And I said, "Yes."
Did you ever talk back to him again?
No, I never talked back to him again. And I didn't see my coach for almost a week. And
What happened to your lip?
it split open completely, and we went back home. Long drive home, and my mother basically attended me, and we just put gauze in the whole thing.
When you got home, did you get out of the car with your dad, or did he get out?
No, he got out first. I was really in shock, and I just sat there. I didn't know what the limo driver was going to do. I didn't want him to see me. I was embarrassed. I didn't know what Brad was going to say later. I just sat in the car. He got out immediately, walked to the house.
Let me back you up. After he hit you in the face, did you leave immediately, or did your dad get out of the car?
Well, he got out of the car, left me there, and he went and he finished picking up the balls with Brad. And apparently he told Brad, "I'm really sorry that this happened. It'll never happen again." And so then eventually, as soon as he picked up finishing the balls, he came back. He told the driver, "Let's go."
Were you crying?
I was sobbing, and blood everywhere, and just staying near the door.
When you got home then? You said your dad got out first. Your dad got out first?
Right. He got out first. He went into the house, and then he came back out to settle something with the driver. He told me, "Come on." And I got out, and we got my rackets out of the trunk, and I went into the house, and my mom was waiting for me. She had stuff ready to take care of me.
She asked you what happened?
No. She knew what happened. I'm sure my dad told her.
She say anything to you about it?
No, she never said anything about it.
She get in a fight with your dad over it?
No.
Was it ever discussed?
Jackson Michael Foundation.
Sustained.
Was it ever discussed in your presence? Did you ever hear your mom and dad talk about it, or your mom ask you anything?
No, I thought maybe I was going to be going to the hospital, and she said, no, you don't need to go. It's going to be all right. It'll be fine. And it was, basically, other than the scar that was left.
You were 16, 17 years old?
I was 17.
Why didn't you hit your dad back?
I just didn't hit my dad back.
Were you mad at him?
No, I was in shock, really, because I hadn't been punched like that. I hadn't been punched like that ever, actually. I would never hit my dad back. That would be crazy.
Why?
My dad was just a very, I just don't think, he would have, I don't know what he would have done to me. I would not have just hit my dad or really got angry with my dad either. He didn't tolerate that. That's why that happened to my brother when my brother said no. And only my mother fought back with my dad. Nobody I ever saw in my life. And when he said that, I believed him. And he took the way people treated him very seriously. And he did not treat my father with disrespect.
Did you ever see anybody, except you said your mother, treat your father with disrespect?
Never. And some coaches might argue with him on tennis, be about as far as he would tolerate. And those people usually got fired.
Your Honor, could we stop at this point before I go into another section?
All right, you'll be ready with both juries tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Don't discuss this case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. Don't permit yourselves to be exposed to anything outside of the courtroom that in any way relates to this case. And we'll see you all back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
So if you know of child abuse or there's any child abuse around you, please call 1-800-4-A-CHILD. You can text as well. That's 1-800-4-A-CHILD, 1-800-422-4453. All of that is confidential information. If you or anyone else is having a problem or you feel sad or upset, please call or text 988. That is always there for you. I don't think they could have got free of their father if they hadn't killed him. He would have killed them eventually. So they didn't tell anyone what he did. I'm sure that they were scared, controlled. All of that did come into play. That's not what the jury said. That's not what the judge says. I don't know. I'm not here to say. I believe they were hurt, in my opinion. But I also believe, in my opinion, that either this should have happened sooner or something, because I believe that it was premeditated. I don't believe that they had, especially once they got grown, to be controlled or anything like that anymore, because they could simply have cut them off. That's what I'm saying. That's me. But no, I'm not shaming any victim. There's many people that are victims to this day, and they don't go around planning, plotting, and doing this, laying in wait.
Yes, I do.
Please take your stand and state your name.
Eric Galen Menendez, Menendez.
Mr. Menendez, you've been in this courtroom since the beginning of pretrial hearings and trial, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware of the idiosyncrasies of that microphone? If you get too close, it pops. You know that?
Yes.
If you get too far away, we don't hear you.
That's right.
Okay. So would you put yourself at a middle distance, if you can? I think you should come in a little closer.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay? All right. Mr. Menendez, where do you live?
Los Angeles County Jail.
And how long have you lived there?
3.5 years.
And during the 3.5 years that you have lived there, on how many occasions have you been in sunshine?
10 times.
Overall.
10 times?
10 times.
And for how long a period on each of those times?
40, 45 minutes.
And what's the last time you were in the sunshine?
4, 5, 6 months ago.
Is that why you're so pale?
Probably.
You're not sick.
No.
You don't
No,
have
I'm
any
not.
skin diseases.
No.
Do you know who Dr. William Vickery is?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And how long have you known him?
Over 3 years, 3.5 years.
And what is he by profession?
He's a psychiatrist.
And is he someone you've seen regularly while in the jail?
Yes, he's my psychiatrist.
He's your psychiatrist?
Yes.
I think you better come a tiny bit closer. Thank you.
See, that's also my thing too. That's also one of my things. Well, I'm just going to say it like this. They haven't been upstanding citizens in jail either. Neither one of them. Just saying. I mean, yeah, they want out. They want out. But they haven't proven themselves either, in my opinion, as well. Victim blaming? No, absolutely not. But truth, let's get to the truth. Let's tell the truth.
And does Dr. Vickery have you under a prescription for some medication currently?
Yes.
And what is the name of the medication?
Xanax.
And what is your understanding of what it's for?
Overall.
For so that I can sleep and for my nerves.
Are you a nervous person?
Sometimes.
And how often are you supposed to take the Xanax?
Twice a day.
And are you supposed to take it at night for sleep?
Yes.
Did you take it last night?
Yes.
Did you take it the night before?
The night before, yes.
Now, are you also supposed to take it during the day?
Yes, I am.
Have you not taken it today?
No, I haven't.
And are you planning on taking it during the day so long as you testify?
Yes.
You are?
I'm planning on it, yes.
Do you know if you will?
No.
Do you have some concerns about taking it while you're testifying?
Yes.
And why don't you tell us what those concerns are?
I've been told that when you take Xanax,
Let me ask you something. Does it make you sleepy?
yes.
Are you reluctant to take it when you need to be awake?
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact, Mr. Menendez, that in 1987, 1988, and 1989, your mother took Xanax?
Yes.
Do you know what the dosage is, what the size of the pill is of the Xanax that you're supposed to take?
Yes.
What is it?
0.25.
0.25 milligram?
Yeah.
A quarter of a milligram?
Yes.
And that makes you sleepy?
Yes.
Did you, strike that. How long, strike that. What's the first day that you resided in the Los Angeles County Jail?
March 11th, or the night of the 10th, or the 11th, 1990.
And was that the day that you were arrested?
Yes.
And where were you arrested?
At the LA airport.
Los Angeles International Airport?
Yes.
And did Detective Zoller arrest you there?
Yes, he did.
And how did you come
actually
to
on a
be
small dose,
at Los
honestly.
Angeles International Airport?
I flew in from Miami and London.
And where had you started out on that journey?
I was in Israel playing tennis.
And was your coach, Mark Heffernan, in Israel with you?
Yes, he was.
And did you fly from Israel to someplace and then stop?
I flew from Israel to London,
And then from London to,
Miami,
and from Miami to?
LA.
Now, did something happen? Did you hear something in Israel that caused you to make that flight?
Yes, I did.
And what had you heard?
My roommate called me and told me that my brother had been arrested.
And your roommate's name was?
Noel Nedley.
And was Noel Nedley a man?
Yes.
And did Noel tell you, or did you understand what your brother was arrested for?
I think he told me. Yeah.
You knew it was for killing your parents.
Yes.
And when you learned that did you know your brother was charged or being charged or held on a murder charge?
Well, I assumed. I mean, I knew it was for the killing of my parents, so
So you knew the charge would be murder?
yes.
Did you learn before you left Israel that allegations had been filed against your brother of special circumstances that made it a potential death penalty case?
Yes. No, I'm not sure I knew that before I left Israel, but I knew that in London.
You knew at least that was the potential charges?
Oh, yes. Yes, I knew that.
And how soon after hearing that your brother was arrested did you decide to leave Israel and come back to the United States?
Immediately.
And did you expect that when you came back, you would also be arrested?
Yes.
Did you understand there was a warrant out for your arrest?
Yes, I did.
And did you understand you'd be arrested for the same thing your brother was being held on?
Yes.
Did you ever consider during that period of time running away?
No.
Did you consider hiding?
No.
Did you consider fighting extradition from either Israel or England?
No, I didn't want to fight extradition
Why?
because I wanted to be back with my brother.
Why? Mr. Menendez, you've heard the testimony of your brother that you and he killed your parents on August 20th, 1989. Did you not?
Yes, we did.
And what do you believe?
Now, I will say this. I do believe, somewhere in my heart tells me, and I still believe it to this day, although I believe some other cross things about them both, I do believe he is telling the truth about he wanted to be with his brother, and that he, I think, still to this day wants to protect his brother. I do believe that, but in my opinion, it don't make any of this okay. Not in my opinion. I'm just saying.
Was the originating cause of you and your brother ultimately winding up shooting your parents?
Me telling.
You telling what?
Me telling Lyle that
You telling Lyle what? Was it you telling Lyle about something that was happening?
My dad.
Okay.
My dad.
Your Honor, can I ask a leading question?
If you don't ask.
My dad.
Just wait 1 second, Mr. Menendez. Okay, let me ask.
No, he was in the process of answering, so there's no need to ask him.
Can you answer the question?
Yes.
Okay, is you telling Lyle what?
My dad had been molesting me.
And did you want something from your brother?
No,
Is that
they were
why you
both there.
told
He
him?
just left. They
It's
went
just-
on a
I wanted
huge
to
swimming
stop.
spree afterwards.
Were you seeking help
Both
from
of
your
them.
brother?
Yes.
And when you were in Israel in 1990, did you feel that seeking help from your brother was why your brother was in jail?
Yes.
In the summer of 1989, Mr. Menendez, did you live with your parents, Jose and Mary Louise Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And how old were you?
No, they weren't.
I was 18 years old.
And had you always lived with your parents your whole life?
Yes.
You had never been sent away to school, boarded?
See, at first they try to blame it on the cartel. Then they try to blame it on a home intruder. They try to do all those things. So yeah, they were arrested a little bit later. Of course, if you did something like this, you're not going to say it either. I don't excuse any of it. They could have never been around their family again, controlled, uncontrolled. Again, I think that's where the money comes in. I did do a lot of talking for those just coming in the very front of this video before I even started playing a video. So if you don't mind, even when this is over, please go back and rewatch all of it, because I have opinions on both sides and I'm entitled to those opinions, as are you. And I'm not mad at anybody for anything that you say or do on this case right here, especially because everybody has their thoughts and opinions on this, and they are all welcome. You're all welcome. Come in, hit the like button, say, hey, thank you all for being here. And I like your opinions. Thank you.
boarding school or anything like that?
No.
Had you on a couple of occasions gone away to camp for a week at a time?
Yes.
Other than that, did you always live with your folks?
Yes, I did.
I guess that's what I'm getting at. Okay.
And in fact,
I guess that's what I'm getting at. You know, a lot of people's been abused. A lot of people go through this. They're still going through this to this day. There's people in here going through this. They're going through it today. Controlled, non-controlled, whatever. The point of the matter is, this was premeditated, overkill. This is to me, and this is what I said earlier, premeditated, overkill. They laid in wait. They plan, you know, all the things, but it don't have to come to this. They were grown. They could cut their parents off. They didn't want to cut the money off, in my opinion, but that's just me, and I'm entitled to that. But what and if anything was done to them, and I believe it was, yes, no, it don't excuse the parents either. Just saying. It does not, absolutely does not. Y'all please hit that thumbs up button. We're going to continue.
as of that summer of 1989, had you taken all of your vacations with your parents?
Yes.
Had you ever been an exchange student or studied away from the city in which they lived?
No.
During the years 1986, 1987, 1988, were you aware of the fact that your mother was in a noticeable emotional state a lot?
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact that your mother took medication?
Overruled as to that question.
Yeah, I knew she took medication.
Did you see her doing that?
Yes.
What was the form of the medication that she took? Was it a liquid? Was it pills?
It was pills.
During the summer of 1989, did that change?
Yes.
Did you see your mother taking her medication during that summer, or did you notice that she wasn't?
No, she had stopped taking it.
And had, at the same time that you realized she had stopped taking the medication, did you see any increase in her very emotional states?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, during the summer of 1989, were you being sexually molested by your father?
Yes.
And when did that begin? How old were you?
I was 6 years old.
Now, you have seen
You've seen a series of photographs that we put up on the board some weeks ago. Series is 223, 230. Just trying to get the moment. Why don't you look through those and tell me if you remember seeing those when they were last put up in this file.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Are those pictures of your 6th birthday party?
Yes.
Other scenes of that day?
Yes.
Now, do you know, and can you remember whether or not the molestation began before or after your 6th birthday party?
I was right around then. I believe it was just after.
Excuse me?
I believe it was just after.
After.
Mm-hmm.
And where were you living at the time?
Muncie.
You've seen the chart that we have used to identify the houses?
Yes.
You recognize the Muncie house from that chart?
Yes.
And was that house in quite a wooded area?
Yes, it was.
Can you say, Mr. Menendez, that you actually remember your 6th birthday party?
No.
You don't?
I remember a birthday party, but I mean,
But you don't know if you remember that one?
no.
They're stuck together. Excuse me.
It's a photograph.
Mr. Menendez, do you recall seeing a photograph in this series of your body naked?
Yes.
Do you remember that photograph being taken?
I remember a lot of photographs being taken, and I don't remember that specific one.
The types of photographs, well, your parents both took a lot of photographs of you and your brother, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember naked photographs being taken?
Yes.
And who would take the naked ones?
My dad.
But you don't remember that specific one being taken?
No.
Do you recall when it was that you first saw or shown that naked photograph of yourself?
Just before I got to court.
Was while you've been in jail?
Yes.
How long, from the time you were 6 when you say your father started to molest you, how long did that go on?
12 years.
And were there episodes of sexual activity with your father over that last summer?
Yes.
Over the course of the 12 years, did the type of sexual activity that your father engaged in with you vary and change?
Yes.
Were there patterns to the behavior so that there were actually different kinds of sexual incidents with your father?
Overall.
Yes.
And did you come over the years to give those different kinds of sexual incidents names?
Yes.
And would you tell us what were the names that you gave to those different types of incidents?
Knees.
Knees?
Knees.
Knees?
Yes.
That was one type?
Yes.
What was another type?
Nice sex. Nice sex.
Nice sex. What was another kind?
Rough sex.
Rough sex. And was there another kind still?
Yes.
And what name did you come to give that kind?
Just sex.
You called that sex.
Yes.
And was that you called sex some form of intercourse?
Yes.
When before your father died was the last incident of what you called sex?
In May
Of what year?
1989.
And when before your father died was the last incident of knees?
In August
Of what year?
1989.
And that last incident of knees took place in what location?
My bedroom.
The bedroom that Detective Zoller was just identifying photographs of?
Yes.
Over the course of those 12 years between age 6 and age 18, where did most of the sexual incidents with your father take place?
In my bedroom.
Starting at which house?
In Muncie.
And did episodes of sexual activity between yourself and your father also take place?
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I've been known to be wrong, honey. But didn't he say it stopped a lot sooner than that? In my opinion, I thought, my ears can deceive me, that's what I heard. but I'm just saying.
In the next house you lived in on Mill Road?
Yes.
And did similar incidents occur when you lived in the house in Pennington on Lakeshore Drive?
Yes.
And were there incidents in the fancy house on Mountain Avenue in Princeton?
Yes.
And were there incidents in the rented house in Calabasas?
Yes.
And were there incidents in the big mansion in Beverly Hills?
Sorry, couldn't see the button. In my opinion, he did. In my opinion, he also said he realized he was doing that to his dad or to his brother, and he confronted him. But hey, that's just me. I hear different things. Just saying.
Yes.
And just put this other picture. This is the, I'm just going to show it. So this is the naked picture of you that you were testifying about.
Yes.
Does it embarrass you, this picture?
Yes.
What exhibit number was that?
Your Honor, that one is 232. Now, how important was this idea in your mind that going to college would end the molestation by your father?
How important was it?
Yes, how significant a notion was this?
It was the most important thing in my life. It was everything in my life. It was all I thought about.
Why was it all you thought about?
I don't understand.
All right.
Why was it all I thought about?
Yeah.
Because it would end the sex, and that's all I thought about.
How did you feel at 18 about the fact that your father was having sex with you?
I hated it. I hated it. I hated it.
And what did you think your options were with respect to sex with your father?
Options? I had no options.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you, over the course of the preceding 3 years, ever consider killing yourself?
Yes.
And what was the reason, as far as you understood it, why you thought about killing yourself?
Because it would end the sex. And that's all I wanted.
And had you ever tried to end the sex through confrontation or violence against your father?
Yes.
Yes? You were violent towards your father?
No, not violence, no. But I said no to him once.
You said no once.
Yes.
How old were you when you said no?
I was 17.
And was there a reason that you gave him for saying no?
Not that I gave him.
Was there a reason though?
Yes.
What was the reason?
I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't want it anymore, and I was really in a bad state that day, and he just walked in the room and I said no.
He walked in the room and there were certain signals and things that he would do, which we'll get to later, about that told you that sex was...
Counsel, let's not lead the witness.
Okay. Were there certain things or signals that he did when he walked into your room that told you that he wanted sex of some kind?
Yes.
And did any of those things happen on that day when you said no?
Yes.
Now, without going into the details of it, on that particular occasion, after you said no, did your father become upset.
Yes.
And did he do anything violent?
Yes.
And would you just tell us not what happened, but just generically, what violent things did he do?
He threw me on the bed and went to get a knife and put it at my throat.
Put the knife to your throat?
Yes.
And was there sex with your father that day?
Yes.
Was it that fourth kind that you called
Yes.
sex? Now, after you returned in the summer of 1989, in August, from Kalamazoo, did you have two separate talks with your father concerning your future in college?
Yes.
Could you tell us, first of all, about the first such talk? Do you remember how it took place?
Yes.
And what did he? What was the conversation about?
It was about what I was going to do in college, after college.
It's about what you were going to do in college and
After college.
okay. And what? Who was doing the talking? Were you telling your dad what you were going to do in college?
No, my father was telling me that after college, he wanted me to take business and economics as my major, and after college, he wanted me to take this, I guess, a special program at UCLA, this business law school program that combined it in a certain amount of years, and then after that, he said that we were going to, or he was going to move to Florida. Right at the end of that, and we were all going to go into business. He was going to go into business with me.
Who's we all?
Lyle, Mom, me, Dad.
Okay. So he was telling you what your future was going to be.
Yes.
Is this the future you had planned for yourself?
No, but I mean, I hadn't really planned a future for myself.
You hadn't decided what kind of work or career you were going to do, had you?
No, I didn't know what I was going to do.
And was your father presenting this to you as an idea that he wanted you to think about, or was this a done thing?
No, this is what I was going to do.
And what else did he say about how you were going to deal with college in that conversation?
He told me that I was going to be staying home a few nights a week, that I was going to have my bedroom where it was, and it was going to be my bedroom, and that he wanted me to come home and eat and study with him several nights a week, so that my grades would stay up, and that he would be able to keep apprised of what was going on.
Now, was that a significant piece of information for you?
Yes.
And how did you react to hearing that he expected you to sleep at home?
I asked him what he meant. What he meant I was going to be staying home with my bedroom there and so on. And he said that I was going to be sleeping home several nights a week, so that I could, at dinner and after dinner, go over my work with him. And I couldn't accept what he was saying.
What do you mean you couldn't accept it? You said, "No, Dad, I'm not going to do that." Is that what happened?
No, I just kept asking him what he meant. I couldn't accept what he was saying.
Why?
Because he was saying I was going to have to live at home as well as living at college, and
what?
I didn't expect that.
Okay, you didn't expect that. Did you like that idea?
I hated the idea.
Why?
Because my entire dream had been to go to college and to leave home, and for the last several years, all I thought about was going to college, and suddenly he was telling me that I was going to be living at home, and that the
Well, what did you think that meant with respect?
I want to finish the answer. Did you finish your answer?
No.
Go ahead.
And he was going to be telling me that I was going to be living at home, and that basically the sex was going to continue.
Did he say the sex is going to continue?
No, he didn't say that, but that's what I knew it meant.
That's what you believed it meant?
Yes.
And how did that make you feel?
It made me feel lost. It made me feel like it made me feel like the hope that I had was gone, and that suddenly this was gonna continue throughout college, and I felt like I was crumbling. I felt like nothing mattered anymore, that it was going to continue.
Emotionally, what did you convey to your father during this?
I also feel like, and this is just my opinion, my thoughts, I also feel like while he was away at college, not only should he have stayed away, could he have stayed away, I also feel like he could have told somebody outside of the rim of his dad, or who was outside the rim of their people, meaning so his dad couldn't pay off, so he, whatever he thought in his head, he didn't have to go back. That's just my thought. Again, I am not victim blaming him. I do feel like he's a victim, but this is just really strange.
This meeting, if anything, how did you visibly react?
I guess I just acted stunned. I don't know how I reacted.
Did you cry?
No.
Did you ask him if you couldn't stay at school or take other classes?
No, I knew what he was saying,
and
and I knew there was no arguing about it. I asked him what he meant several times, and he spelled it out for me pretty clearly, and I just realized what he was saying.
And do you recall what time of day this particular conversation took place?
Yes.
When was it?
Late afternoon.
And after that conversation, what did you do?
I went up to my bedroom.
And what did you do?
I just laid in my bed and cried and felt sorry for myself.
What were you sorry about?
I was sorry that it was going to continue, that I wasn't going to get away from college, and I just didn't care about life anymore. I didn't care about things that were going to happen. I couldn't let this go on with my father, and I didn't know what to do.
Well, what did you consider?
I considered just killing myself.
Did you consider killing your father?
No, not at that time.
Were you feeling angry? Were you feeling depressed? Were you feeling sad? What were you feeling at that point?
I was extremely sad. I felt like nothing mattered anymore. I felt like the one thing that I'd been living for suddenly was taken away from me, and I didn't care about life anymore.
Was your social life better when you lived in California versus when you lived in New Jersey, or was it worse, or was it the same?
It was better.
And what was different about your social life in California than when you lived in New Jersey?
I had a lot more friends. I was able to go out with my friends. I was able to hang out with my friends, and suddenly I felt more important. I felt more important.
Okay. Did you feel liked by friends?
Yes.
During those years in California, did you ever think about what would happen if any of your friends knew? Did you think about that?
I thought about it all the time.
And what did you think?
I couldn't accept the fact that they might be able to find out. I was never going to let them find out, and that's just all I thought. I never found out. I never thought about what would happen if they knew, because that just was not going to happen.
Well, were you concerned about people knowing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want them to know, or did you not want them to know?
No, I did not want them to know.
Why?
Overall,
Why didn't you want them to know?
will you specify what it is that he didn't want them to know?
Why did you not want them to know that you were a boy who had sex with his father?
Because I didn't want to be humiliated. I wanted them to like me. I wanted them to think that I was a friend of theirs, and I just wanted to be one of them.
One of the boys.
Yeah.
Did you think what was happening with you and your father was normal or abnormal?
I knew it was extremely abnormal, and I wasn't going to let anyone find out.
Did you think what was happening with your father was all his fault, or did you think it was partly your fault?
No, I thought it was partly my fault.
In what way was it your fault?
That I never stopped him, and that I let it go on. And just those reasons.
Did you have a high opinion of yourself because of what was going on with your father? A low opinion? No opinion?
I thought I was a coward.
What else?
Hated myself for it, and I knew I should have stopped it.
Okay. Now, what did you do after you went through this period of feeling sad and feeling sorry for yourself?
I just cried a lot and decided to leave.
To leave?
To leave. I decided to go over to a friend's house.
You mean to leave the house?
Yes.
And what did you do based on that decision, if anything?
I packed my bags.
Back up a little.
I started to pack a big bag, duffel bag.
A big duffel bag?
One of my tennis bags.
Okay. How long were you planning to stay at a friend's house?
Just for a few days.
And had you ever done that before?
I had stayed at a friend's house for a day, but never for a few days, no.
Did you think your parents would let you?
I really didn't care.
So you packed this tennis bag?
Yes.
Did something happen while you were in the process of packing it?
Yes.
What happened?
My mom came into the room. She knocked on the door, and I opened it, and she saw what I was doing. And
Why didn't she just walk in? Why did you have to open the door?
I always kept my door locked.
Did everybody in that house always keep their doors locked?
Yes.
And after your mother came in, what happened next?
She looked at what I was doing, and she said, "Where the hell do you think you're going?"
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Just for over a friend's house for a few days." And she said, "No, you're not." And she just started throwing the clothes out of the duffel bag. And
what did you do?
I just watched.
And what happened after that?
She screamed and said a few more things about how I wasn't going to leave. And then she ran out of the room.
She ran out of the room?
Marched.
Marched?
She ran and marched out of the room.
She left the room in a hurry?
Yes.
What kind of emotional condition was she in when she left?
She was very angry.
Why was she angry?
We had a fight before, a year before, about it.
A fight with whom?
We had an argument with my mom a year before, the same sort of argument.
About what?
About running away.
A year before there was an argument about running away?
Yes.
Well, did you tell your mother on this occasion, "I'm running away, I'm going forever"?
No, that was the year before.
On this occasion, where did you tell her you were going?
I just told her I was going over to my friend's house for a few days.
Did you tell her why?
No.
That's not running away.
Did she ask why?
No. I just knew as soon as she walked in the room that there was going to be a problem, and I didn't even bother.
Well, what was her emotional condition? I'm not clear. Was she upset? Was she sad? Was she in despair that
when
her
she
son
walked in the room?
When she walked out of the room?
She was furious.
She was angry?
She was angry, yes.
Okay. Did you have permission to run away from home?
No.
Was she angry the year before when you told her you wanted to do that?
Yes.
And after your mother left the room angry, did someone else come to your room?
Yes.
And who was that?
My father.
And did he say anything to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
He asked me if I had a problem, and I asked him what I thought I was doing, and he pushed me against the window, and I came up real close, and he said, "You planning on going somewhere?" And I said,
Now,
"No."
are you remembering this verbatim? You remember every word he said?
No, I just remember the feeling that I had and what he did.
Is this the substance of the conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And And what else, if anything? What were the other things he said?
He told me that he was leaving this week and that I had better be there when I get back.
When you get back?
When he gets back.
Okay.
He said that he was leaving that week and that he would deal with me then.
Deal with you when?
When he got back.
And what did that mean to you?
I figured what it would mean. I figured that it would mean that he would punish me in some way.
Mr. Menendez, you have to sit back. You keep popping the mic. Try to sit back.
I figured that it would mean he would punish me in some way, in the way he always did.
It wasn't what?
In the way he always did.
Did he strike you during this conversation?
No.
And how did you feel after he left? Were you still going to pack and go to a friend's house?
No, you see, the state I was in at the time, I just didn't care. It just, after my dad told me that I wasn't going to get away from him in essence, instead of going to college, that I was going to have to stay at home several nights a week, I just didn't care. Nothing seemed to matter to me anymore, and life just seemed to fold right in front of me, and I didn't care whether he hit me. I didn't care whether he killed me. It didn't matter to me anymore, because if I wasn't going to get away from that, then who cared? And so he did what he wanted. It didn't matter anymore.
Well, are those the thoughts that went through your mind after he left?
Those were the thoughts that were there the whole day and the next day.
Okay. And were you then getting ready to put up with the same activity for the next few years that you had been putting up with for the previous 12?
No.
What were you thinking of doing?
I was thinking of just killing myself. I was in a daze and I didn't know what to do. And I just wanted to die. Life no longer mattered. And I didn't know what to do. I thought of telling Lyle. I thought I couldn't do that it would be too embarrassing, and that I couldn't admit it. And I just.
So 2 things occurred to you. One, to kill yourself, and the other, to tell Lyle?
Yes.
Over the years, the 12 years, had you ever told Lyle?
No.
Were you ever accused by your father of having told Lyle?
Yes.
And approximately when was that?
When I was about 11.
When you were about 11?
Yeah.
Lyle would have been 13 or 14?
Somewhere right around there.
And on that occasion when your father accused you of telling Lyle, was it true? Had you told him?
No.
Now, on this occasion, you said you considered telling Lyle.
Yes.
What do you think Lyle could do?
I really didn't know. I really didn't. It wasn't a thought that I had planned out. It was just a thought because I didn't really want to die, and I was very afraid that I would. And maybe it was partly to tell Lyle, because that's what my dad always never wanted me to do. I don't know. I needed help in some way, and I just thought about telling Lyle.
Did you think about ways to kill yourself?
Yes.
What ways did you think about?
I thought about just hanging myself. I thought about cutting my wrists. I thought about driving off a cliff, something that I wanted to do before.
Now, at this time in your life, Mr. Menendez, when you lived in Muncie and you were about 6 years old,
Yes.
how would you describe your relationship with your father, in the sense of what did you think your father thought of you?
I didn't think he liked me very much.
And why was that?
Because I used to cry a lot, and because I wasn't as strong as Lyle, and I wasn't as good as Lyle in the things he wanted me to do.
And how did he express it? Well, did he express in any way that he didn't like you very much, in your mind?
Yes.
What kinds of things did he do that made you believe he didn't like you very much?
He told me that I was a sissy, that I was a coward, and that I wasn't good enough to be in the family. He hit me. He hit me with the belt. He did all kinds of things.
Now, at some point in your strike that. Did you see a different relationship between Lyle and your father?
Yes.
Now, did your father also hit Lyle?
Yes.
Was he also mean to Lyle sometimes?
Yes.
But what was it your father said or did that was different with respect to Lyle than with respect to you?
I don't know. He just seemed to care more about Lyle. In my mind, it was pretty clear.
And were you happy being Eric, the number 2 son in
No.
that family? What did you want to be?
I wanted to be like Lyle. I wanted to be as good as Lyle. I wanted to be liked as much as Lyle.
Now, did something happen during your 6th year with your father that made you think that perhaps your father did like you after all?
Yes.
And could you tell us what started happening during your 6th year that led you to believe that?
He used to come into my room and give me massages.
Now, when you say your room, did you share a room with Lyle?
Yes.
During this time when you were 6, how old was Lyle?
Lyle was, I guess, 9.
And was Lyle very involved in competitive sports at that time?
Yes.
And were there any times when Lyle was not home when you were?
Yes.
And when your father would come into your room to give you massages, would Lyle be present
Yes.
in the room?
No, Lyle would be home.
Was he always home?
Yes.
I thought you just said there were times when Lyle was not home.
There were.
Okay, just rephrase the question.
This is hard.
Okay. Were there times when Lyle was not home when you were home alone with your father?
Yes.
Were there times when Lyle was not home when you were home alone with your father and your father was giving you massages?
Yes.
And were there times when your father was giving you massages when Lyle was home?
Yes.
Okay. And would the same be true of your mother?
Yes.
Would she be home?
Sometimes she was out with Lyle. Sometimes she was home. It really didn't matter at that time.
If your father were alone in a room with you, would other people enter or leave the room during the time that your father was there?
No.
Would it matter what your father was doing in the room? In other words,
It didn't matter if he was hitting me, or if he was just talking to me, or if he was giving me massages. No one ever entered the room. My dad was alone with me.
And was the same true when your dad was alone with your brother, for whatever purpose?
Yes.
So your mother, mainly you're saying your mother never went into your bedroom, whether you were in there or Lyle was in there, when your father was alone with one of you?
No.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
Did you ever see your mother enter your bedroom when you were there with your father?
No.
Did you ever hear your mother knock on the door of your bedroom when you were alone in there with your father?
No, my mother never came.
And what about when Lyle was in the bedroom with your father?
No, she told me not to go near the door.
Did you ever see her go near the door?
No.
Now, Mr. Menendez, these massages.
He said his mother told him not to go near the door. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know.
Massages that your father gave you in your room in Muncie. Was this the first time your father had ever massaged you in any way?
No.
What were the previous massages like? And where did they occur?
At swimming. He would.
I just know if somebody tells me don't do something, I'm probably going to do the opposite. I probably am going to do the opposite. How much did his mom know? If all this is true, I'm just wondering. I'm just asking. Not saying it is, not saying it ain't. I'm just asking. I'm catching this stuff. Just catching it.
would massage my legs, my thighs, my calves to get me ready to go swimming.
And the massages in your room, how did they begin? And what types of massages were they in the beginning?
Just the body massages.
Like what you got for swimming?
Similar. He would have me strip off my clothes until I was just wearing my underwear and lie down on my stomach.
And would he tell you why he was massaging you?
Yes.
What would he say?
He would say,
I will say this. If this was happening exactly like he said it did happen, hey, Cripple Creek Farm, I will say that it's mighty odd that you would do that while another adult was in the house, especially the mom or the dad or vice versa. I will say that. So what about the letter one of them wrote to the grandparents? I think it was to them. I don't know about the letter. Let me see if I can find out. I don't know.
it's just to relieve the stress, because he would say that the stress built up because of sports, and there was so much tension and stress that I would need to do this to relax.
And at some point, while you were still living at Muncie, did the massages change in character in any way?
Yes.
And what was the change?
He had me take off my underwear.
And when you took off your underwear, did he do things that he had not done before?
Yes.
What did he do?
He would have me turn over onto my back.
Okay. What would he do?
He would massage my genitals.
And did that go on? I mean, how frequent were these massages?
2-3 times a month.
And was there a period when the massages would be what you've just described, and then they changed again? Something new was added?
I don't understand.
When your father massaged your genitals, as you've just described, was he using his hands?
Yes.
At some point after that, did he start doing something else?
Yeah, very soon after. I don't even really distinguish between times.
What was the next type of activity called? What did he call it?
Massaging me with his mouth.
And what part of your body would he massage with his mouth?
My penis.
And how did your father behave with you when these massages were taking place? How did he treat you?
He was great. He was kind. He never said anything negative to me. He told me that I was part of the family and that I belonged, and that this was good.
And did he tell you anything about the activity he was engaged in?
Okay. Now, I know I've heard this too, that they said that they wrote letters to their grandparents. But what I'm getting now is Lau or Eric did not write a letter to their grandparents. Eric wrote a letter to his cousin, not his grandparents. The letter was written to his cousin Andy, and it was months before the murder. In that letter, Eric described the sexual abuse by his father. The letter was later, that's what the letter they later tried to introduce. So I guess a lot of people get this confused, but that was written by Eric to a cousin. I don't know, in my opinion, even though they did try to bring it in, and I remember them trying to bring in more evidence and a letter and all that. If that's one of the reasons it was not good enough, you've got to go back and think. You don't got to do anything, but go back and think about how him and his brother tried, or actually they didn't try. They did hire a computer expert to erase the new will that the dad had. And to Andy. He wrote it to Andy. And so I don't know if they even wanted to, in my opinion, hey, little Redo, good to see you. I don't even know if they wanted to even entertain that, or if it could be believed, or they thought that it was worth a new trial. Just in my opinion only. Just in my opinion only.
With you. Did he tell you anything about the massages? What were they?
They were to relieve the stress and the tension, and that's what they were there for.
Were they something that you were supposed to tell everybody about?
No, of course not.
Why do you say of course not?
Well, he explained to me very clearly that this was something between us, and what he said is that this would stop if I told anyone, and then I wouldn't be alone with him anymore, and then I wouldn't get this attention.
So he told you to keep it a secret?
Yes.
And did you want it to stop?
No.
Why?
Because it was the only time I got to spend alone with my dad. It was the only time I got to be with him, and for him to be nice and caring with me.
So did that make you feel better about your relationship with your father, these massages that were happening?
Made me feel like...
Overall, your answer?
Made me feel like I had a relationship with my dad.
Now, apart from these times when he was alone with you, doing these massages, did he treat you better than he had in the past?
Yes, he seemed to care about me. He seemed to love me, and that's all that I wanted.
Now, is that both when he's doing the massages and at all other times? In other words, did he suddenly become nice to you all the time?
No, only when he was in the room.
My question is, when he was not in the room, how was his behavior towards you?
He was like he always was. He was mean. He was sarcastic. He didn't seem to care about me very much. He was just like he normally was.
And strike that. Now, for as long, from the beginning of these massages in your room, for as long as you lived in Muncie, did your father do the things that you've already described, these hand and mouth massages?
Yes.
At some point, you recall the family moved to New Jersey?
Yes.
And do you recall any activity like this, massages type activity, occurring in the house on, and I can not remember if it's north or south, but Mill Road?
Yes.
And was it the same kind of activity, the hand and mouth massages?
Yeah, it was similar. It changed at one point, but it was the same type of activity.
Now, in addition to that activity, which was what he was doing to you, had he at any point while you lived in Muncie started asking you to do things to him?
Yes.
And up until the point when you left Muncie, what sorts of things did he have you do to him?
He was just asking me to massage his body with his back. He used to have his underwear on, and he never took it off. Just his legs and his back and his shoulders.
Now, at some point, Mr. Menendez, did the massages that you were doing on your father change?
Yes.
And was there an occasion when he asked you to do something new?
Yes.
And what was it? Would you tell us what it was that he asked you to do?
He took off his underwear, and he had never done that before. And he had me massage the front of him. And
Yes.
so I started. I massaged his calves and his thighs, and I skipped over his genitals because I didn't want to touch him, and I just went to his stomach, and he said no.
And did you understand what he meant?
Yes.
And what happened next?
I just touched him.
And did anything else happen after you touched his genitals?
Yes.
And did anything else happen?
Yes.
What happened?
I started to rub him, and then he told me to massage him with his mouth,
With his mouth?
my mouth.
And do you remember whether or not at that point your father had an erection?
Yes, he did.
And how did you feel about his asking you to massage him with your mouth?
I didn't want to do that because I had never seen him like that, and I didn't want to do it.
Did it frighten you?
Yes.
Did you therefore refuse, and that ended things?
No, I wanted this time to go on with my dad. I didn't want it to end, so I was going to do what he said. I just didn't want to do all things.
Did you do what he asked you to do during that session?
Yes.
And what happened when you tried to do that?
I gagged. He put his hand on my head, and he shoved my head on his penis, and it went in too far, and I tried to push away, and he just did it. He tried to be calm about it and be nice, but it was too big, and it was too far inside me, and I just pulled away.
Now, did he get angry or upset with you on that occasion?
No.
So it was still nice?
No, I mean, it was nice to be with him. I didn't like what I was doing, but I figured that it was just me, and then I would get used to it. I didn't think my dad was doing something wrong.
Did you think anything that had happened up till then was wrong or unnatural or abnormal or weird or anything like that?
No.
Did your dad, strike that, excuse me, Your Honor, did your father talk to you about whether what was going on between you and he was okay or right or normal or historical or anything like that?
Yes, he said it was something that was supposed to happen, and he often referred to ancient times in the Romans and the Greeks and how they used to have sex before battle and talk about how this was natural and this was supposed to happen.
And did you, now you're about how old now, 7, 8?
I'm in the North Mill house.
So you're about 7?
Yes.
Do you think your father was a real smart guy when you were 7?
Yes.
Did you feel your father was very knowledgeable?
I thought he knew everything.
Did you believe everything he told you?
Yes.
And so did you believe that what he told you about this was true?
Yes.
And did you continue to believe that for a while?
I believed that for a long time.
Now this, strike that, after the North Mill Road house, the family then moved to Pennington?
Yes.
And the activities that you've now described, did they continue in the Pennington house?
Yes.
Did you have a room of your own in the North Mill Road house?
Yes.
And did you continue to have a room of your own in the Pennington house?
Yes.
And the activity that you've described so far with your father giving you 2 kinds of massages and you giving him 2 kinds of massages, did that continue the same when you were in the Pennington house?
Yes, I didn't think of it as 2 kinds of massages, though.
Well, I know I'm calling it that for now.
We always think our parents are our heroes, no matter what. These people meant are put there, parents, and they're meant to protect us. They're meant to keep us safe. They don't always happen. You know, we grow up believing our parents are our heroes. Always. And when that belief shatters, it changes a child forever. But there's just some things in this that's just crazy, in my opinion. And I don't think the full truth is being told. And no, I'm not taking away from any abuse or any children abused. That because my channel is all about victims, no matter who they are, what they are. But a lot to me is not adding up. And I'm with Little Red and a few other people. Even if it is few, even if I stand alone, I think they should stay there. I think it was overkill. I think there's choices they could have made years prior to. I think they could have never come back around their parents. People don't talk to their parents or their kids all the time. It's not a new thing. There's just a lot, I think, on both sides. But I'm not taking away from anybody. This is horrible. This is sad. And anything that they went through, God bless them.
Okay. After this occasion, when your father asked you to do a mouth massage, did he continue to ask you to do massages with your hands?
Yes.
And were there other episodes of mouth massages where you were doing that for your father?
It would be one and the other, one after another.
And was he continuing to do the two kinds of massages to you?
Yes, he would almost
More
always
than people know.
come in my room and do it to me first, and then I would just follow whatever he was doing.
So you tried to do to him what he was doing to you?
Yes, that's what I did.
And at some point, did the nature of these incidents change? Did he either stop doing certain things he had been doing? Did he start doing other things? Did he have you do other things?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what the change was.
He started using different tools and wanting me to do things to him so that he would show me how, and he would do them to me, and so on.
What do you mean by tools?
He had this wooden, it was about this long, and it had a little knob at the end, and it was roundish. And he would tell me to use that on myself, and he would show me how to use it on him, and then he would use it on me.
And what part of your body were you supposed to use this thing on?
My butt.
And did this use of this tool continue over a period of time?
Only a short time, until he started showing me how to use my penis. I didn't call it that at the time, but that's what it was.
And he started to show you how to use your penis to do something to him?
Yes.
All
right.
Mr. Menendez, do you have some idea of approximately how old you were when your father started showing you how to do something with your
Yeah, I was still swimming. I believe I was in 5th grade.
5th grade?
Yeah.
So you would have been 10?
Yes.
And at some point, had he taught you what he wanted you to do to him with your penis?
Yes.
And was there a period when you were having anal intercourse with your father where you were the person penetrated?
Yes.
And during this period of time, what was the mood of these incidents with your father?
I didn't like what was going on. I thought it was really dirty, and but the mood was light, and he would show me how to do something and talk about it matter-of-factly, and and talk about how this was normal and this was supposed to be done and like anything else.
Was he still being nice?
Yes.
Now, when he, this wooden implement, you said he showed you how to use it on him, but you were also supposed to use it on yourself?
Yes, he gave me that and another thing to use on myself when he wasn't. He was trying to do it to me, but it wasn't working. It was.
When you say it wasn't working, was it hurting?
Yes.
So,
All right, the objection is overruled as to that question, but counsel, please refrain from asking leading questions.
okay. How did your father react at that stage to things hurting you?
He was nice about it. He didn't want to hurt me.
So what would he do if something was hurting you? Would he continue to do it? Would
No,
he
he'd stop.
And did you ever use that wooden thing on yourself when he wasn't around?
No.
Did you know why he wanted you? Did he say why he wanted you to use that thing?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I don't remember exactly what he told me, but I knew why. It was so that I could practice on myself so that it wouldn't hurt anymore when he did.
Now, at some point, did your father stop being nice?
Yes.
Approximately how old were you?
I was 11 years old. It was just after I finished swimming.
What do you mean by finish swimming?
Swimming had ended. I ended swimming, and it was started after that point.
I don't understand what you mean by you ended swimming. Does that mean you...
Swimming had stopped. He had told me that I had to take a certain course in sports. I was either tennis, soccer, or swimming, and it was clear that he wanted me to go into tennis like Lyle had.
You were supposed to choose a sport?
Yes.
And you were supposed to choose a sport to compete in from then on?
Yes.
And it could have been swimming or tennis or soccer?
Yes.
Was it team sport okay, or was it supposed to be an individual sport?
No, he wanted me to choose. It was clear he wanted me to choose swimming. Tennis, and because Lyle had gone into it and he didn't want me to swim anymore. So I chose tennis.
That was the impression you got when you chose tennis, that he didn't want you to swim anymore?
I just didn't know. It was real confusing. He sat down with me and he came over to me and he said, "What sport do you want to play? You have to choose a sport." Because I was 11 years old and he said I was becoming a man and it was time to choose a sport. And so I said tennis. Later I found out that he didn't want me to choose tennis, that he wanted me. I blame myself. I thought maybe he wanted me to do swimming. But at the time I thought he wanted me to choose tennis because Lyle had gone into it.
At the time that you chose the sport, you thought your father wanted you to pick tennis. Is
Yes.
that right? Later on, after something happened, did you think that your father had actually wanted you to choose swimming? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, what was it, Mr. Menendez, that happened that made you think that your father was upset with you for having given up swimming?
He wasn't nice anymore during the sex.
You have to put the mic in.
He wasn't nice anymore during the sex.
Now, do you recall the...
And listen, I'm not just talking about this or this case or whatever. But if your children or your grandchildren or somebody don't want to do a sport or music or whatever, it's not you. You got your life to live. Just, please don't push that on them. Just don't do it. Nothing can ever happen nefarious. It's fine, but don't push things on these children. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's what happened here. I'm not saying I'm taking his word or any of that. It just made me think, okay? So many people push things over on their children or their grandchildren or others. Stop. Don't do that. Don't do it.
The first time that he wasn't nice during the sex.
Yes. Yes.
And you were 11?
I was 11.
The reason you're having trouble is it's not facing you. Face it.
I know. I need to use the restroom. I need a break.
Okay, we'll take a recess and we'll resume at 3:30 or 2:30. I'm sorry, 2:30, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss the case with anyone or form any opinions about it. We'll resume at 2:30. So you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Menendez, this particular incident when you were 11, do you remember it?
Yes, very well.
How do you think about this incident in relation to things that happened both before and after?
It's one that just really stands out in my mind.
Is it one of the worst things that happened to you?
Yes.
And thinking about it, do you remember what was happening in the house? Anything you heard or saw before this incident actually began?
Yes.
What was it that was happening?
I heard some fighting with my parents downstairs.
Who was fighting with your parents?
My mom and my dad were fighting.
Between themselves?
Yes.
Was this a physical altercation or a verbal fight?
I didn't know if it was physical. I just heard the verbal. I just heard them yelling at each other.
Okay. And what happened after you heard them yelling at each other?
I heard my father coming up the stairs.
And what house are you in?
Pennington.
Okay. And what happened when your father got up the stairs?
He came toward my room. All I could think about was him coming toward my room and how I was hoping he wasn't going to do that.
Do what?
Come toward my room.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to come into my room when he was angry.
Even if he was angry at someone else?
Yes.
Did you think that it was going to be something sexual?
No, I didn't think it was going to be something sexual if he was angry at that time.
Okay. What did you think was going to happen if he was angry at that time?
I thought he was just going to take out the belt or hit me or throw me someplace. I didn't know what was going to happen.
Did you know what the topic of the argument was between your mother and father?
No.
Did you have any concerns about what it might have been?
Yeah, I was concerned that it might have been over me.
Had there been arguments in the past over you?
Yes.
And had any of those arguments in the past over you resulted in your father physically hurting you?
Yes, he would get angry with Mom, and they would yell back and forth, and then he'd come to my room and just hit me or whatever.
So did you think it was possibly one of those episodes about to occur?
Yes, that's what I thought was about to occur.
So if you could tell us what happened, in fact, when he came into your room on this occasion.
He came into the room and he told me to kneel down on my bed.
Okay.
And I did, and he came over to my bed and threw me off the bed and told me to kneel on the floor. And
You made a sweeping motion with your right hand when you said he...
Yeah, he just threw me with his hand on my arm here.
He took you back on the arm and threw you off the bed
Yes.
and said,
And said for me to get on my knees on the floor. And I was real confused because he had just said to get on my knees on the bed. And so I didn't know what to do.
what did you think was going to happen when he told you to get on your knees on the bed?
I thought it might have been some sort of sex.
Why did you think that?
Because when he told me to get on my knees in the bed, usually what would happen would be for me to have some sort of sex with him. But it was strange because he didn't tell me to take off my clothes. He didn't help me take off my clothes like he used to do. He just told me to kneel on the bed, and I didn't understand why. I didn't know what was going on.
So did you then kneel on the floor as he ordered you to do?
Yes.
And was he dressed?
Yes.
Okay, what happened? First of all, did it hurt when he threw you off the bed?
I hit my head against the wall, but I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay, what happened next?
He was unbuckling his pants, and he pulled out his penis. And in some way, either by his hand on my head or by telling me, he told me he wanted me to massage his penis with my mouth.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And you had done that before, hadn't you?
Yes.
Had you ever done it being on the floor on your knees?
No.
Mr. Menendez, is this the beginning of what you came to call knees?
Yes.
And did you call it that because of the position you had to take?
Yes.
Thank you.
And what
I'm so
happened?
glad. Thank you.
Ultimately in this episode?
I had to give him a massage on my knees until he started to have an orgasm.
And had he ever done that before while you were giving him a mouth massage?
No, he had done it, not on my mouth. I was ready to pull away like I'd always done, and then he just came on a towel or a sheet, whatever he had with him. So I was about to pull away because I didn't know what was going to happen because we weren't on a bed and I was just kneeling down. And he said, "No, swallow," and he held my head to him.
And therefore, did he ejaculate in your mouth?
Yes.
And did you swallow?
Partly.
And did this upset you?
Yes.
And how did you demonstrate being upset?
I was crying.
And how did he react to your crying?
He pushed me away afterwards.
And did he say or do anything to you?
So this is a very triggering. I just want you to know this is very triggering to some. And when Eric took the stand in the courtroom, he wasn't just telling his story. He was telling a story, and it's hard for everybody to hear. I know. It's deeply emotional. It's an emotional account of his childhood trauma. His testimony was detailed. It was raw and very hard at times. Very hard. He spoke about fear, control, long-term abuse. But some of the things I hear him say and heard him say, he kind of got twisted a little bit. I'm just saying, I don't know. But watching the testimony isn't real clear what he believed himself or what he was saying. His emotionals, his status on his emotional part, his emotions seem very real. They seem, when he recollects all that in his mind, he's being sincere, in my opinion. But trauma survivors often recognize the way he spoke and, sometimes being accurate or sometimes blocking, maybe. I don't know. But believing that someone experienced pain is not the same as justifying. Again, I will say it over and over again. What happened next? What happened? It don't justify it. Yeah, we're talking about this 35 years later. His testimony explained on his part why he felt afraid. We can't take that away from him, but it did not legally justify anything he did or what his brother did. And courts did not decide this case based on emotion. Thank God, thank God the law is testimonies are not based on emotion. It was based on actions, intent, planning, and all of those choices made afterwards. There's things he could have done, in my opinion, and his brother, way before that just in my opinion. I'm not taking anything away from anyone, especially a survivor. So get that straight. I'm not doing it. But I do have a big but there. He needs to be, and his brother needs to be held accountable for all of this without excusing what happened to them. That's just my opinion. That's just what I feel and what I think. And I'm entitled to that, just like I'm not mad at anybody for coming in here and writing or being accountable for anything they say. It's your opinion.
To you afterwards?
Yes.
What did he say or do?
He said, why can't you just be like your brother?
What did that mean?
I thought it just meant, why do I have to cry all the time?
And was he, what was his tone of voice when he said this?
He was rough and he was angry.
Did he at any time at this point use the word embarrassment?
I don't remember him using the word embarrassment. He just started talking about how I wasn't a Menendez and how I was never going to be good enough to be a Menendez and how he was ashamed to have me as his son. And then he said I'd get used to it and left.
And what were you doing while he was saying these things to you?
I was just sitting on the floor crying.
And after he left, what happened?
I went to the door to see if he was still around the corner, and I just went to the bathroom and threw up.
Where was the bathroom in relation to your bedroom?
It was in the middle of the hall.
In the middle between what and what?
Between my bedroom and my parents' bedroom.
Back up from the mic a little bit. And you threw up in the bathroom on that occasion?
Yes.
Now, were there other incidents like this one after this incident?
Yes, this is what started to happen all the time. He no longer had me on the bed. He no longer had me sit on the bed between his legs. He no longer had me lie down on the bed. It was just on my knees.
And in addition to your just being on your knees, was his attitude after this different than it had been?
Yes, it changed dramatically.
And how was he from then on?
He was no longer nice. He now yelled at me all the time. He forced me to do things. I had to do whatever he said, and it didn't matter if I complained or if I said no or if I said, please stop. He didn't stop. He completely changed.
And when other episodes like this would occur, did you ever throw up after those?
Yes, I threw up almost every time when he would come in my mouth.
Now, how far away from your parents' bedroom was this bathroom where you were throwing up?
8 feet, 10 feet.
And your mother, Mr. Menendez, when you were in the bathroom throwing up because of what your father had done, did your mother ever come to you?
No.
Were there times up until this point in your life, 11 years old, when you had been ill and thrown up?
Yes.
And had you thrown up in that very same bathroom?
Yes.
And when you were ill and threw up, did your mother come in the bathroom?
Yes.
Did she make inquiry?
Yes, she asked me what was wrong.
At any time, Mr. Menendez, from this point on, when you were in that bathroom throwing up because of sex with your father, did your mother ever come in?
No.
Now, after this incident at 11, did your mother begin to do something peculiar with respect to your body?
No, it wasn't right after that incident. It was much later.
How much later?
Almost a year. It was when other stuff started to happen.
What kind of other stuff was happening? Just generically.
Actual sex.
Intercourse?
Yes.
And it was after that started to happen that your mother started to do something to you?
Yes.
And what was it that your mother started to do?
She would ask me to sit on the bed and take down my pants so she could examine me.
Examine you where?
and my genitals. She called it checking me out. She would say, "Let me check you out," and I would sit down on the bed, and she would look at my penis.
Would she, did she tell you why she was checking you out?
She just said to see if there was anything wrong. She didn't give me any details about why.
And were there times when there was something unusual?
Yes.
Okay. And what were these unusual things?
I would just have small blisters on my penis.
And would your mother do anything about that?
Yes.
What did she do?
She used to squeeze them and pop them.
And did she ever ask you where they were coming from?
No.
And did she ever tell you what they were?
No.
And at that point, strike that, you've testified that around 10, your father had taught you to have anal sex with him, correct?
He taught me how to do it, yes.
Yes. And at this point, when your mother is checking you out, is that still happening?
Very infrequently.
Does your mother continue to check you out for several years?
Yeah, all the way up until we moved to California.
And is there some other types of activities with your father that begin during the period that she's checking you out?
Yes.
And are those the things you came to call rough sex?
Actually, I was referring to nice sex.
Okay, but was there also rough sex happening during that time?
Yes.
And did rough sex involve your father hurting you with things?
Yes.
And what kind of things was he hurting you with?
Needles, pins, tacks.
What was he doing with the
Rope.
needles? Excuse me?
Rope.
What was he doing with the needles and the pins and the tacks, generally?
He was sticking them into my thighs and my butt.
Was he doing anything to your penis?
Yes.
What was he doing?
Sometimes he'd be giving me oral sex, and sometimes he would have just tied up my penis.
Back up. Tied it up with the rope?
Yes.
And would that hurt?
Yes, very much so.
And when those activities were going on, was your mother still checking you out?
Yes.
Now, your father, during the years that you lived in Pennington, was an executive with the RCA Corporation, was he not?
Yes.
And was he traveling a lot?
Yes, he was traveling almost every week. At least he was in New York, away from the house almost every week.
Well, was he away for the whole week, or was he away at least part of each week?
Part of each week.
Was he a very busy person?
Yes.
And did he talk about how important and busy he was at work?
Yes, he'd talk about his work, not during these sessions, but at home at other times.
At any time, Mr. Menendez, when you were alone with your father in your room, when any of these sexual things would happen, would your mother ever come and say, Jose, you have a phone call, or anything like that?
No.
Did your father spend a lot of time on the phone with business other than when he was in your room?
Yes.
And would he receive a lot of phone calls at the house?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, during these years when you were living in Pennington and these things were happening, did you think your mother knew what was going on?
No, I didn't.
Were there times when, following one of these episodes with your father, you'd be crying?
Yes.
Did your mother ever come upon you when you were crying?
Sometimes after these, I'd have to go downstairs to dinner, or afterwards, and she would come when she'd see me crying. And
did she ever ask you, Eric, what are you crying about?
No.
Would she ask you that sometimes if you were crying and it had nothing to do with sex with your father?
Sometimes, but often when I was crying, it was apparent why I was crying.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I would be crying at the swimming pool, or I'd be crying coming from school, and then she'd ask me what was wrong. But if it was from sports or just from coming out of my room, she would.
I don't understand what you mean from sports. Perhaps I didn't understand your.
If it was from swimming or if it was from tennis, almost never when I was playing soccer. I don't think I cried, but if it was from sports and she was there and I
She
came
knew.
in, yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is, were there times that you would be crying when she didn't know what caused it, and she would ask you?
Yes.
Did she ever ask you why you were crying when it followed one of these episodes with your father?
No.
And what would she say, if anything, to you when you were crying following these episodes with your father?
She would say, do what I told you to do.
What had she told you to do?
She taught me how to hide my tears and to not cry. And if I was crying, she taught me how to get rid of the tears, make it seem like I hadn't been crying.
And what was the method?
She had water that she would tell me to put in my eyes. Otherwise, she had this little special thing that she would keep in my bathroom to put in my eyes.
What was this little special thing?
I'm not sure what it was. It was in a little plastic container.
And she put it in your eyes?
She taught me how to.
So you'd put it in your eyes?
Yes.
These episodes with your father, what time of day did they usually occur?
At night.
Before or after dinner?
Either before or after. Usually before when he got home from work, but sometimes it would happen after.
If it were before dinner, would you still be expected to come down to dinner?
Yes, unless I was unable to.
And were there times when you were unable to eat dinner?
There was times when I was unable to come down to dinner.
Why was that?
Because I was crying too much, or I was too much of a mess, and I was shaking, and I couldn't come down to dinner. I used to get these pounding headaches, sort of like sears through my brain, and my dad would say, "You're not going down to dinner."
Were you usually, however, expected to go down to dinner after one of these episodes?
Yes.
And would that be why you would dry your tears or put water in your eyes?
Yes, a lot of times. Sometimes not. Sometimes I would go down to dinner with my eyes red.
And what would happen? How did your father react to that?
He didn't like it, and sometimes he would cope with it, and he just wouldn't talk to me. I was usually ignored at dinner anyway, but this time he really wouldn't talk to me.
Now, if we could go back, after this incident that you've described when you were 11, did your ideas about these times alone with your father change?
Of course, I don't understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay, what did you think of what was going on at that point when your father got violent when you were 11?
I thought he was just angry at me. I learned that he actually just wasn't angry at me, but at the time I thought he was just angry at me.
And what did you think he was angry about? What had you done?
I wasn't sure at first. Later on, I figured that maybe he really wanted me to choose swimming, and since that was his sport when he was growing up, and he was just doing this to get back at me.
So that's what you...
Lyle, as you were...
I hope I didn't knock that backwards. But anyway, Eric's the testimony that they gave forced their family to sit and listen to this deep, and I mean deep, personal, all these allegations. Hey, Bo, and everybody coming in, thank you for being here. Thank you so much. And about their own blood family, their own bloodlines, and these allegations. For some relatives, this was the first time they ever even heard these claims, and they were being spoken out loud in public, couldn't take it away, and that alone carried weight regardless of whether they believed them or not. It was horrible. The family's reaction during this court was totally divided. Some extended family members expressed sympathy towards Eric and Lyle, and they believed them and they believed the abuse. And some of the time they didn't. These relatives saw Eric's testimony as confirmation of things that either they suspected or that they saw at some point or another, especially when Jose was alive. The family members did not want to accept the abuse. They didn't want to talk about it. They viewed his testimony as an attempt to explain many things away, and these were unforgivable acts. Some of them, it brought up their own childhood trauma, and again, some of them was believed and some of it was not. It's horrible.
And how did you react to that pain?
I just sort of died off. I stopped screaming, and I just sort of left myself.
I don't know where I'm at.
You left yourself?
I just pretended that it wasn't happening. I pretended that the pain wasn't happening, and I just went away in my mind. It was too painful.
When it was over, did you cry?
I was crying during it.
Okay. And after it was over, were you still crying?
Yes.
And did your father say anything to you at that time?
Yeah, he had a towel on the bed, and he put the towel on the bed, and he had me sit on the towel so that I wouldn't get anything on the bed. And he said very calmly, and looked at me, and told me to look him in the eyes, and he said, "Next time you ever scream or yell, I'm going to beat you so bad you'll never be able to scream or yell again."
Do you, did it occur to you, did something occur to you about this episode concerning why he had gone ahead when you were in pain?
Yes.
What was that?
It was because when I had screamed or yelled or cried out before, he had told me that if I ever did that, he was going to go all the way inside of me.
That was on a previous occasion when he was trying to do this?
Yes.
So he kept his word?
Yes.
Did you believe, Mr. Menendez, as you were growing up, that your father was a person who would make good on his threats?
Oh, yes.
Now, did your father, in this particular conversation after this episode, strike that. Your father said to you that if you scream again, he'll make sure he hits you hard enough that you won't be able to cry or scream again?
Yes.
And did he explain to you whose fault that would be?
Yes, he asked me whose fault it would be. He asked me if I understood, and I said yes. And he said, "So if I ever do that, do you understand whose fault it'll be, or do you know why it will happen?" And I said yes.
Okay. And whose fault would it be?
He made it very clear that it would be my fault, and I understood that it would.
What did you do, if anything, after this episode? Did your father leave after he had told you it would be your fault?
Yes, he left and he closed the door.
And when he told you this about whose fault it would be, what kind of mood was he in?
He was in a very stern, very serious, very strong mood.
And what did you do after he had left?
I sort of waited outside the door in my bedroom, listening to see where he had gone, and then just went to my bathroom and got in the tub.
Took a bath?
I took a hot bath and just promised myself to do whatever he wanted, never to scream, never to yell, never to cry. Just do what he wanted when it happened.
Now, over the preceding couple of years, talking about now you're 12 when this happened, is that right?
Yes.
Over the previous couple of years, had in the incidents with your father, had the talking stopped?
Oh, yes. No, he told me that he didn't want me to say a word when he spoke, and he talked about silence. When he talked, he would talk, but he would never want me to say a word unless he spoke to me. And when he talked, he would give me lectures about silence, about the Romans, about the Greeks. He would lecture me about different things.
During the sex or during the visits that included sex? Is
Either
that what
while I was getting dressed or while I was undressing. Sometimes in the middle, but usually not.
And were you allowed to talk?
No, not unless I was asked a question.
And did silence become the pattern?
Yes, he told me all about silence.
What about silence, Mr. Menendez? What did he tell you?
He told me that silence was the greatest thing that man had. He said that it was the greatest power that anyone could achieve, and that with silence you could control anyone.
And was there a time then when the sexual episodes with your father were totally and completely silent?
Yes.
When he would say nothing whatsoever?
Yes, then it would be silent.
And you would say nothing whatsoever?
Yes.
Now, was there a time when the sexual incidents that you have called nice sex began?
Yes.
How old were you when that happened?
I believe it was just after 6th grade. I know it was before 7th grade, but I believe it was just before the ending of 6th grade, or in the spring, or right before the summer. I know Diane was there, so it had to be right around that period.
Now, why, Mr. Menendez, did you come to label these incidents nice sex?
Because of how bad the rough sex was.
Okay. So by comparison, these were nice.
Yes.
And were these incidents different than knees?
Yes, completely different.
Okay. What was different about this? And you don't have to describe everything that was done here, okay? Just the general feeling of it. What was different about this than knees?
It wasn't violent. He wouldn't come in and have nice sex when he was in a bad mood. He would always do it when he wanted to relax, when he had a tough day at work, he said, and he just wanted to be comfortable with me. He would come in and have this with me.
And did this involve a variety of sexual activities?
Yes.
That he required you to do to him?
Objection.
Could you characterize in 2 sentences, perhaps, what was involved in these episodes of nice sex? You don't have to give you don't want to give the details of this, do you?
It just had me giving him massages with my mouth, him giving me massages with his mouth, and my testicles and my butt, and so on.
Okay. And he wouldn't be angry or violent during these?
No.
Now, rough sex, strike that. Would these episodes called nice sex take longer or less time than, say, knees?
It took a lot longer.
How did you feel about these episodes?
I liked knees better because it was short, and he would just come in, and sometimes he'd have me make me swallow, and sometimes he wouldn't. And I really didn't like that at all, but it was short, and I wouldn't have to put up with a lot of long, drawn-out things.
Okay. And nice sex was longer and long, drawn-out things?
Yes.
And rough sex, did it seem to be related in some way to one of the other types?
It seemed to be related to the nice sex, but it was different.
And what was different about rough sex?
It was very strange. It was very dark. He turned off the lights. He put candles around the bed and on my nightstand and on my dressers, and he would light them, and he would put the candles in cups. the cups that he would bring from the kitchen or different plates that were in my bedroom. And it would be very dark and it would be very quiet. And he would do these things to me.
And was that when he was doing things with tax and such? Have you told us already about some of the things he would do?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, before this set of episodes called Rough Sex began, did your father announce to you something about pain training?
Yes, he did.
And could you tell us about that?
He told me that I was the biggest sissy and the biggest coward he had ever seen in his entire life, and that he was ashamed to have me as a son because I couldn't take the pain and I couldn't be brave from what he had seen.
What was he referring to? Do you know?
He was referring to a shot I got in the doctor's office when I was in this doctor's office and he was there. The doctor had pulled out this needle and I was real calm and I was real relaxed until he stuck it in me, and I was screaming and crying and really crying out to the point where I had to go out the back door of the office. And
why'd you have to go out the back door of the office?
Because I was embarrassed, but he was so embarrassed that he could not leave and go into a group of people who were in the doctor's office waiting room.
Who's he? Who was embarrassed?
My father.
Okay. So you were crying and he didn't want to walk you through the waiting room because you were crying?
No, he didn't want to walk through the waiting room because I had been screaming in the doctor's office.
Okay. Were you still screaming?
No.
He just didn't want anybody to know who was the screaming kid?
Yes.
Okay. And after this, he made this announcement to you about your being sissy and coward?
Yes.
And what did he tell you he was going to do about that, if anything?
He told me that he was going to train me how not to feel pain, not to have to feel the hurt of the pain, and that he was going to eliminate that from my senses, my feelings.
And how did he then demonstrate to you how he was going to do that?
He did that.
Would you back up from the mic a little bit? Thank you. And would you tell us, how did he do that?
He would stick things in me as he was giving me oral sex, or at times he would just sit on the bed with his legs up, spread, and with his back to the back of the bed, and he would have me give me oral sex, and he would stick the needles or the tacks into my thighs as he was doing this.
Did he also use a knife at any time during, and these were the incidents that you've come to call rough sex?
Yes.
And did he also use a knife at any time?
Yes, he would. He had this wooden kitchen knife that he would use to he wouldn't be doing anything with sex at that point, though. He would just have me sit on the back of the bed. He would put a towel under my legs, and he would just cut my thighs with the knife.
And do you have a scar that is still visible on your thigh from when he did that?
Yes.
Which thigh is it?
My left thigh.
And how long is this?
It's not really my thigh. It's my right on the side of my knee.
On the side of your knee?
Yeah, right at the bottom of my thigh.
And how long is this scar?
It's about that long.
And do you recall that that's something that was done during one of these episodes?
Yes.
Was there something, Mr. Menendez, that you called the mirror?
Yes.
And what was the mirror?
The mirror would happen a lot after sex. Sometimes it would just happen after I played tennis, or just when he got home and wanted to know how I practiced. It was a circular mirror it was like a sailing mirror. It looked like a sailor's port, and it had sticks coming out the side of it, like 12 sticks around the mirror. And
Did it look like a
had
wheel
rungs.
of a ship?
Yes, that's exactly what it looked like.
Okay. It was a round mirror
Yes.
that looked like a ship's wheel?
Yes.
Okay. And where was it? What room was it in?
It was in my room on my, not my nightstand, the dresser, right across from my bed. That's what it's called.
It was in your bedroom. Was it mounted on the wall, or was it sitting on the dresser?
It was just sitting on the dresser, leaning up against the wall.
And what did the mirror have to do with your father? Well, strike this. he would be drilling you, asking you questions?
Yes.
What the mirror have to do with his asking you questions?
Well, he would take my chair. I had a wooden chair, and he would take it and he would put it in front of the mirror, or he would have me stand up in the mirror. If it was after sex, I'd be doing it naked. If it was after tennis, I'd have my tennis clothes on. And he'd walk around behind me and ask me questions.
What kinds of questions?
He would say, how did you feel today when you were on the tennis court? Did you feel you did well?
And what would you say?
I would give my answer.
Well, hypothetically, give an answer so we can hear how this would go.
I would say, yeah, I think I played well. And he would say wrong.
And now what was supposed to happen, if anything, when he said wrong?
I'd have to hit myself in the head.
You'd have to hit yourself?
Yes.
Without hitting yourself, would you just show us what you were supposed to do? But don't hit yourself.
I'd have to go like this.
Okay. And what would happen if you didn't go like this?
Well, it wasn't like this. I'd have to hit myself.
I understand that you'd have to hit yourself. And what if you didn't hit yourself hard enough, or if you didn't do it, or if you missed? What would happen?
He'd hit me.
And where would he hit you?
In the back of the head.
And how long would these question sessions in front of the mirror go on?
Half hour.
And how many wrongs
Sure.
typically would you hear?
I would hear, it depended on how stubborn there were times when I just couldn't take it anymore. It would just well up inside of me, and I couldn't stand it. And I knew the answer he would want after a while. I knew that if I was on the tennis court, he'd say, how did you play in tennis today? And I'd say, badly. And he'd say, right. And I'd say, how did you hit your forehand? I'd say, terribly. And he'd say, right. And he'd say, did you hit it down the line like I told you to? No. And he'd say, right. But sometimes he'd trick me once he knew that I was catching on to him. And sometimes I would just give the wrong answer on purpose.
Would you give a truthful answer? In other words, if you thought you played well, would you sometimes say, I played well?
Sometimes I would say I played well, but I knew I'd get punished for that.
You knew he'd say wrong?
Yes.
But you did it anyway?
Yes.
Because you had played well.
I had played well, and that wasn't really the reason. I just needed to defy him in any way I could.
Okay. And what would be the result of that kind of defiance?
I'd hit myself.
And how often would the mirror occur?
At least every week. Sometimes more. It really depended. It would usually happen on a Saturday and Sunday after I played tennis, or one time during the week after any sort of sex massage. It depended.
Mr. Menendez, could you please sit back for a second? Take a breath and see if you can stay back there. Okay? Okay?
Yes.
Now, you heard your brother Lyle testify that there were many, many occasions in his life when your father would take him to some part of the house, and they would sit down for hours at a time, and your father would lecture or drill your brother. You heard that testimony.
Yes.
Did your father ever take you to some part of the house other than your bedroom and give you similar lectures and drills to what he did to Lyle?
No, it would only be the mirror.
It would only be?
It would only be the mirror.
So the mirror was what he did to talk to you?
Yes.
And what about the dinner table? You heard your brother describe what he was put through at the dinner table. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did that sound right to you? Is that what you recall happening at the dinner table to your brother?
Yeah, it was much worse than he described, but it was bad.
Much worse for him?
Yes.
And was it ever that bad for you at the dinner table as it was for him?
No.
Did your father do the same kind of questioning of you in front of the mirror that he did of your brother at dinner?
Yes.
Do you remember your father ever making Lyle smack himself for giving wrong answers at dinner?
No.
Your Honor, could we have a break at this point?
All right, we'll take a recess. We'll resume at 20 minutes to the hour. Don't discuss with the direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Menendez, can you look to your right to the pictures of yourself that are on that board?
Uh-huh.
Can you see them?
Yes.
How old were you in those pictures?
I think I was 10 or 11.
You
Wait,
appear-
that's Hershey.
You appear to be playing tennis in the one on the bottom.
Yeah, that's
you know?
Hershey. It's got to be 12 or it's got to be 11 or 12 because Hershey didn't start till I was 11. I think that was the first time I ever played in Hershey.
So at the time those photographs of you were taken, you had already been raped by your father, had you not?
Yes.
And following that, did you make an effort to run away?
Yes.
And did that occur what time of year?
In the summer.
And was this a time when someone was visiting with your family for the summer? A relative?
Well, she was visiting more than just for the summer.
Okay. Who was visiting?
Diane.
And how did you try to run away?
I just went across the lake in a canoe and decided to leave.
Did you pack up some things?
I had a lunchbox and I had a little school book sack that I put some clothes in, and I filled the lunchbox with food.
And did you get away?
I got away for the all afternoon until nighttime when it started to get real dark, and there was a forest across not across the street, across the lake. And it was a real heavy, dense forest, and you could get lost, and I did.
And did somebody find you in the forest?
Yes, I heard my father calling after me.
And did he find you?
Yeah, I called after him.
Why'd you do that if you were trying to run away?
At that point, I was much more scared of being in the forest at night than running away.
And what happened? Did your father eventually come upon you?
Yes.
And what was his reaction?
He was furious.
And did he do anything to you?
Yes, he picked me up. I was sitting on the back of a tree. Well, my back was to the tree, and I was sitting on the ground of it. And he picked me up and threw me against the tree and said, "If you ever run away, I'll kill you. Do you understand me? You'll never get away." And he just went on and on and on about how this was stupid and how this was ridiculous and how I was embarrassing him. And
embarrassing him to whom?
Diane Vandermolen was in the house at the time, and he was more embarrassed that I had done this, and Diane would now realize that I tried to get away from the house than anything else.
Objection, speculation.
Overall, the answer will stand.
Okay. Now, at this point in your life, after this effort to run away, did you resolve somehow to change something about the way you were dealing with your father?
Yeah.
And what was your resolution?
I decided to try to do something. I didn't know what to do. I thought about killing myself, really, and once I failed at that, I tried to just try to resist him in some way.
What do you mean you failed at killing yourself? Had you tried to kill yourself?
Yes.
What had you done?
I had just filled up the bathtub with water and broken over one of my dad's razors and just sat there looking at the razor and the water. But I wasn't able to do it.
Did your dad have straight razors?
Yes. No, what do you mean by straight razors? He had the ones that you...
So when you say you broke open a razor, you mean a razor blade?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He had one of those, like, 6-packs where you would throw out the blade and put in another blade.
Double-edged blade?
Yes.
Did you cut yourself?
No.
What had you resolved to do by way of fighting back?
Now, remember, his family is hearing all of this. The Blood family is hearing all this. And, you know, some believed him, some didn't, but it was very painful for the entire family. Sometimes some of this they were hearing for the first time. Some of the family was just setting feet away, and they were just trying to process all this. The courtroom became a place where all this memory collided with accusation, and no one walked away untouched. No one. You know, this testimony didn't just ask the jury to believe them. It forced, and I mean forced, the family to confront a version of their past, of their lives that could never be undone ever again. You got to remember that. So this was horrible. This was horrible.
I didn't really know what to do.
What did you do?
I hid from him. I put cinnamon in his drinks and his coffee and his tea.
Why did you put cinnamon in his drinks?
Well, at the time, I was in 7th grade, and I had a group of kids, friends of mine, that were really involved. They weren't involved, but they talked a lot about sex, and it made me very uncomfortable. So I would sort of shy away and just listen.
And what did you hear that led to putting cinnamon in your father's drinks, if anything?
I heard that it made it taste better.
It made what taste better?
His semen.
And so you did it so it would taste better?
Yes.
Now, was it at some point after you were 11 years old that you developed a rather peculiar eating habit?
Yes.
Did you think it was peculiar?
No.
Okay. That's my word?
Yes.
What did you do?
I used a lot of lemon in my food.
And what do you mean by used a lot of lemon? What are we talking about here?
Well, in essence, I would put the lemon in the bowl first and then put whatever I was going to put in the bowl, like fish or rice or whatever. Sometimes I'd just pour the lemon over the food if it was already on the plate. But otherwise, I would just drown my food in lemon.
All of your food?
Soup, the meat, chicken, the fish, the rice, pretty much everything.
So would you consume a large quantity of lemon every week?
Every day.
And when you're eating all this lemon, did you notice it had any effect on your sense of taste?
Yes.
What would happen?
I wouldn't taste as much.
You wouldn't taste as much of your food?
I did it for a specific purpose, but it didn't seem to work all that well.
What was the purpose for which you were doing it?
So that I wouldn't have to taste my dad's.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Where did the lemon come from? Did you go and buy it for yourself?
Where the idea come from?
No. Where did the actual lemon that you're putting on everything come from?
Oh, from my mother.
And would your mother, did she ever run out of lemon?
Yes.
And would she be concerned about that?
Yes.
So did she make it a point of trying to always keep you supplied with lemon?
She kept stocks of lemon.
Did your mother ever ask you why you were drowning all of your food in lemon?
No, it was a big joke in the family, and the relatives and so on, but no one ever asked me why.
She never asked you why?
No.
Overall.
Mr. Menendez, was there something about your father's demeanor or look during what you've called rough sex that was distinctive?
Yes.
And could you tell us what that was?
It was the look in his eyes. It was the way he would look at me, through me, past me. I remember at one time he stuck me with a tack, and it really went far into me, and I sort of went, and he just twisted his head around and looked right through me, and it was scary.
Was that different than the way he looked at you when he was angry or when other kinds of sexual activity were going on?
Yes, it was like a glazed look. It was as if he wasn't there. It was as if he was, or didn't think I was there. It was really scary because I didn't know what he would do, because it's hard to describe. And on all the other occasions, he was just angry or he was nice. He was there. He was all there. And he was very bright. And and I would sort of know what he was thinking. But in this time,
on these occasions, could you know what he was thinking?
I had no idea what he was thinking.
And why was that particularly scary?
Because of what he was doing.
Did you think on these?
I think, in my opinion, it would always be scary to not know what somebody's doing when they do that to you. If they do things to you like that, and then they control you, and then you don't know what they're doing, I think that would be kind of scary, in my opinion, to not know. The lemon situation is interesting. Very, very interesting. Why his mom didn't notice, again, some of this stuff and question seriously. I have no idea. I don't know. It's sad. And I'm with Hey Jude earlier. I wish these parents, moms, dads, see something going on or suspect or think something. You don't go in and inspect your kids' genitals. Just freaking try to find out what's going on in the most uncomfortable or embarrassing or humiliating way. I mean, if you got a gut feeling, your gut's probably right. Just saying.
These occasions that he saw you differently. In other words,
I didn't even know if he saw me when he was in the middle of it. It just was really weird.
Okay. Now, you've testified that this rough sex ended when the family moved to the house in Princeton.
Yes.
Do you know why it ended?
No.
And a few months after the family moved to Princeton, did the family move again to California?
Yes.
And was there something unusual with respect to your father and his molesting you that occurred after the family moved to California?
Well, it ended.
It ended, or it stopped for a while?
I had thought it ended, period. It turned out it didn't, but that's what I thought had happened. I thought it was because we moved to California. I was really excited about moving to California and getting out of the Princeton house, which was a very depressing, sad house. And my mom was in that same state as well during that time.
Well, I don't understand. Your mom was in what state?
She was very depressed, very sad.
During what time?
In Princeton.
Could you back up from the mic? Just ignore it and stay back. We'll hear you. So you thought the move to California was going to be what?
I thought it was going to be like a new beginning. I thought it was going to change everything.
And you thought it was going to change the sex?
Yes.
And for how long in California, when you first got here, was there this no sex with your dad? Do you understand the question?
For about 3.5 months. Once we were in California, for about 3.5 months.
You sure it was 3.5 and not 6, Mr. Menendez?
Well, it was 6 in total from when we were in Princeton too, but just in California, it was 3.5 months.
So there was about 2.5 months in Princeton. There was no sex at all in the Princeton house?
There was sex. I know there was because I remember kneeling on the wooden floor, and the wooden floor was in my bedroom, but I don't remember very well about the Princeton house.
Okay, so was there a period when there was no sex in the Princeton house before you moved to California?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Starting at the age of 6 and up until the point when the family moved to California, generally speaking, on average, how many sexual contacts a month was there between you and your father?
I didn't hear the first part of the question.
All right. Between the time you were 6, when it began, and the time that you were 15 and a half, moved to California, on average, generally over that whole period, how many sexual contacts a month were there between yourself and your father?
2 to 4 times a month. I mean, that's really general.
So would there be some months when there'd be nothing?
Yes.
And would there be some months when there'd be a lot more?
No.
Well, so it would be
Some months there would be 4 times. Sometimes he'd come in every week. He'd come in every week, sometimes for a period of 5 weeks, and then not come in my room for 2 months.
okay. So we're trying to average it out, stretch it across that whole period.
Yeah.
2 to 4 times a month.
Yes.
So you get to California, and for the first 3.5 months, nothing.
Yes, nothing.
So what do you think?
I think that it was going to end. I thought it was because we moved to California and because I guess I was getting older and that it was going to end.
How'd that make you feel?
It felt great. I really had a good 3.5 months when I was there.
How was your mother doing in those 3.5 months, the first 3.5 months in California?
She wasn't doing so well.
Now, were you hearing things between your parents during these first months in California that was unlike anything you had heard them argue about in the past?
Well, I heard them talk about divorce.
And did you hear them talk about affair?
Oh, yes. I heard them talk about that in the car, basically through my mom. I heard them.
Okay. The question is, you're in California. Are you hearing these kinds of talks the first few months in California?
Yes.
Had you heard these kinds of talks about divorce, about affairs in New Jersey?
No.
And is your mother upset?
Oh, yes. She was very upset.
Was there a period of time when you first moved to California where your mother did a lot of crying?
She did almost.
Sustained. The answer is true.
Can you describe something that your mother was doing when you first came to California that was different than what she did in New Jersey?
Well, in the Princeton house, she began to do a lot of crying, and I didn't know what it was from until I moved to California. And she did nothing but cry, and it was really sad. And I would try to go talk to her, and she would say, "Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you." And she would just stay in her bedroom and cry.
Where?
Well, at first we were in the Oakwood apartments.
What state, Mr. Menendez?
California.
And you said she'd do nothing but cry. Are you talking about after you moved to California?
Yes and no. I mean, she did a lot of crying in the Princeton house. I just didn't know what it was for. But once we got to California, it was all crying.
Okay. And how did that make you feel?
It made me feel very sad for her.
But your life was somewhat better at that point?
My life was great because the sex had ended, and I wasn't happy with my father, but I was happy, really, really happy that the sex had ended.
You weren't happy with your father because of what?
Because of the way he was dealing with my mother.
Now, at some point, did this stoppage, or did this period where there was no sex with your father end?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
It was right before my birthday in 1980. I guess it was 1986.
And your birthday is when?
November 27th.
And Mr. Menendez, when did the family move to California?
In August.
Of 1986?
Yes.
And without getting into the details, what form of sexual contact did you have with your father right before your birthday in 1986?
Knees.
And was knees the most frequent form of sexual contact?
Speaking of the family members, there was other family members there that was definitely in disbelief. They were withdrawn, and some of them were emotional. Hello, Lucky. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you very much. Y'all don't forget to hit that thumbs up and like button. Like, share, subscribe, do all the things. But a lot of them were withdrawn. They saw two parents who, whatever their flaws, did not deserve the execution. Not in their own home, not while watching TV. That's kind of where I stand. But I'm not minimizing, and I'm not taking away from these boys' abuse. I do believe in my heart they were abused physically, mentally, and emotionally. I just personally don't understand, in my opinion, why it was pre-med, why they lay in wait, why they went out reloaded, why that it was after they were adults that something was done. That's just my stance. Lisa, we're talking about the Menendez brothers. They have been in prison over 35 years now. If you haven't heard of this case, I don't know. I mean, and it's been everywhere. There's movies about it. There's books about it. Everybody's talked about it. Smiley's the only one that hasn't talked about it. And I chose to talk about it today. And that's what I'm doing. We're going to continue to talk about it. I've been on here almost 5 hours, and I'm still going to continue to talk about it because I still got more to say, and I still got more to talk about. I would advise, if you're just coming in and you didn't see the front, before I showed any videos, I spent probably a good hour talking on this case and some of my beliefs and the what, when, where, why, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm just stopping for a minute because if you need to take a break, please take a break. Please take care of your hearts. This is triggering, but the jury, y'all got to remember, don't just take and evaluate the testimony, not in a little vacuum. They see all the nods. I don't care how much is overruled, underruled, stopped, whatever. They see and they hear things that they can't get out of their head. And they see all this. They see the sniffles. They see the family. They try to avoid contact. The people do, but the jury sees that. They notice that. So there's no doubt that the first trial ended in a mistrial. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. But here we are 35 years later. Everything's been denied for them. Does that mean the trauma's even less or erased? No, it don't. But the family I'm talking about now, their family just sat there, had to listen. Some agreed with these boys and some didn't. I mean, that was their blood family, the ones that was taken away. And, there's some of them was hearing that for the first time. Eric's testimony didn't just put his parents on trial. It put the entire family's, their loyalty, their silence, all the memories on trial too. It did all those things. This was a horrible case. And I don't think we'll ever in this world, in my lifetime, will ever stop talking about this case. You're just getting today, though, what I think and what I'm talking about. So let's carry on. Please hit that like, thumbs up, and subscribe. I appreciate you all being here. Hold on.
Over the years from 11 on?
Yes, much more so in California, but yes, in New Jersey, I'd have to say it was the most frequent that I remember.
And did knees remain the most frequent form of contact for the years that you lived in California?
Yes.
And had what you call sex been the least frequent form of contact when you were living in New Jersey?
Yes.
And did sex continue to be the least frequent form when you lived in California?
Oh, yes.
I want to ask you to go to an incident, however, of sex that involved your father using a knife. You've referred to this before. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. First, can you tell us how old you were when that occurred?
I was 17.
And where were you living?
In the Calabasas house.
And your brother, was he even in California at that time? If you remember.
I don't really remember if he was. I think he may have been.
Did you have your own suite of rooms in the Calabasas house?
I had 2 rooms.
Yes, you did?
Yes.
And did this incident with your father start out with him having a knife, or did the knife evolve?
It didn't start out with him having a knife.
Okay. how did it start out?
It started out with him coming in my bedroom and telling me to get on my knees. I was on the bed at the time.
And that was fairly common, wasn't it?
Yes.
And did you do it?
No.
What did you do?
I got up, and as I was getting up, I said no.
And did you give him a reason for saying no?
No. I just said no.
Did you say you had a headache?
I don't remember saying I had a headache.
Do you remember telling me in the past that you thought you told him you had a headache then?
Overall.
And what I remember now is all I remember.
Okay. So you just said no. Do you know why you said no?
Yes.
Why did you say no?
Because I had been building myself up for a long time before then. I'd really been building myself up to resist him in some way or fight back. I really hated myself at the time, and I disliked who I was. And so I just I wanted to do more than say no, but all I could do was say no.
Okay. So you said no because you had been planning on saying no. Is that the answer?
Yes.
All right. And how did he react to your saying no?
Oh, he hit me and threw me on the bed.
Okay. And after he did that, what did he do?
He left the room.
And what did you think when he left the room?
I didn't know.
Did you think your resistance had worked at that point?
No, because he stormed out of that room.
So what happened next?
He came back with the knife.
Now, this knife, Mr. Menendez, is a small, medium, large?
I think it's like that. If
Yeah.
not bigger. I mean, I remember it being huge.
Okay. And where was it kept at that house?
It was in my parents' bedroom.
And when he came back with the knife, what did he do with it, if anything?
He put it on my neck. He put his hand on my head and put the knife on my neck.
And did he hurt you with it?
No.
Did he threaten you with it?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said I should kill you, and next time I will.
And did you believe him?
Yes.
And following that, did he then demand an act of sex from you? Your Honor, may we approach? Did he then demand something from you?
Yes.
What?
Sex.
And did you comply?
Yes.
Did you complain?
No.
Did you resist?
No.
Did you say no?
No.
Did you just do it?
Yes.
And had he on this occasion requested that you go into a particular position that was unusual?
Yes.
And what was unusual about it?
It was that I put my knees on the edge of the bed.
Well, hadn't he asked you to do that before?
Yes, but it was unusual. It only happened 3 times in my life.
Was there a mirror in this room, Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
And were you positioned in some way with respect to the mirror?
Yes.
And is that what was unusual about this as well?
That only happened twice in my life.
Well, was this one of the times that happened?
Yes.
And did he make you look?
Yes.
And how did you feel about that experience afterwards?
I really hated myself.
And did you feel that you would be resisting him again in the future?
No.
Was there a thought that would go through your mind when your father was having sex with you concerning dying?
Yes.
And what was that thought? And I'm focusing now on when you were in California, when you were a teenager.
I just wanted more than anything else that when I died, that no one would find out that this was happening to me.
When these sexual things were happening with your father, did you think that you might die?
Yes.
Did you understand how or why?
No, I just felt like I was going to die. It just was so horrible that I wanted to die, and I felt like I was going to die. I just didn't want to die with anyone knowing.
You didn't want to die in the middle of it.
No.
Is that what you meant?
I overruled answer that question. You understand the question?
Yes. I definitely did not want to die in the middle of it.
And if you had died in the middle of it, what might happen?
People would know
People would know what?
that I was having sex with my father.
Did any of that thought enter your mind on Sunday night, August 20th, 1989?
Yes.
And how did it enter your mind that night?
I thought he was going to kill me that night, and I thought he was going to have sex with me first.
And did that flash to any previous thoughts you had had?
Any what?
Previous thoughts. Thoughts you had had earlier in
Well,
your
it was
life.
a thought.
That's the whole question.
Okay. When you were thinking,
In my opinion, only in my opinion, the night his mom and dad was murdered by them, I don't think he thought that. That's just my opinion. Again, I'm not trying to take away any abuse from anybody, but this was planned, in my opinion. So it was just what he said. I had to stop it and say that because that's my thought, and I am allowed to have my thoughts. So are you. Thank you for being here. Please speak up, talk, put the thumbs up, share, like. I appreciate you all.
that your father might have sex with you on the night of August 20th and kill you, okay, did that remind you of these earlier thoughts you had about not wanting to die in the middle of a sex act with your father?
No, it didn't have to remind me. It was always in my head. It was always there.
Well, was it there then, Mr. Menendez?
Yes, it was there.
Let's go back, if we can, to when you're living in New Jersey. Do you remember, let me strike that. Did you have an opportunity in the last few months to look over your school records from the Princeton Day School?
Yes.
And did you read the comments that all your teachers had written about you over those years?
Yes.
And was there something that you remember experiencing as a school child at school related to what was happening at home?
Certainly.
What were you experiencing at school? And when I say related to happening at home, I mean to the sexual activity with your father. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And what would happen at school?
I would lose my concentration, and I would wander off.
And were you aware of doing it at the time?
Sometimes I was aware when I snapped out of it.
And what would be the thought or thoughts or pictures or images that would cause you to lose your concentration?
Anything could cause me to lose my concentration. The way somebody looked at me reminded me of my father, or what somebody was wearing, if my father had been wearing that, or a box, the way it was positioned, anything, didn't matter.
But was it related to the sex with your father?
Yes.
And when you reviewed the school records, did you see things in those records that reminded you of these concentration problems?
Well, it talked about it all over the school records.
Back up a little.
I
Who
saw
talked about it?
my teachers.
What did they say?
They said that I had a serious problem in concentrating during tests, during class, school, and at any time, that I wouldn't be able to concentrate very well, that I would get very nervous and anxious.
Well, weren't you a pretty nervous, anxious person since the time you were a little boy?
Yes, I was.
And did this sex with your father, you think, make you calmer and more relaxed? And more
Definitely not. It didn't make me more nervous for school. It just made me real paranoid
paranoid of what?
of giving myself away.
Mr. Menendez, when we broke yesterday, we were talking about your mother's interactions with you over homework and schoolwork and learning. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You mentioned at some point when you were talking about that, something about a closet.
Yes.
Would you tell us what significance a closet had with respect to your mother and to schoolwork?
That's where I did a lot of my schoolwork when I didn't do it well.
What's where you did it?
In her closet.
Where was the closet?
In her room. It was a long, very narrow, long closet. She kept a lot of her clothes.
And is that because you liked to do schoolwork in her closet? You chose that as a place to do it?
No, she put me there when she felt that I wasn't concentrating hard enough, or was having trouble concentrating, or just wasn't doing it well enough to the how she liked, or when she left the house and she felt I wasn't sick. She wanted to make sure I did my work.
One thing I didn't like.
You say when she left the house and she felt you weren't sick.
One thing I didn't like, also, I will agree to that, Ruth, because I do feel like on the stand that they're being humiliated all over again. I don't like her tone. I know she's just doing her job, but, that's just me. So I do agree with that. Absolutely, I do.
Like what type of days or what time of day would that relate to?
That related to during the day, late morning, afternoon, when she had left the house.
Was this?
Can you specify what time frame you're talking about?
Yes. What age or ages are we talking about when your mother would have you do work in the closet?
When I was 12, 13, 14.
About that.
Now, the days when she'd leave the house and have you be in the closet, were these weekends or school days?
The school days when she would leave the house, it's when I was homesick, but she didn't feel I was that sick.
And what was the purpose of you being, if you know, of you having to be in the closet on these school days when she was out of the house?
She wanted to make sure I didn't watch TV or do anything that I wasn't supposed to do, and made sure that I did my work.
So you were supposed to do homework in the closet?
Homework or different tests that she would give me or assignments that she would give me.
And was there a chair and a table or a desk in the closet?
No. Sometimes she'd give me a clipboard.
A clipboard?
So that I could write on.
And for how long a period of time would you have to remain in the closet after she had put you there?
Until she let me out.
And how long would that sometimes be?
Sometimes it would be an hour. Sometimes it would be all day when she left, 7 hours. Sometimes I fell asleep in there overnight.
And when, apart from the days when she wasn't there and she put you in the closet, where would she be on other occasions when she'd put you in the closet to do your schoolwork? Where would your mother be?
Usually across the way on her bed.
In the same room?
Yeah, the closet was at the very back, past the bathroom, past my dad's closet, down this teeny little hallway in her room. And her bedroom would be on the other side of the room.
So she'd be in her bedroom?
I mean, I couldn't tell where she was always, but when I called out, she was usually on her bed.
And did this closet have a solid door or a door you could look through?
I could peek through the bottom under.
See, in my opinion, I don't know what y'all think, and I don't know who all watched the entire trial. Back then, this has been over 35 years ago, but I don't know who y'all think had the most compelling testimony on the stand or anything like that. But I think, in my opinion, it was Eric, but it does not excuse, and this is where I keep going with this, it does not excuse what either of them did, in my opinion. But why I think Eric's testimony was the most compelling was because he testified in complete detail, and he also did it very painfully. It was hard to hear, but I think he meant it. It showed how he spoke, how he broke down when he testified. He didn't come across as a confident little punk or anything like that. He did come across as he was very overwhelmed, and he was still kind of that scared young man. So later on, many experts, they noted that the presentation aligned with someone describing fear and control, but not anger. You know, for us, the viewers, for the jurors, everybody in that courtroom, anybody that saw it, felt like Eric was raw, and that made people sit up and listen and take notice, in my opinion. But it did not legally, and I'll say it again a million times, it did not legally justify premeditated murder, and that's what this is. And I still have questions on that. I'm sorry. It did not overcome evidence of planning or what I feel is the ambush and any of that. So I just think other testimony, in my opinion, did not fall out the same way. Lyle came across more controlled and defensive, in my opinion. He showed less emotion, but you know, I don't know. I don't know. Let's carry on.
Under the door, but it was a solid door.
And what would happen, Mr. Menendez, if while you were in the closet and your mother was home, you had to go to the bathroom?
I wasn't supposed to go to the bathroom unless I called out and asked her if she wasn't home.
I'm talking about when she is home. Okay. Let's say she's there.
I find that hard to believe. Okay.
She's in her bedroom.
Yes.
And you have to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
What would you do?
I'd have to call out and tell her that I needed to go to the bathroom.
And would she then come and let you out of the closet and let you go to the bathroom?
Depended.
Depended on what?
On whether she felt like letting me go to the bathroom at that time. She'd ask me what number I had to go, and if I had to go number 2, usually she'd let me out.
And if you had, and number 1 was urinating?
Yes.
And if you had to do that, would she let you out?
Sometimes she would say, I'll let you out in a few minutes or later, or whatever.
Did she ever provide you with a receptacle of some kind that you were supposed to use in the closet?
Yes, that's after I had complained that I couldn't.
You have to back off the mic. Try to sit back. Just sit back in the chair. Okay, try to stay there. Okay, go on. The receptacle in the closet.
It was a plastic bin with a yellow cover. It was a see-through type of thing.
And what was it for?
It was for when I used to go to the bathroom.
And that's after you had complained?
Well, I'd complained when she left the house. She'd put me in the closet, and I didn't know I couldn't leave the closet to go to the bathroom. And she got very angry at me one time when I left the closet. And I said I used the excuse that I needed to go to the bathroom that time, even though I didn't. And so she gave me a bin to go in.
If she wasn't at home, how did she know that you left the closet to go to the bathroom, whether you really went to the bathroom or it was just an excuse? How did she know you left the closet?
She used to put this little piece of paper.
Go ahead.
She used to put this little, the microphone is too low. That's why I can't.
Excuse me, Monica, Deputy Wolf, could we find a place where it will?
No, it's just the volume.
Too close to it.
You don't have to lean that close to it. Just speak up in a loud voice.
She used to put this little piece of paper at the corner of the closet door. So if the closet door opened from the outside, the paper would fall down.
If it opened from the outside?
If it opened, the paper would fall down the outside.
Okay. And so there was an occasion when you had left the closet and she found out?
Yeah, I didn't know this until after I found out on the second time what it was. I had left the closet and I watched TV and I got something to eat and I used the restroom and I came back and she accused me of leaving the closet and I said, no, I didn't. And she grabbed me and she started shaking me and she said, don't lie to me, don't lie to me. And I didn't know how she knew, but I admitted that I left the closet. And the second time is when I saw the piece of paper.
The second time you left the closet when she wasn't home? Is that what you mean?
Yes. I didn't understand how she knew that I'd left the closet the first time.
Okay. Now, did you use this receptacle that she provided?
Yes.
Did you ever use anything else?
I didn't enjoy using I didn't really want to use this because I'd have to give it to her. And so I kept one of those plastic bags in the hid it in the closet, so when I had to go in there and I had to go to the bathroom, I could use my own and I could pretend that I never went.
Okay. I'd like to go back for a moment to the sexual activity between yourself and your father for a few points, all right? When you were about 13, was there an episode of what you call the mirror that had to do with the sexual activity between yourself and your father?
Well, it would happen a lot of times right after sex. So what do you mean?
What I mean is, did he do a drill in front of the mirror that had specifically to do with the secrecy?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And was I right? Was that when you were 13?
Yes.
Okay. Would you tell us about that particular drill?
I was sitting in front of the mirror. He used to do this every once in a while. I'd say at least once or twice. It happened more than just when I was 13. And I would sit in the chair in front of the mirror, and he would ask me if I've told anyone, and I said no. And he would say, "What's going to happen to you if you tell anyone?" And I remember the first time I said that you will hurt me, and he said wrong, and so I hit myself. And he said, "What's going to happen if you tell someone?" And I didn't answer. And he said again, he said, "What is going to happen if you tell someone?" And I said, "You'll kill me." And he said, "Right."
And that happened more than once?
Yes.
Now,
I got it right the second time, though.
Excuse me?
I would learn how to get it right, the answers.
So the second time, what was your answer?
Just that he'll kill me.
And then he said, right? Okay. Also, when you were about 13, was there a nickname that you gave yourself that was related to what you've described here as rough sex?
Yes.
What was that nickname?
The Hurt Man.
And did you share that nickname with anyone?
Yes.
And who did you tell that that was your nickname?
I told some of my friends. I told Diane. I told Lyle. I was the Hurt Man.
Did you have a cousin named Andy?
Yes.
Did you ever mention that nickname to Andy?
Yes. I more considered Andy one of my best friends than my cousin.
Okay. Did you explain to Lyle and all these other people why you were calling yourself Hurt Man, or did you just tell them the nickname?
I just told them it was because I got hurt a lot and I could.
And you didn't tell them how you were being hurt or who was hurting you?
Mm-hmm.
Sustained answers.
Did you tell them how you were being hurt or who was hurting you?
No.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Now, do you recall, Mr. Menendez, that you testified that on the Tuesday night before your parents were killed, you strike that, on Tuesday afternoon before your parents were killed, you started a conversation with your brother in the guest house where you brought to his attention a talk he had had with your father when you were young?
Yes.
When you were young, how did you find out, or how did you know that Lyle had had a talk with your father?
Because my father came in the room and beat me up.
And how old do you recall being when that happened?
I recall being 11.
And what, if anything, did your father say in accompanying this beating?
He came in the room and he said, he just very angrily told me that he could not believe I told Lyle, and what was I thinking, and didn't he understand that he was gonna kill me if I told Lyle, and all this stuff. And then he had me up against the wall.
And was it after that that these drills in front of the mirror about what he would do to you if you told began?
Yeah, it was longer after that, though. This was just, I mean, he had told me many times, not specifically in reference to Lyle, that what he would do to me if I told. But it was unexpected because I hadn't told Lyle, and I didn't know he was going to come in the room. I wasn't prepared, and so it was a shock. I denied it, but he didn't believe me.
You denied what?
I denied telling Lyle.
To whom?
To my dad.
And who didn't believe you?
My dad.
Now, after that, did you have any conversation with Lyle about, or did Lyle ask you any questions about anything going on between yourself and your father?
Yes, Lyle would ask me a question every once in a while for a short period afterwards. He would say, is anything strange happening in your room with Dad or something like that? And I would say, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
And why did you say, no, I don't know what you're talking about?
Because I didn't want to give any indication that anything was, because I didn't want what happened with Dad to happen again.
You didn't want Lyle to tell him?
Exactly.
Objection sustained. The answer is correct.
What did you mean when you said you didn't want to have happen with Dad what happened before?
I didn't know what Lyle had told Dad, but I didn't want Lyle to say anything to Dad about anything. I just wanted Lyle to leave it alone. If he knew, I didn't know how he knew, but I just wanted him to leave it alone.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned in your testimony yesterday something about Vaseline. Was Vaseline something that figured into the sexual activity between yourself and your father?
Yes.
And what specific type of the sexual activity did Vaseline figure into?
The actual sex.
Was Vaseline ever a part of the rough sex?
Only in respect to actual sex, but hardly ever.
What about with respect to certain implements? Was it ever used for that?
Yes, it was used rarely, but not very often.
And with respect to actual sex, Mr. Menendez, I think you've already testified, that was still a component when you lived in California. Is that right?
Yes.
And when was the last episode of actual sex between yourself and your father in California?
In May 1989.
And was there some rule or directive of your father's having to do with Vaseline?
Yes.
And what was that rule or directive?
That I was supposed to leave it in my room, and I wasn't supposed to remove it from there.
And how would it get into your room?
Well, he brought it in very early in Pennington when I was 12 years old, and left it there. And I was told not to touch it again, and he did the same in California. He did the same in Princeton.
And when you were living in Beverly Hills, was there a particular place in the room where he would keep the Vaseline?
Yes.
And where was that?
On my bed, there were a lot of shelves. On one of the shelves in my bed.
You've looked at the photograph that's up on the board on the top on the right.
Yes.
Is there a jar of
I have to stop this just a minute. I just got a message. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hold on just a minute, y'all. Oh, God. Hold on. Oh, my God, I got cold chills. Just hold on a minute. Hold on. Oh, my God. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, y'all. I'm just getting a message. Tiffany Marie's son passed away. Her son has been fighting cancer, as we know. And my mod is telling me she's not in here right now, but evidently she saw on Queen Bee's post from BK that Tiffany Marie's son has passed away yesterday. Y'all, I have chills. Please, please send all of your prayers, love, and support over to Tiffany Marie and her family. My God, I am so sorry. I am so sorry to hear this. God, give me just a minute, y'all. My God, give me just a minute, y'all. Okay, I am still okay. Hold on just a minute. Hold on, here we go. Okay, Benny Keys, he's real close to Tiffany and her family. And I'm reading a post that actually, I hope it's okay. I'll probably post it myself, but I'm being sent this post. I was asked my mod to go get it. Benny Keys 1 hour ago said today, January 4th, 2026. It pains me greatly to say that Tiffany's son David won the fight for 357 days. And yesterday at 4:26 p.m., Jesus walked into his paradise while she laid beside him. Whew, while she lay beside him, holding rosary beads at his head. Tiffany has asked me to relay this to all the people that have prayed and continue to pray for David and heartfelt herself. She is eternally grateful for all the support. That does not mean stop praying. Prayer is one of the most powerful tools we have at our disposal. Spoke with David many times through his fight. He was optimistic. But even when he wasn't so optimistic, he continued to fight and stay strong for his mother. He will be greatly missed by so many people. This is also a time to do some great reflection. I agree with Benny on that. In our own lives, if you don't have a relationship with a spiritual power of your understanding, there's no time like the present. Secure your place in paradise. Tiffany will be back when she is. She will have testimony. In the meantime, let us all respect her privacy and give her this time with her family to navigate the next part of this journey. And then he put at TMXO a bunch of hearts, and he said, Benny, and I'm going to show you this. Hold on, I don't know how do I, I'm going to show you this. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you can see it, but I want to show you Tiffany's handsome son. My God, my God, many prayers to Tiffany and her family. Please give them privacy. Please. And it is right. This is a time to reflect on your own self and your own lives. Some of the comments I'm just going to read. Rest in peace, David. My condolences to Tiffany. Oh my gosh, TM, I'm so incredibly sorry. Bob said, rest peacefully, David. My condolences. I am truly sorry, TM. Sending our respects and our deepest condolences to you. I'm so sorry, Tiffany. Love and blessings sent to David, many friends and loved ones, and especially his mom. Amen. Nikki wrote, this is absolutely devastating. My heart shatters for Tiffany. May the Lord wrap his arms around her as she navigates this earth without her only child. I am so sorry, Tiffany. I cannot fathom that kind of pain. I'm praying for all. And then someone said, as a mother who lost my young adult son in January 2023, I am in tears, knowing this is unimaginable. He just entered. I am praying for God's strength and comfort for her. My heart is breaking for Tiffany and her family. They both have been and will continue to be in my prayers. Someone wrote, Tiffany, very briefly, a few months ago, I lost my cousin to the very same thing. and via Nick sent her condolences. I hoped and I prayed every day that I would never have to do the same, that I would never have to do the same. God bless you, David and Tiffany. Your fight was hard and noble. The war within this body is over, but the love that you share will forever surround you. It is a force and an energy that cannot be destroyed. May one day it bring you comfort alongside the tears, grief. Until then, many arms of love may hold you up, hold you close. Good night and God bless, David. I will continue to pray. I am so saddened to hear this. God bless. Rest in peace, sweet David. My heart is broken for her. Love and prayers forever and always. Oh my God, I am so terribly sorry to hear this, Tiffany. I will definitely continue to keep you and your family in my prayers. You will now have a guardian angel on your shoulder all the time. Rest in heaven, David. Somebody wrote, that girl wrote, I'm so sorry. Prayers and love. I have no words. I don't pretend to imagine the pain. It's every parent's worst nightmare. Fly high, David. David was a fighter. He fought through every day with peace and strength and dignity, and with the most beautiful sparkle in his eyes. We love him so much. May he forever be at rest in the arms of Jesus. Tiffany is the best mama and will always be David's mom. Y'all have seen her change. It's David's mom, is what she changed her name to. But we're speaking on Tiffany Marie's son. She lost him yesterday. Mom, always and forever. Love you, TMXO. Casey K, this is such a beautiful tribute to David. He is an amazing young man who touched the hearts of many while here on earth. I learned so much from him this year. Now he's free with Jesus. My mama / friend heart is broken for Tiffany. All my love and prayers always. Always. My prayers are with TM and the family. Sending prayers up for Tiffany and the rest of the family. He fought really hard. Sending prayers. I'm so very sorry for your loss. This is heartbreaking. Sending all prayers. Sending prayers. Prayers for TM and the biggest hugs for David. There are no words. I'm so sorry, Tiffany. My heart is broken for TM. I will continue to pray for her, sending my deepest condolences. Prayers for Tiffany and all who love David through this journey. Hi, Benny. Please forward my condolences on this heartbreaking news. My thought and prayers go to her family. So very sorry, Miss Tiffany, and prayers. You now have your own beautiful special angel watching over you. Prayers to TM and her family. All the prayers mean so much to Tiffany. Keep praying David is relying on his mom, on us all, to let her know we are here. So sorry, TM. Rest in peace, sweet David. My thoughts and prayers and condolences to TM. Rest in peace, David. Sending prayers to Tiffany and family. May God be with you. My thoughts and prayers are with you, Tiffany. I'm so very sorry for your loss. My biggest condolences to Tiffany and family, praying always. Sending prayers to Tiffany and family, and I'm so sorry. Fuck cancer. For TM and family, bunch of praying hands. Sending love, comfort, and prayers. My deepest condolences for her loss and her heartbreak, and for her family. TM, you will be in my continued prayers. Oh no, many prayers to Tiffany. No words. Lord, grant David your perfect peace as they enter your kingdom. May your spirit remind me that they are safe with you. Amen. Hugs to Tiffany Marie. Oh, wow, I'm so sorry. And it just goes on and on and on and on. Y'all can go to Benny Keys and look, that post is there. Post your condolences. Go to Tiffany. She's under David's mom. It's so many. It's so much more. So much more. I'm just strolling down. Rest in paradise, David. My condolences to Tiffany and her family. No, no, no. Somebody said. I am so sorry. So it says a lot. I mean, y'all, please, thank you for sending me that. Thank you. Please go say your condolences. This is horrible, horrible, horrible news. He's been fighting cancer for a little while now, and Tiffany's been there with him every step of the way. And it's really sad, and they're right. Fuck cancer. Cancer's... Ugh. Rest in peace, David. Tiffany, over here at Smiley Stories World, we are so, so, so sorry. Just 1 second, okay? Thank you. Sorry, I had to just catch my breath just for a minute. Remember, you can go to Benny Keys and see that. You can go to David's mom. I don't know if she's posted anything or not. She probably has not even thought about being on YouTube. Bless her, be with her, and be with her family right now. All right, let's finish this up, y'all. I'm so sorry, Tiffany. I am so, so sorry.
Vaseline on a shelf on your bed in that photograph?
Yes.
Now, you've talked about sexual activity occurring between yourself and your father in your bedrooms at various houses. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Were there other places in the house where sexual activity between yourself and your father would occur?
Only one other place.
And where was that?
In the shower.
Your brother testified there were times when you and your brother and your father would shower together and your father would do something with the water.
Yes.
Was that an experience that you recall?
Yes.
I believe your brother testified to a shower that had doors where the regulator had a wrench on it.
Yeah, I don't remember that so well.
What house was that?
That was in the North Mill house, I think.
Do you remember things about where your father did things with the water from the Pennington house?
Yes, those I remember.
And what do you remember just generally about what he would do at the Pennington house?
At the Pennington house, it was a lighter thing. He would, when I was washing my hair and the shampoo was getting on my face, he would suddenly turn the water either all the way cold or all the way hot. So I learned how to shampoo my hair back, because that's what he always did. He never got any shampoo on his forehead, just in case I did that to him, because it was sort of a thing that he used to do. And then he would have Lyle and I see who was the strongest person by, he wouldn't turn the water hot. He would turn it all the way cold and see who could last for 30 seconds in the water, who could last for 45 seconds, and so on.
But let's back up to, though, when you had the shampoo in your eyes, before you learned how to shampoo your hair to not get the soap in your eyes, okay? You said he would turn the water all the way hot or all the way cold.
Yes.
Did you ever get burned?
Yes.
Now, when you and your brother and your father showered together, was there any sex on those occasions?
No.
Were there other occasions when just you and your father showered together?
Yes.
And was there sex on those occasions?
Not always, but sometimes.
And what would have preceded those showers? What came before the showers, if you recall? What would you have been doing?
Sometimes he would shave me.
I was really asking what activities. Would this be on the weekends, the showers together?
Yes, well, it would be after tennis, after sports, of course.
Okay, so it's after sports, of course?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we took, every time we finished playing on the tennis court, we always, him and I, and sometimes Lyle, depends how old he was at the time, would go and take a shower together.
Now, you mean every time, meaning on the weekends?
Yes, he really wasn't around too often during the day in the week.
During the week?
Yes.
Let's talk about during the week, during the school year, okay? Days when you'd go to school.
Yes.
Okay. Would there usually be tennis practice before you went to school?
Yes.
And when there was tennis practice before you went to school, did you change and shower first, or did you just go to school after practice?
Usually we just went right to school.
So would the time when you would shower at home after tennis practice be on the weekends or at the end of the day?
Almost always on the weekends. We'd be playing tennis for all day, like 6 hours every day on the weekend. And afterwards, we would go and take a shower.
Now, you mentioned something about he shaved you. At what age are you talking about?
When I was 12.
When you were 12?
12.
And did this happen only when you were 12, or did it go on for
No,
some
it
period of
began
time?
when I was 12.
And how long did it go on?
Just for, it didn't happen in Princeton, so it ended before we moved to Princeton.
And you moved to Princeton when you were 15 and a half?
Yes.
And what part of your body did he shave? Or what hair did he shave?
My pubic hair.
Now, apart from the showers and your bedrooms, were there sexual incidents with your father in other places besides your home?
Yes.
And what kinds of places?
In hotel rooms when we were playing tennis, or I remember twice when we were on vacation.
And do you recall what ages you were on vacation when it happened?
One of them I do. One of them we were in St. Lucia, and the other one we were in. I don't remember exactly where we were.
What type of vacation?
It was skiing vacation. We were either in Vermont or we were in Colorado. Not really sure.
And you're not sure how old you were for the episode on the skiing vacation?
Yeah, I don't remember.
St. Lucia is where?
It's in the Caribbean.
Did you take all of your vacations with your parents?
Yes.
Now, you said there were also hotel rooms when you were on the road playing tennis. Would this be when your parents were traveling with you in tournaments?
Yes.
And Mr. Menendez, did such activity happen when you were traveling in the tournaments over the summer of 1989?
Yes.
And would there be a difference in the kind of sexual activity that would occur when you were traveling, depending on how you did in the tournament?
Yes. It would all depend on how I did in the tournament, whether I won or I lost.
And if you won, what was the usual sexual activity?
Well, in California, it wasn't so usual anymore for us to have nice sex, but it would only happen after I won.
Okay, so nice sex was reserved for when you won.
Yes.
That's when your father was in what kind of mood?
He was in a elated mood.
And what would happen when you lost?
One of two things.
And what are the two things?
He would either have actual sex or usually it was knees.
And was it knees that happened during the summer of 1989?
Yes.
Now, you testified that the last sexual activity with your father was in August of 1989. Where did it occur?
In my bedroom.
In Beverly Hills?
Yes.
When did it occur?
In August.
I know when.
It occurred before the talk, right after we got back from Kalamazoo.
Okay. And you got back from Kalamazoo somewhere around the 9th or 10th?
Yes.
So was it within a day or two?
Yes.
And what type was it?
It was knees.
Now, Mr. Menendez, when you moved to California, how old were you?
I was 16. No, I was 15 when I moved. I turned 16 right after.
You turned 16 in November after you moved?
Yes.
And up until that time, had you ever had a girlfriend?
No.
When you were in the 8th and 9th grade, excuse me, did you have friends at school who would talk about girls and sex?
Yes.
And did these friends have social interactions with girls?
Yes.
Did you?
No.
Why?
Because I was afraid of that.
What were you afraid of?
I was afraid of, they would talk about sex a lot, and I was just afraid of the conversation. I didn't even want to get into the conversation, and I certainly didn't want to be around girls when talking about that, or even really around girls and that type of thing.
Why?
Because it made me real self-conscious, made me real afraid that they might be able to tell something that I knew a little bit too much, or that I knew something that I shouldn't have, or that they would be able to tell something I didn't know.
Tell what?
That I would be able to, something would slip out.
About what?
About what was happening with my dad.
Okay. In fact, was there a time when you made choices about who your friends would be based on whether certain boys talked about sex and other boys didn't?
Yeah, there were two of my friends in school, two of my good friends in school, my only real friends, but in school, they talked too much about sex, and I told them that I couldn't deal with the friendship anymore. I couldn't handle it.
Were these friends trying to get you to do anything?
Yes.
What were they trying to get you to do?
They were trying to get me to kiss a girl or have a girlfriend, approach a girl.
Okay. Now, when you moved to California, did your mother start to talk to you about something that she had not previously talked to you about?
Yes.
And do you recall where you were living when your mother first brought this particular topic up to you?
In the Oakwood Apartments.
So that's right after you got to California?
Yes.
How long did you live in the Oakwood Apartments?
Very short time. I don't even remember how long. A month or two.
You don't remember?
Not really sure. It was very short time, because by November we were living in the Calabasas house.
By your birthday?
Yeah. So it couldn't have been more than 2 months.
Okay. Now, while you were living in the Oakwood Apartments, did you hear arguments between your parents?
Yes.
And what did you learn from those arguments about what was going on between your parents?
That they were talking about divorce.
And did you learn what the reason was why they were talking about divorce?
Because my dad had an affair.
And what was your mother's basic mood, if you will, during the time that you lived in the Oakwood apartments?
She was very depressed, crying a lot, but very angry when talking with my dad.
She was angry with your dad?
Yeah, she was really angry. She was really angry.
Now, did they, before this time, had they ever talked about their marriage or their relationship in front of you?
No.
Now, were they doing this openly in front of you, or were you just hearing things?
It was a very small apartment, and it was only 3 rooms, and so you could hear through the walls.
But they would be in another room?
Yes. They'd be in the middle room. There was a bedroom on each side of the middle room, and they'd be in the middle room.
The middle room, a living room?
It was like a living room, eating room kind of a thing.
And was it while you were still there that your mother brought up this topic to you?
Yes.
And what topic did she bring up?
That she wanted me to get a girlfriend.
And what did she say?
She said I had to have a girlfriend within 6 months.
Or?
She didn't really say or. She was just made it pretty clear that something bad would happen if I didn't have a girlfriend within 6 months.
And did you have any idea why she would say this to you?
I assumed it was because of her image. She wanted her son. When I was younger, people would ask me in front of her, "Oh, do you have a girlfriend?" Or they would ask her in front of me, "Does he like girls?" Yet I was young, and she said, "No, he doesn't have time for that. He doesn't have that." But when we moved to California, it was a really big thing for me to have a girlfriend, and later on I found out why. But at that point, I didn't know.
Okay, and did you, within 6 months, find a girlfriend?
I think I didn't make the 6-month deadline, but it was just after.
And what were the initials of this girlfriend, so we don't have to use her name?
KS.
And was this a girl that you went with twice over 2 different time periods?
Yes.
Now, you also said that the first 3.5 months that you were in California, there was no sexual activity whatsoever by your father.
Right.
Did you know why that was true?
No, I had no idea.
Before you left Princeton, the last couple of months you were living in the Princeton house, was your father out of town a great deal?
Yes.
Did you learn that he was in California most of that time?
Yes.
And did you understand, or did he tell you the purpose of his travels?
Well, I knew that we were planning on moving to California.
And at any time, did you learn that he was job hunting or job interviewing?
Yes.
So how would you compare, therefore, Mr. Menendez, your father's being, it's a clumsy question, let me withdraw that. You've testified that over the course of your childhood in New Jersey, your father would be in the city, in New York City during the week, or travel a lot. Is that right?
Yes.
Was he away from home more when you lived in Princeton or less than when you lived in Pennington?
He was away from home more.
Was he away also for longer periods of time?
Yes. He traveled a lot more. I mean, he traveled a lot when we lived in Pennington. But most of the time he was just in New York, and he had stayed over there a few nights. But when we were in Princeton, he left the state a lot.
So do you have many memories of him at home in the Princeton house at all?
I have almost none.
Now, when the sex started up again after the 3.5 or so months in California, this was before you had met your mother's deadline for getting a girlfriend. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Was this before you met your mother's deadline, before you got your girlfriend?
True story. True story.
What was?
The sex in California
Yes.
starting up again.
Yeah, long before.
How did you feel about the relationship with that girlfriend, that first girlfriend?
Oh, it was like a new life for me. It was something that I had never experienced before. And suddenly I was actually happy sometimes. I felt really, I looked forward to seeing her, and I felt really warm when I was with her. And it made me really insecure at times, but it also made me feel more comfortable.
And did it have any effect on your feelings about what was going on between yourself and your father?
Yeah, it had a big effect.
And what was that?
It made me really, really despise, really hate what was happening with Dad. It made me really, really dread it, and really, really hate it.
Was there something that you were worried about more so than ever once you had a girlfriend concerning the sex?
Objection sustained.
What were your concerns now that you had a girlfriend with respect, well, strike that. Were there any new concerns that you had concerning the sex with your father now that you were seeing a girl?
No concerns about him, just concerns about her finding out about me.
Do you recall, Mr. Menendez, whether there were ever sexual incidents with your father on days when you had dates with your girlfriend?
Yes. Yes.
And was there anything notable about that?
Yes, sometimes I just refused to go out on a date. I remember one time when I was about a month after we started dating, my dad had come into my room, and I was supposed to meet her, and I called her and I said, I was crying, and I said, I want to end the relationship. And she wouldn't let me end it because I wouldn't tell her why. But I just had a lot of confusion, a lot of problems with it.
Now, you've testified that in the very early years of the sexual relationship with your father, you actually didn't have negative feelings about it because you felt it was a closeness with him?
No, I didn't have very many negative feelings about him coming into my room and being with me. I didn't, when I was young, I didn't, I didn't like some of the things that was happening, but I thought it was just something that I'd get used to. I thought it was me when I was younger.
And so were you actively seeking or thinking of ways to end it when you were young, say under 11, or not?
No, not at all.
Now, when it got violent at 11, okay, I think you've described a period when after that you were very depressed, you tried to run away, and then there was a period that you called trying to fight back, like the cinnamon and hiding and those things. Okay?
Yes.
Now, at that time, did you want it to end?
Yes.
Did you ever tell your mother in an effort to get it to end?
Definitely not.
Why didn't you tell your mother?
Because for a few reasons. One of the big reasons was if she believed me, I knew she couldn't do anything about it. She certainly couldn't get Dad to stop by fighting Dad. I just felt bad for her, and I didn't. She had a lot of problems. She was sad or angry a lot, and I didn't want to have to give her more problems.
What about any concern about your father if you had told her?
Well, that was the obvious concern. I didn't want to get beaten up. I didn't want to get killed. I didn't want anything to happen to me.
Now, did you believe that if you told your mother and she accepted it, that she would mind what your father was doing?
Yes, of course.
And did you think that if she minded, she'd try to help you?
Yeah, I thought she would try to help me, and then her and Dad would no longer get along, or Dad would do something to her real bad and would destroy the family. I didn't want all these problems.
And that was apart from whatever you thought directly might happen from your father?
Yes.
Now, did you, by the time you were, well, I don't know, you tell me, at what age did you come to believe that what was happening between you and your father was really abnormal?
Really abnormal.
Really wrong or abnormal?
Objection, leading line.
Is there
When I was 13 or 14, when I was younger, when I was like 12 and so on, I just really hated it. But I thought it was normal. It was only when I talked to my cousin, I just began to really have problems with it, that I thought maybe this was not something normal.
You said you talked to your cousin. Mr. Menendez, was there one person that you were closest to when you were young?
Yes,
And was that a person your age or someone younger than yourself?
that was someone younger than myself.
And who was that person?
That was my cousin Andy.
Andy what?
Andy Cano.
And whose child is he?
My aunt's.
Yes. Your aunt who?
My Aunt Martha.
Okay. Now, was there a time in your life that when you were closer in some ways to Andy than even to your own brother?
Yeah, especially when Lyle got a girlfriend.
And how old were you when Lyle got a girlfriend?
I was 13, I believe.
And at that age, when you were 13, is that when Lyle started seeing that young woman that's been talked about here, Stacy?
Stacy.
And before that, in a year or two before that, had you been spending social time with Lyle?
A lot of social time. He was my only real friend. I mean, Andy and Lyle, and then I had one guy, when Brendan, who I would see every once in a while.
Okay, but what were you doing with Lyle?
I would go to the mall with him. We would go to the arcade a lot, and I would play soccer with him, just friendly, and roughhouse with him, and climb trees and do things.
And then he got a girlfriend?
Yes.
And how much of that activity between yourself and Lyle continued after Stacy came upon the scene?
Not much. I felt really abandoned, and
Abandoned by whom?
by Lyle. I knew he didn't do it on purpose, but I just felt like I felt like I lost my best friend, and because he would spend all the time with Stacy.
And at this time, did you therefore become closer with Andy?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, when you were about 13, did you actually tell Andy Cano what was happening between yourself and your father?
Now, Andy's the cousin, y'all remember.
I told him.
I'm not asking what you said, because that would be hearsay, but did you tell him what was happening?
Yeah, I believe I told him before 13.
Before you were 13?
Yeah. I think I told him when I was, before Lyle started dating Stacy, when I was about 12.
Well, if he remembers that he was 10, could your memory be defective?
Possibly my memory is defective. Possibly.
You're 3 years older than him, aren't you?
Yeah, I think so.
And was he, how did you, strike that. How did you tell him, strike that. You've testified you were, in part, afraid to tell people. Is that right?
Yes, I was very afraid.
Why would you tell Andy if you were afraid to tell?
Because Andy and I were having a really close relationship, and I didn't really tell him at first. I did it real slowly, getting into it. Eventually I did, but I got real slowly first because I was afraid.
You're afraid of what?
I was afraid of telling him and him telling somebody else. So I wanted to see how he would sort of react, that sort of thing.
And did he keep the secret?
As far as I know.
You testified before that you ultimately found out or learned why it was your mother was pressuring you to have a girlfriend.
Yes.
What was it well, first of all, when did you make whatever discovery it was?
After Kirsten broke up with me.
Kirsten was the girlfriend?
Yes.
And when was it that Kirsten broke up with you?
In just after summer in September of 1987.
Was that the first time you and Kirsten broke up or the second?
That was the first time.
And did you renew your relationship with Kirsten at some point after that?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
Almost exactly a year later, in August of 1988.
And how long did your relationship with her last from August of 88?
About 6 months.
Now, when was it? You say it was September 87 when you made this discovery?
Of my mother? It wasn't like a discovery. It was just knowledge or belief of why she was pressuring me.
Okay. Well, how did you gain the knowledge or belief?
Well, she was real nasty after a relationship with Kirsten and I ended. And she would say, "What, are you gay? Or are you not man enough for her? Are you just not a man enough person to be with her? Is this what your problem is?" She would really get down on me.
So she gave you the impression that she questioned whether or not you were gay?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez, did you ever question in your mind whether or not you were gay?
Yes.
And why was that, if you know?
That's because I didn't understand what was happening with my father.
And what do you mean you didn't understand it?
In California, I didn't understand why it didn't hurt so much and anymore, and I didn't understand. I just felt like I was having more friends because I had a car and I was able to play tennis with them, and I was a little bit more independent, and I felt like I was supposed to be stronger, and I would still be doing this with Dad, and I wouldn't scream at him or fight back with him because I was afraid, but I didn't. I still thought I should have, and I would still be able to have an orgasm.
Okay, so those things, those factors made you wonder if, in fact, maybe you were gay. Maybe that's why this is happening. Maybe that's why I don't resist. Maybe that's why it doesn't hurt. Is that what you mean?
Yes, I didn't understand.
And did these concerns about whether or not you were gay, did this bother you?
Yeah, it was on my mind a lot. It bothered me.
Did you think it was wrong for somebody to be gay, or was it just that you didn't know what you were?
No, I didn't think I was wrong to think I was.
No, you didn't understand my question. Do you think it was wrong for people to be gay?
No.
So what was it?
It was just that I was confused, and it was difficult for me. My mom made it seem like it was worse than death to be gay, and I didn't think I was. I didn't know. I really didn't understand.
Did you like girls?
Yes.
Were you attracted to girls?
Yes.
And eventually, did you have intimate relationships with girls?
Yes.
You said your mom made it sound like the worst thing in the world. Did your father make gay jokes?
Yes.
Did your father call you a particular name, associated a negative name for gay
Yeah, he
people?
called me a faggot.
Did he call you that a lot?
Yeah, he either called me a fag or a faggot. He used both of them. He hated gay people, and he absolutely refused to accept that what was happening between us. He just said that it wasn't any of.
Isn't that interesting? That's the way these most predators are. Again, you know where I stand. If you come in and watch the first hour I spoke and did not show any video, I'm just stopping this because I find it interesting that these, and they do, I'm not doubting this one bit, that these predators, whether they're parents or who they are, end up hating people of you know, being gay or not being straight or liking both or bi or whatever. And look what they're doing to their male children. Look what they're doing. I'm just saying. And I don't doubt that at all.
Of that. He hated that.
Without naming him, was there a relative on your mother's side of the family that was perceived by the family as being gay?
He was gay.
Okay.
Well, we didn't know that. We just felt that he was.
Okay. And how did your father talk about or treat that particular individual?
He ridiculed him, made fun of him, talked a lot behind his back, would say things like, you don't want to be, I don't want to say his name, you don't want to be like this person. He would, one time I remember Lyle bought the same color and basically the same type of shoe as this person was wearing. And he made fun of Lyle for the longest time for it.
For getting the same kind of shoes as the relative?
Yeah.
Now, what did you think when your father, who is having sex with you, is taunting you with being gay?
I was real confused. I didn't think that what Dad and I was doing was a gay thing. I thought it was just what Dad and I was doing. And, but it made me real confused because it didn't hurt like I thought it should anymore. And so I didn't understand.
When your father called you faggot, did you ever answer him back in your head?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, well, then what the hell are you?
Now, when you were 13 to 15 and the rough sex was happening, did you, based on things your father was doing, did you form some opinion about his experience in these matters?
I didn't hear the first part of the question.
Are you hearing okay right now?
Yeah.
Perhaps we could take a break briefly.
Okay. All right, we'll take a recess and we'll resume at 10 minutes after the hour.
Mr. Menendez, I want to take you back to Muncie, New York, when you lived there. Do you remember your earliest recollection of being frightened by one of your parents?
Which parent?
Your father.
Yes.
And what were the circumstances of this earliest memory of being frightened by your father?
I was swimming.
Do you remember where you were swimming?
I was swimming at the, I believe it was called Ramapo. I'm not quite sure of the name. It was a lap pool.
And what happened?
Well, when I was in Muncie, I couldn't quite swim the 25-yard pool without breathing. And he wanted me to do it straight without breathing because that way you swim faster. And I couldn't do it. So he would train me to do it without breathing.
And how would you do that?
By grabbing my hair and dunking me under the water and then lifting me up and dunking me under the water again.
So what frightened you?
And just the fact that he dunked me under the water for 20, 30 seconds and I didn't know what was happening. I was trying to grab his hand and trying to get his hand off my head because I was desperate for air. But he felt that I had to just be on the brink of desperately needing air, and then he would lift me up so I would train my lungs to be able to expand and expand.
Did you enjoy this experience?
Oh, it was really scary because I thought he was going to kill me, not intentionally. I just thought that I was going to drown underneath the water because I was down under there so long. And I didn't think he understood that I couldn't breathe sometimes. And he would lift me up in the air and I would be able to gasp for water. And then he'd put me back.
For water?
Gasp for air. And then he would put me down underneath the water again. And I just didn't have enough time to get air.
Would your mother ever be around when your father was doing this kind of training?
Yeah.
Would she ever intervene?
No, my mom didn't intervene when my dad was doing things.
Now, have you seen the photographs up on the wall? There's a photograph of you there. I think someone testified you're about 18 months old hanging from a bar in a gym. It's on the top on the left.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
You remember that photograph being taken?
No.
Do you remember something similar happening later involving hanging from a bar with your father?
Yes. Well, it wasn't really hanging from a bar. He would put up a bar in the doorway, or he would put up a bar, not put up a bar, the bar on the soccer field, wherever there was a bar, he would want me to do pull-ups to get my arms stronger and so on. And just as I was getting tired, I would want to jump off because I was too tired. And when he'd grab my feet.
And what would that do?
Well, if I fell, he would grab my feet and then he would lift them. And so if I fell, I'd fall on my face. And so I would be desperately holding on to the bar.
And why did he do that? What was the purpose?
I think partly he enjoyed it. He wanted to get me to cry out and beg for him to put me down, and partly to keep me stronger so that, I don't know how, but every time just as I was about to fall, he dropped me. Sometimes I fell on both my feet and my hands, but he was able to drop me. He was able to time it really well. It amazed me because I didn't think he'd be able to. I was really afraid that he'd hold my feet up too long and he thought I was just crying wolf or something and wasn't really serious. And I was afraid that he wasn't going to drop me in time, but he always did.
When you were young and you were afraid of things, okay, were your parents ever approving of your fear?
Oh, no. No, they hated people that were afraid.
Okay. You're the right distance from the mic now, but now you have to speak up a little bit, okay? They hated people who were afraid?
Yes.
And did they seem afraid?
My mom was sometimes afraid of my dad, especially early on in life. But otherwise, they were not. They certainly weren't afraid of other people or other things.
They never appeared afraid to you.
Definitely.
Sustained.
Did either of them ever appear afraid of other people or situations to you?
Definitely not, especially not my mother.
Excuse me?
Especially not my mother. She used to pride on, I guess partly for Dad, about being how strong she could be and brave, in situations.
Well, did you ever hear or see your father being anything but fearless or brave?
Definitely. No, that was not something my dad would do.
I want to turn your attention now to your mother, starting with when you were living in Muncie. Did you feel when you were a little...
Yes. What time frame are you referring to?
Well, do you know what years you lived in Muncie, Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
What years?
Between 3 and 7.
Okay. So that would have, well, other witnesses have testified you moved to Muncie before you were 2 years old. Do you remember being 2 years old?
No, my earliest memory is 3.
Okay. Do you remember talking to Detective Zoller on September 17th, 1989, and telling him about what you were like when you were a little child?
Yes.
Remember that conversation?
I remember hearing it in court and reading it. I don't specifically remember the conversation.
Okay. And when you were thinking of yourself as a little child, talking to Detective Zoller, were you thinking of yourself as someone living in Muncie or living in Pennington or what?
Living in Muncie.
And how little a child were you thinking? Earliest memories?
Yes, when I was 3, 4, 5, 6.
And what was your memory of yourself at that very early age? What kind of child do you remember being?
I just remembered being a nature-oriented person. I really liked the environment. I really liked trees and animals and bushes and leaves and so on.
When you were real little, did you think of yourself as a happy child or an unhappy child?
I was happy when I was outside.
When you were little?
Yes.
Showing you this photograph, marked 271. Do you recognize the person in it?
Yes.
Is that you at 3?
Well, it's me.
You look at the back.
Yes, it's me at 3.
Your mother's handwriting is on the back?
Yes.
And is that the way you thought of yourself as a small child?
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, that's a happy child, isn't it?
Yes.
I want to call your attention for a moment, Mr. Menendez, to these photographs that are up on the board. Just check their exhibit number. 203, 206, 207. You see these 3 photographs? Can you see them?
Yes. Yes.
And do you notice in 2 of these 3 photographs there's something on your face?
Yes, just a bruise or cut.
Do you remember that particular bruise or cut?
No.
I want to call your attention to this last photograph. Before we were in court, had you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
Had you seen this photograph even printed in articles and shown in newspapers?
Yeah, that's where I saw it.
And is there something about this photograph that you noticed when you saw it printed?
Yes.
What was it that you noticed right away?
Where my dad's hand was.
Where is your dad's hand in this photograph?
On my brother's genital area.
And you didn't have any difficulty seeing that or noticing that when you saw that photograph, did you?
No.
Did you read the articles that were written, the articles that ran that photograph?
I think I read that article. I'm not sure.
One article that ran that photograph?
Yeah, I believe it was a magazine article, and I read that one.
Did the writer ever comment on where your father's hand was?
No.
Objection.
Objection sustained. The answer stricken.
Now, Mr. Kuriyama asked you something about wanting to kill your parents. On August 20th, 1989, Mr. Menendez, did you want to kill your parents?
No.
What did you want?
I just wanted the sex to end.
Is that why you shot them, to end the sex?
No, at that point, I just wanted to live.
And on Tuesday, when you...
Okay, this is where I have some of my problem at. As we go into this testimony right here and we listen, I mean, this is just where I have my testimony. Again, not taking away any of the abuse or anything like that. It's just very strange.
Talk to your brother. Did you want to set in motion a chain of events that would result in your shooting your parents?
No, definitely not.
What did you want by talking to your brother on Tuesday?
I wanted the sex between my father and I to end.
Now, in the fall of 1988, you've testified that there was an act of sodomy between yourself and your father in which he used a knife. You remember testifying about that?
Yes.
Questions beyond the scope?
It's just a follow-up to this line of questioning which was prompted, Your Honor.
You wish to be heard at sidebar?
Yes, if you wish. Did I have an answer to the last one, Your Honor?
Well, let's see if we have a question in line first. Will I ask it again?
Yeah, I'll ask it again. Mr. Menendez, you recall testifying that in the fall of 1988, your father sodomized you in an incident involving a knife.
Yes.
And how did you feel after that?
I felt awful. I couldn't wait to get to college.
And did you tell your brother at that time about the molestation with your father?
No.
And did you have any thoughts at that time about having to kill your father or your mother or anything like that?
No.
And in May of 1989, you've testified was the last time your father sodomized you. Was
Yes.
that a pleasant experience?
No.
And did you tell your brother about it at that time?
No.
And did you have any thoughts at that time that you wanted to kill your parents or you might be forced to kill your parents or anything like that?
No.
How did you cope with these things, Mr. Menendez?
I thought about the future.
And what was there in the future that you believe helped you to cope with this?
Objection 11.
That I would be able to get away from my father, that the sex would end.
Okay. And what was going to be the vehicle for your getaway?
College.
Now, what was it that you felt after the conversation that you had with your father that Sunday, where he told you he expected you to be sleeping at home several nights a week?
I felt like my life had crumbled. It felt like something that I read in a book.
You felt like something you read in a book?
Yes.
What book? Do you remember? Well, tell us. What is it? Tell us what it is that it made you feel like.
I felt like I was. I felt like I no longer wanted to live.
What is it you read in the book that?
It was about a man in a concentration camp who in Nazi Germany who thought he was going to get released on March 30th of a date I don't remember, and on March 30th he wasn't released, and he knew that he wasn't going to be, and March 31st he died.
And you felt like it was March 31st?
Objection being suspended.
And how did you feel that Sunday after your father told you that you'd still have to come home?
I just related to that a lot. I felt like the hope in the future was gone.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
So full credit to Court TV for that. Definitely. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Full credit to Court TV for that. And so I know y'all are wondering, and I was wondering as well, if some of the jurors did speak out publicly. And yes, they did. They did speak out, especially ones from the first trial. Primarily, it was from the first trial that some of them did speak, and jurors from the second trial have been far more quiet or far more limited. I can't imagine sitting through that. The first trial had two separate juries, one for Eric and then one for Lyle, in case you didn't know. That trial ended without a verdict. It was a mistrial. It was unanimous. Jurors said abuse testimony mattered, and they said Eric's testimony in particular created reasonable doubt. But some jurors believed sexual abuse likely occurred. Others believed abuse may have occurred, but still struggled with the killing. I struggle with that too. And I've done told y'all many times in here why. But anyway, there was a conflict and they weren't able to decide. Now, why the second jury didn't speak much was because of the abuse testimony, and it was very limited. They focused more on the planning and the motive, and the jury heard the narrative version of the story. And that's one of the reasons why the jury reached a verdict very quickly in that one and had less reason to be public, for the public debate on that. Jurors who spoke made it clear believing abuse did not equal executing the murder of their parents. And that's what I say. That's what I believe, and that's what I think, especially if they were not there. You heard the testimony. That's hard to struggle with. So sympathy did not override, and it usually never overrides premeditation. Fear alone, it don't meet the legal standard for self-defense. You know, they weren't there. They premeditated. I hope it makes sense now. Even jurors who believed abuse may have happened still said it did not justify what was done. And that's what I'm trying to say. What was done, when it was done, how it was done. And that was the reality that they come to. Jurors didn't come out saying we got it wrong. They came out saying it was complicated. But the verdict followed the law. They followed the law. That's what happened. They followed the law. I hope it makes sense.
Set to remain in prison, Tammy Menendez didn't hold back in her reaction on social media. Eric's wife of more than 25 years, slamming the August 21st hearing on X, quote, the parole commissioner Robert Barton had made his mind up to deny Eric parole from the start. This was a complete setup, and Eric never stood a chance. Adding a hashtag for injustice. Eric and Tammy tied the knot in 1999 with her husband behind bars. In the wake of his and brother Lyle's convictions for murdering their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez. The two initially set to serve out life sentences without parole until the brothers were resentenced in May, with a judge declaring they're now to serve 50 years to life in prison. Tammy adding in her tirade, Eric hasn't had any infractions since 2011, apart from a cell phone possession. To the media reporting otherwise, please get the facts straight. Before Eric's fate was revealed, a hopeful Tammy wrote, wishing my husband all the love and strength for his parole hearing tomorrow. I believe in you and can't wait for this new chapter together. The ruling on Eric coming a day before his brother will likewise face a parole board. Per NBC News, Eric's next window for early release won't come for another 3 years.
Here's what the Critics' Choice Awards looked like in 2006. Ahead of the 2026 Critics' Choice Awards on January 4th, we're revisiting the 11th ceremony from 20 years ago, which saw Amy Adams, George Clooney, Reese Witherspoon, and Dakota Fanning take home trophies. The 2006 Critics' Choice Awards was
Hollywood murder mysteries ever took a more dramatic turn than police are describing in a couple of savage Beverly Hills killings. The victims were a man and his wife. He helped finance such movie hits as Rambo, First Blood, Part 2, and Red Heat. The alleged killers are, well, let Jerry Bowen tell you about it.
It had all the signs of a mafia hit when Beverly Hills police were called to the Menendez mansion that cool night last summer.
I've been in this business for over 33 years, and I've heard of very few murders that were more savage than this one was.
No signs of a break-in or a burglary, only the bodies of entertainment executive Jose Menendez and his wife Kitty in the family TV room, torn by shotgun blast that one of the neighbor kids heard.
It sounded like...
Their college-age sons, 19-year-old Eric and 22-year-old Lyle, said they found the bodies after a night at the movies, but new evidence, ranging from records of the family psychologist to a movie script about a rich kid who kills his parents, now indicates the brothers did it.
We were waiting for the glue, if you will, to bind it all together. And just recently, that glue has come about, and I feel that we have a very tight case indeed.
Police arrested Lyle at the family mansion yesterday. Younger brother Eric's reportedly returning from an overseas trip to surrender. And like the script Eric once wrote and his mother typed for him, police say the motive was apparently money, a $14 million inheritance to be shared by the brothers. An erased computer record about a will suggests the father was about to make a change. A mob hit over some shady movie deal, say police, is pure fantasy, but it's all the boy's grandmother wants to believe.
In the mafia, this is too much money. I think this is my opinion.
Both brothers may be arraigned on charges as early as Monday. Jerry Bowen, CBS News, Beverly Hills.
In Los Angeles, jurors are hearing tales.
So that is the gist of it. That's the gist of the story. You know, I never condone abuse of any kind, but because I don't believe in leaving people confused about where I stand, I wanted to talk about this. In my opinion, Eric and Lyle Menendez should never be released. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to it. And I'm going to tell you exactly why. Because this was not about denying their abuse. It was not about pretending that the trauma didn't exist, because that's obvious. This is not about any of that. And I think you heard that from what I said about the jurors in the first case. But this is not about any of that. And it's not saying they were not harmed. I believe there was great harm. But truly, you know, their choice had consequences. And that line was crossed. They were adults. Let me take this down. Jesus. They were adults. Now, they were clearly adults. They had triggers, of course. It triggered all of us, but they were not children, and they were not in the middle of some immediate attack. They weren't in the middle of an argument. They wasn't even in the middle of essay. The boys even said so on trial. So they weren't in immediate danger. To me, they made a decision that involved planning. It involved weapons, and it involved follow through. And once that line was crossed, that intent mattered. You know, abuse explains behavior. It does not erase responsibility, not in anyone. It's not okay for some cases and not others. There are millions. Some of them may sit right here with us today or be in this chat. There is millions of abuse survivors. And that's it. You're a survivor. But you don't go out and commit murder. There are survivors who escape. And they had every chance, in my opinion, to escape. And that cycle was broke. That was broke by them. That was their choice. But they still live with the pain every day, I'm sure. You know, we all live with pain, But we don't all go out and take a life or lives, especially of our parents or our children. We cannot create standard here. Not where trauma becomes a pass for execution. We can't allow that. And this was not a moment of a sudden, all of a sudden, or going to happen again right then and there, defense. This was not a second of that, not fight or flight, none of that. This was a choice made. They even asked him on the stand, it was a choice made. But time had passed. They didn't know that they would ever be abused again. But if the time was to walk away, the time was to seek help, the time was to choose differently, and they did not choose differently. They just didn't. But that was their choice, in my opinion. And here's the things people don't like to say out loud, but I will say it. Once you take 2 lives, it don't matter. You don't get to go back and re-enter society. That's not okay. Does it mean it's okay what happened to them? No. But it's not okay. Maybe it's just not for our understanding. But because society has the right to say this line cannot be crossed, because it can't be undone. They have the right to say that. Look, prison's not just a punishment. It's also protection. It's protection for the public, for the standards of justice. And the message that we send, that message matters. Because if we blur those lines, if we blur them too much, we risk telling the future victims and the future offender that murder is negotiable. Murder is not negotiable. It's not okay. And it's dangerous to even try to think it's okay to blur those lines. I can acknowledge abuse. I can. And I still believe abuse is permanent. But I believe there has to be accountability, just in different ways. Those two things can exist at the same time. In my opinion, it's a fact. It's how I feel, in my opinion. Empathy does not mean, they get released or you get released. I feel sorry for a lot of people behind bars. I do. I know a lot of people behind bars, unfortunately. But it don't excuse what they've done. It don't. It don't mean freedom. And compassion, don't mean erasing the consequences. We can have compassion at the same time. So when people ask me, Smiley, do you think they deserve parole? Fuck no, I don't think they deserve to be out. That's just me. My answer is very simple. No, I don't. No. Y'all want to hate me? Okay. I don't hate you for what you think, but you want to hate me? Go ahead. I don't think. And that's about as far as I've ever went on this case, or saying that, and anybody's chat or anything else, is no, I don't think they deserve to get out. And I'm saying it now on my panel. I do not think they deserve it. Now, they deserve to be treated like human beings. They deserve to be safe in custody. They deserve help and acknowledgement of their trauma, because I do believe there was trauma. But they don't deserve another chance outside them bars, not outside them prison walls, in my opinion. Not after taking 2 lives, their parents. Because they wasn't in immediate danger right then, right there. If it would have been right then, right there, then okay, we're talking something totally different. But not to mention, there's, these 2 boys right here, they're definitely institutionalized now. They have learned more crime in prison than they ever will or ever did or ever could or would on the outside, or listening to their friends talk about sex, as you heard in there, and them shying away listening. They've learned more in there than not. My opinion. That is my opinion. The first time something popped off, they would do something else to somebody else, in my opinion. Again, and it may not, but I believe that. I don't believe they could get out and not one person could say something to them or even look at them the wrong way. Not even with the trauma that they've been through, and they not pop off or not do anything again. And for money to survive, well, they don't care, in my opinion. They don't care. And I told y'all at the beginning of this, and I'm going to tell you now, I think Tammy's the stupidest one of all. Yeah, I don't care that they got married on the phone. I don't care that they got married in the thing and got a Twinkie. I don't care about none of that. And Tammy has her daughter calling him Erp Dad. But, she's the dumbest one of all, in my opinion. They don't care about you. They don't care about if they're in prison, about one person. They care about getting out. They care about studying these laws. That's what they care about. They care about getting money on their books. I'll end it with this. See, we care about victims. We care about victims here. We care about abuse without turning it into murder. I know I do. We can speak truth without rewriting accountability. And we can hold compassion at the same time without opening those prison doors and letting people like that walk free. That's my opinion. And like it, love it, or hate it, that's where I stand. That's my truth. And I will not apologize for it. Not on this case or not on any case like it. I stand with the victims. And I know that they were victims, but they crossed that line. So I stand strong on that. I stand strong. If you are in immediate danger, you need to call 911. Let the law handle it. If you're having problems or trouble, then you have a gut feeling something's wrong with you, or you want to talk it out, you dial 988 or you text it. We can't all just be taking the law in our own hands. Because these, victim or not, is what gets you in these predicaments right here. Let the law handle it. If you know anybody who is in danger, any child, turn it in. Help that child. Don't turn a blind eye. I don't care if they're 3, 2, 1, 10, 17, 14. Did the family know? Did they suspect? I don't know. But I know one thing. Y'all have spent 7 hours with me today. 7. And I hope that we broke this case down. Thank you to Court TV for leaving that up and having that up. Please go sub up to them. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking it out. Hey, Nana. Thank you to all of my mods. Thank you to my subs. Anybody that subbed up, thank you. If you have not, go sub up. It's free. Thumbs up's free. Let's get it out. Let's get Smiley's story about it out. How Smiley feels about it. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate each and every single one of you. I do want to say one more time before we go. I found out during this live, and I shared it for the ones that was here. Tiffany Marie's son, David, has passed away. He passed away to cancer. My heart goes out to her and her family. And I am truly, truly, truly sorry. I love y'all. Thank you for being here. Go get y'all something to eat. Go hug your kids. Go do those things. But y'all have a great evening, and I'll see you again in the streets. YouTube streets, that is. YouTube streets, that is. I'll play y'all out. I will play you out, and then I'll just go.
She was born and bred in Nashville, but she walks the beaches down in Florida sand. A mother and wife, a daughter, a sister, trying hard to do the best she can. She found her voice with a heavy heart, looking for purpose with trembling hands. And giving this all a new start, moving ahead, speaking for ones who came. And she says, I am who I am, I'll stand my ground. Even when the nights get long and rough, you'll hear my sound. She'll be speaking for the ones unheard, 'cause she's got a caring heart that won't be turned. Her mama fought cancer while she was searching, stories that needed a gentle voice. We saw summer's name and felt the heart ache and tried to bring light where there was no choice. And when she heard of Sebastian, her sadness rose. She prays for truth through the noise. She'll follow wherever the story goes, seeking their dignity, a child's joy. She says, I am who I am, I'll stand my ground. Even when the nights get long and rough, you'll hear my sound. She'll be speaking for the ones unheard, 'cause she's got a caring heart that won't be She said, I am who I am, I stand my ground. Even when the nights get long and rough, you'll hear my sound. She'll be speaking for the ones unheard. She's got a caring heart that won't be turned.